There we go. All right, let's get into it then. Toga Boy has another outrageous demand for me, and it is absolutely outrageous. I had a wee peek at this one because I caught wind that it might be a little bit unreasonable. Not that I've played it, but I just had a wee poke around with it, you know, let it run hands off to see what it's all about, and I gotta say, it has me terrified. So terrified I was almost not going to be playing this map. But, you know, I slept on it, and I thought, you know, my appetite started whetting, and I was thinking, oh, I want to sink my teeth into it. The prospect of a difficult time excited me, as it often does with Caesar 3. I'm talking because I can't remember the bloody name of it. Furnisher, that's right. Furnisher of War. Here we go. Right. We're somewhere miserable. That's right, we're in Britain. Not only that, we're in the south of Britain. Doesn't get much worse than that. And at a glance, this map seems pretty good. Seems right up my alley in a lot of ways, right? It's got obscure terrain, which I love having difficulty of building around. It's got very sensible, concentrated farming points, which I tend to like more than just scattered splatches of farms, because it just feels better. And when you can just build farmlands just about anywhere, it gives you paralyzing amounts of freedom. So whenever you get good feelings like that, one needs to stop and think, okay, what's the catch here? Yeah, Toga Boy, let us all know what exactly is the catch. Salve, Governor. Oh boy. Caesar is away on campaign at the moment. He has instructed me, his proconsul for Roma, to assign Rome's finest governor to the province of Britannia. We're not exactly sure who he's referring to, but, well, he yells at you the least. The least! I am concerned for how much he yells at the other governors. Alright, what you got for me? Your task is to build a colony that can furnish Caesar's legions with steady supply and substantial flow of weapons for his campaigns in Dacia and Mesopotamia. Dig deep, dig greedily, extract every last scrap of iron from this sodden land, and forge it into the finest of weapons. Caesar, of course, desires the entire output possible immediately. I shall do my best to convince him that this is unreasonable, but expect him to be a little annoyed for a few years. Nevertheless, you will need to provide yearly shipments increasing at a steady pace. Just because this is a mining settlement does not mean it can be a midden. The city must properly reflect the glory of Rome, even if you have trouble attracting a better sort of people to Britannia. And one last thing, Governor. Caesar is... yeah, well, you know how he gets. Be cautious in delaying weapon shipments and failing to pay tribute. He's not in a forgiving mood. Now, I'm used to it, right? I'm used to being chewed up and spat out by Caesar or his proconsul, because they never seem to elevate me above the lofty rank of clerk. But this one has me quaking in my boots, even though I know Caesar 3 inside out. Even so, we've got some notes here. Let's see what it tells us. It's not going to be good stuff. And there's a little spoiler for you. The lack of academy limits housing to medium villa. Let me just check my tier list on how highly I rate medium villa. It's in D tier. So my best possible housing available is something I personally rank down in D. That's not good. This is a peaceful province. Oh, good. Isn't that good for me? There is no gladiator revolt. I appreciate you telling me that ahead of time. Otherwise, I usually just shy away from building gladiator colonies, just in case, because they have the potential to just level your city. For the player's convenience, mineable rocks are indicated by the presence of friendly locals. The map is designed to be played without gifts, because using them trivializes the experience. Now, even without playing the game, I know how he's done this. You're set to citizen rank. But even so, we won't be doing gift nonsense. You have 6 spare favor to play around with. Annoy Caesar with caution. Okay, so you must meet his demands then. Every single one of them. And you cannot end the year in debt. Ever? I think that's a -5, but you also get a -2 or so for ever going into debt in the first place. So that's extremely concerning. Favor will drop by 4 instead of 2 for the first 3 years. I was curious how they did that, and I did poke around to check, and it was a very interesting way. They set it so that Caesar has milestone demands in the first 1, 2, and 3 years, which will drop your favor, which is horrific, by the way. The population goal is correct. The population goal being 0. Very nice. Use the save file provided for the correct setup. I always do when it's provided, so thank you. Yeesh. 6 whole favor. Caesar must be in a good mood. Well, I wasn't after reading that. I am terrified of this map. I instantly look at this and I know how I could solve it. If not for one slight triviality. I only have 3,000 starting denarii. I mean, what is it with these outrageous demands and no bleeding money? If you'd started me off with 8 grand, maybe. Yeah, I reckon I could build something that takes off pretty quickly. But 3 grand? That makes me want to go into turbo debt situations where, you know, I build everything, Caesar gets really mad, but I dig my way out and possibly beat back his legions. And you know what? We can build a barracks and such. We could beat his legions back. But with no leeway in the favor and requiring a staggering 100 for victory, I'm under the impression that we are not allowed to do it that way. Who made this map? And the mission statement asks Pepper, who couldn't tilt their head up just 2 degrees higher to see that it was Keinwyn. Who recently provided us with Vulcan's Bounty, I believe it was. Not good with remembering names, after all. Okay, right, well, time to do what I always do, which is talk quite a bit about the map layout and what we're afforded here. And there's a lot to say about this map. It's really cool. I'm just dreading playing it because the stipulations are so excessively tight. I'll address one very easy question, though, and that is Anon Finn. How do you get to 100 prosperity with 0 population? Well, you don't. But 0 population is just a requirement. I do not require any set amount of population to win this map. I could win with 100 people, I could win with 20,000 people. The important thing is that I build a prosperity of 100 city, and the favor must reach 100. If those 2 things are passed, then we win instantly. No caring about culture, no caring about peace. The thing is, to get 100 prosperity, you need the average house to be of very high quality. So you can build a bunch of crappy tents as long as you have some luxurious palaces. You could build some nice insulae as long as you have some nice villas and some mix of any of those. Requiring 100 prosperity is really difficult in most maps, but it's extra difficult here because we're limited to medium villa because there is no academy afforded to us. Academy is what you need to generate the large villa. The large villa is quite a bit better and the grand villa is really quite good. But medium villa sucks. Why does medium villa suck so much? Actually, can I get my information as to why it sucks? Prosperity.png, that's not what I'm looking for. Entertainment, is that the one? Hey, there we go. Oh, cool. This is my reference sheet for housing, what they need and all that. But if you look over in the right bunch, housing level, if you drag it down to medium villa, the prosperity value, or called prosperity factor here of a medium villa, is 180, so it weighs 180. If I had a city of nothing but medium villas, I'd have a prosperity rating of 180. If I had a city that was half medium villas and half small tents, then I'd have a whole bunch of 5s and a whole bunch of 180s, and then you take the middling point of that, which is probably like 90 or so, and then you have a prosperity factor of 90. That's a problem because medium villas suck. So I'm going to need a lot of them, or I need all my other houses to be of particularly high quality. And that'll be difficult, given the map that we deal with here today. Keinwyn points out, when I first designed this map, it was going to be small villa maximum. I did do a small villa maximum run before, and it was a bloody nightmare. What map was that? It was a desert province. I was threatened that I was going to be sent into exile if I didn't do it. It was really quite nasty. The name of it escapes me, though. I think it was called Who's Your Toga Boy? Do I even have that one? I doubt it would have been on my... Oh god, here we go! Who's Your Toga Boy by Ehead. This is somebody else who beat the map, but yeah, limited to just small villas really blows. Ugh. At least you got wheat on this map, but the land was a nightmare to build on. I do not think I made a high standard version of this. If I did, it would be called DDR Jake, Who's Your Toga Boy, and I don't have that here. What I'm getting at is that medium villas kind of blow, and if that's what we're limited to, that's a bad start. Right, let's actually look at the physical layout of the map here, shall we? There's a lot of land that's completely useless and inaccessible. All of this land on the higher ground here is completely useless to us. Can't make any use of it, can't get up there, no point. There's a native trading hut here, who normally you're happy to see because you can trade goods to it, but because it's inaccessible, we won't be able to sell any of our goods to the natives. The native trading hut exists on the map to ensure that the natives will be hostile if we build on their land, and we can see what they consider their land right here. And this also shows us where all the native huts are, and as the map maker has told us, the native trading huts are here to tell us where the mineable spots are. More on that in a bit. We can thankfully placate the locals. We have access to missionary huts, and also thankfully, if we have access to the missionary huts, then I have access to ways to dump labor. Don't think that's going to be relevant on this map for some reason. Yeah, just an inkling. Otherwise, this looks like the entry point here, and the exit point is over there. It's not particularly long, so land-based trade shouldn't be a problem. On top of that, there's only one very obvious place that we can trade by sea. That's over here. I just want to make sure that's the case, actually. Yeah, this wouldn't be usable. This is a lake. So yeah, this is our access to the North Sea, huh? Then comes the question of where can one even put a dock here? And is it only one dock? Oh, that's amusing. It looks like the dock has to be put on this detached part. Not quite an island, but it might as well be. Is that a two-dock situation? It is a two-dock situation, right? We could get one there and there. I don't know how exactly intense the seaborne trade is going to be, but that is an option there. That's a double option. Fishing as well. Oh, no, forget that. The fishing birds are just there for aesthetic purposes. We can't actually fish. What can we do in this province? We can farm vegetables, and we can farm capybaras. Yeah, okay, great. We have two food types. That does rather atrociously mean that Grand Insulae is on the menu, and it probably has to be. I don't like that. Grand Insulae are very fussy. They're plebeian, but they require quite a lot of desirability, quite a lot of entertainment, two types of food. They're just complicated to set up, but they have very, very high prosperity. Prosperity rating 80 if you build Grand Insulae, which is terrific. You only need a handful of patricians, and then you can reach 100 prosperity with them. And the reason I gravitate towards Grand Insulae on this kind of map is because you can build your food in even amounts. What I mean by that is I can build 5 vegetable farms, 5 pig farms, and they're even. If there's wheat available in a non-northern map, the wheat produces at double rate. And that encourages me to feed people on a single food source because it's much more efficient. But if efficiency doesn't matter, then there's not really that much of a problem mixing the food types as long as I have space for 2 granaries. And whilst I hate to admit it, this map does give me an appreciable amount of space to build on. I'm going to probably be eating my words when I realize just how many iron mines I'm going to have to build here. Okay, I'm already eating my words because the iron mines also need the weapon workshops, which are going to plague this land. I guess that's why the population number is 0 then. How much am I willing to slum it up on this map? I don't know. It's really, really hard to tell. Yeah, I'm just looking at the general layout of the map here. So obviously we can build iron mines. Oh, and marble quarries, that's right. Another check on what we have here. Yeah, we've got iron and marble and 2 types of food. That's it. That's not a lot of goods available here. But we can mine this out enormously. Now, we have been told to mine out every scrap of iron. Absolutely every. And I did let this game run for a bit with my hands off. It was a peaceful map, so I knew I could just take my hands off and play it. Caesar will demand weapons from me every single year. And as I recall, he gives me 1 year to fulfill each shipment. And I think the shipment starts at something low, like 1 or 4 weapons. But then it doubles and doubles and doubles and doubles and doubles until he requests the absolute maximum. And then he will request the absolute maximum of something like 256 every year. We do a bit of mathematics on that. Let's just assume we need to produce 256 every year. In fact, you know what? Let's not even be coy. Let's have a look at it, shall we? We have access to the map, and normally I would never spoil myself by looking at a map, but knowing that this is demands and knowing that we just lose if we don't fulfill them, I'm going to have to know what he's asking for. And what we can do is we can actually load up the map, because we were given the map file here, donk, and look at it here. Here are Caesar's demands. Where do they come under? Where do they come under? Building, criteria, events, price, demand. Ah, here we go, requests. 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, and then 256 every year. So my personal advice to map makers is to never request more than 32 of an item, because that's the most you can put in a warehouse. But Keinwyn's breaking all the rules today, and I'm interested to see how this is going to play out. That is terrifying. And is it 1 year? Oh, he gives you 2 years. 1 year, 1 year, 1 year. Sorry, Keinwyn, if you think this is horrific cheating. Normally I would, but I think this is information I need going into the game. Could you even make it more than this? Oh, wow. Okay, take it back. The super maximum is outrageous. But yeah, it's 2 years each, huh? Alright, let's have a little bit of back-of-the-envelope mathematics, shall we? If you want 256 in a year, 12 months in a year, so you want 21.3 each month. 1 iron mine produces 0.8 per month. So you're going to need 26.6 iron mines. So let's say 27 iron mines. And every iron mine is going to need 2 weapon workshops. So that's going to be 3 buildings per. That's 81 buildings. Each of them employ 10 people. That's 810 plebes employed just for Caesar's demands. I have to pay those people. It's crazy. Just crazy. Oh, there's another good question. How many warehouses do I need for this? A warehouse can carry 8 times 4 items, so 32. 32, is that 8 of them then? Yeah, it seems like 8 of them are going to be needed. Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Anyway, I wouldn't even say we have all the information now, but I did want to know that. Can you just ignore the demands and heavily bribe Caesar with gifts? A fantastic thought, ye olde dad. There are 2 problems with it. One, if I can find the message again. Yeah, here we go. We have been explicitly told that the map is designed to be played without gifts, because using them trivializes the experience. So that alone tells us don't use gifts. If the map maker says don't do this, don't do it. However, even if you didn't have those instructions and you thought, I'm going to send Caesar a gift, Caesar has demoted me to the rank of citizen, and you know how much money a citizen gets? Nothing. My salary is 0 denarii per month, so I can't even save up to send him a gift. I could pay myself a salary anyway. Caesar wouldn't like that and it would reduce favor, but I think you can set it up so that you can end up generating more favor than you lose. And you can also set your salary really high, and then before the turn of the year, put yourself down to citizen rank, and he won't catch on. You can kind of steal money out of the treasury that way. You still have to pay yourself out of the city budget, by the way. But that's an exploit that I don't use, because it's an exploit. I won't be caught dead using exploits in games. That's just not me. On top of that, because I'm citizen rank, I'm going to lose 2 favor every year instead of 1. Normally, if I'm already set to engineer salary or even clerk salary, what I would do is I would lower my salary by 1, and then Caesar and the Imperial Court is so impressed by my generosity in taking less money than I'm entitled to, that you actually lose only 1 favor per year instead of 2. Which would be a nice way to cut corners on this map where favor is absolutely vital, but that avenue is once again closed to us, so we have to fulfill his demands, and we cannot remain in debt at turn of the month, or turn of the year rather, and just everything is bad. Yeah, Roman-style tax evasion. I know all the tricks, but I don't want to use them. Okay, what else do we need to talk about in this map? We've got 2 very obvious farming points here and here, and we have what look like some very easy to use building areas. I'm just going to clear this up for my own visual clarity here. I could build a fairly good collection of plebeians over here, have them well fed. Could even have an idea for looping labor access around here. Yeah, you know, you could have a loop that goes here, so any walker over here walks over to my housing operation here. They come across, they go over a little bridge. Donk. Maybe there's like a granary figure of 8 around here, and it goes around and da-da-da-da-da. Because I'm probably going to need this area for lots and lots of ironworks and weapon works, and I feel really bad for whatever tent I force to provide tent labor there. What is that starting budget? It's not a lot. It's not a lot at all. And I think this would be an alright place for patricians. Yeah, it seems less industrially focused. It's a little bit further away from the rocks and that, so what I'm probably going to have is an area around here focused on medium villas. Slight problem is, because of this freaking rock right here, it's a little bit difficult to generate desirability. But what we do have is, yes, access to statues, yes, access to small temples and oracles. And a somewhat nice thing about medium villas is they don't have a huge demand for desirability. At a glance, it is 53 desirability. Now it's 40 required for a Grand Insulae, so it's really not much more. So yeah, I reckon we could make that happen. We could get a whole batch of medium villas around here. Feed them a steady diet of vegetables and capybaras. And I think I've got more space than I bargained for here, right? We can use this area as well. Don't know what this would be for. Actually, I could probably quite easily put my entertainment buildings over here. I don't think I'm going to have the spare employees for a hippodrome, nor will I have the space for a hippodrome. So to entertain my my patricians, I'm going to need to just have a Colosseum with theatre and amphitheatre. Is that true, though? You know, the nice thing about a hippodrome is it's +5 entertainment for the whole city. If I think I'm going to want or need Grand Insulae, well, Grand Insulae require 35 entertainment. If they had 5 from this, then I could give them 25 from theatre, amphitheatre. That's 30. If they needed 5 more, I could actually just spam theatres. So there's actually a pretty strong incentive for building a hippodrome. But the disincentive is the 150 workers it's going to require. I don't know. Because the alternative, of course, is just have 2 Colosseums, which is probably much more sensible. How many people work in a Colosseum anyway? Only 25, that makes a lot more sense. Interesting. I'm spending quite a lot of time in the thinking phase here because this map needs to be thought out a lot. A Colosseum is 25 entertainment, 35 with just a theatre, so yeah, I think we skip the amphitheatre and we go Colosseum theatre for our people. Although amphitheatre will be needed for my patricians here, that's fine. This is still a huge amount of space needed for weapon workshops. Terrifying. I'm actually terrified by this map. It's so scary. I said there was quite a lot of building space, and I'm taking it back. It looks like there's more than there is, but there really isn't. Also, I've ran out of money to even plan my city with. I need to reload and Let me just re-delete this so I have a clear idea of what I have to work with. I went into 5 grand of debt, and on 5 grand of debt, you cannot even build or delete anything anymore. You run out of credit with Caesar. I'm contemplating how to use this higher ground. You are somewhat generously given access to water here. For whatever reason, they've given you arable land here as well, but there's no possibility of using it because this land is completely inaccessible, as far as I can tell. Yeah, I can't do any weird corner strat farming here, can we? Like in Lugdunham, where there's this tiny little bit of lower area farming that's available to you. I say there should be a stipulation on these maps. If Jake reloads, he automatically loses and has to wear a washed up badge like Lucky does. I endeavour not to reload on any of my Caesar 3 runs. Endeavour to, I mean, sometimes I do, but I always aim not to, especially when there's a bet on the line. I worry a lot about this one, though. Womp womp womp. Just thinking so hard about how this could possibly be done. How many iron mines can I even set up here? Hold on, I'm going to need a lot more money for this. Here's a little trick for you. Well, it's not a trick, it's a cheat. Slam down a well, right click on it, hold Alt and press K. And now if you hold Alt and press C at any point, you gain 1,000 denarii, up to a total of, well, once you have 5 grand, you can't get more than that. Right. How many iron mines did we decide I needed? It was something crazy like 21? I've actually already forgotten. Was it 21 or 26 or 27? I've already forgotten. 27? Really? 27? Jesus. That can't be right. Calculator, come to me again. Alright, calculator. He wants 256 a year, divided by 12, 12 months in a year, divided by 0.8 production per month. I need 27 iron mines. 27 in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, 8's not a lot. Oh, we can get more over here. I would like to maximize my iron mining on this area because it's very inconvenient for housing. It's not a place that one can easily move food over to. And if food is down here, you have to bring it up these bleeding stairways back down here and then over. Food is the most annoying thing to transport in this game. So if there's anything you want to min-max for, it's reducing your need to move food around. Gosh, can we really not get more mining done up here than that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's not even half of what we need. And yeah, I could mine this, but there's no access to it. That is terrifying. Probably very unlikely, but it's trading. We haven't even talked about trade yet, and that's probably the next thing we'll talk about. I have to imagine that Keinwyn was diligent enough to make sure I'm not going to be able to cheat it by putting anything mineable outside of where he's put his very helpful mining buddies, the natives, who I have to spend another 20 labor to placate each. Okay. What was the count again here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm looking at it, contemplating if I could squeeze any more out of them, but I'm not seeing it. Well, you know, anything's possible, but I'm not going to rip my hair out over this one. Oh. Well, yeah, I'm not even sure I want you there, but Caesar did say extract freaking everything, or his proconsul told me. That's just 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's almost half of them. I want them pressed up against this wall as much as I can. This is an abuse of position here, Toga boy. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I want a flat view here, please. That's not very flat, but that'll have to do. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Well, we can get a ton down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Well, 17? Count again, I thought I had 18. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. If we have 18 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, that's 31. Okay, so all of this can do it. Now that does not change the fact that I need a staggering 2 weapon workshops for every mine that I have here. This, for example, is the space needed for 15 of them. So it'll probably be 15 there, and like another 15 here, and that's good for 30. That's 15 iron mining things. I suppose that's not too bad, right? I can shove them right up against the wall here, and then just have an enormous area. And annoyingly, I also have to have a ton of warehouses, which also take up space. What I'm getting at is that the line in the sand is probably drawn something like here. As in, all of this space beyond the road that I've just built is dedicated to the mining and the smelting of weapons, which leaves me everything outside of that for building up the city. So yeah, the plebeians in my assumed Grand Insula are going to live here. There's no fishing, so there's no point thinking about clever clog tactics about working my way along the coast here. There's no real benefit to doing that, except for the purpose of just squeezing more people in here. And then, of course, I want my patricians over here. But there's a problem. There's a huge freaking problem here. The demands on my labor force is going to be immense here. We're talking 810 people just working on industry for mining weapons. And that's at least 810. It's probably going to be more like 900, because I will want some excess weapons. How much labor do you need for 27 mines and 54 workshops? 10 each. 1 mine, 10 people. 1 weapon workshop. Whoops. Weapon workshop. 10 more people. By the way, did we cover the fact that each mine costs 50 denarii? And each workshop costs 50 denarii? So that's 150 denarii for 1 setup of making weapons. My starting budget is 3,000 denarii. And I need to build 27 of these. 27 times 150? Anyone better with numbers than me? I think it's more than my entire starter budget for building the entire city. Not just the weapon industry. Okay, but let's set that aside for a moment. It's considerably narrower over here, so I have a hard time believing that I can put any amount of city and infrastructure up here that is not just building weapons. And of course having the warehouses to store them. So this says that this says to me that this will be our early place for producing lots and lots of weapons as much as we can. It's 4 weapons in the first year, Pepper. See, my real concern here is where the hell do I put all these people? Because, yeah, I can make a half-decent Grand Insulae area here. And under severe duress, I could put a quite sizable medium villa area here. I'm thinking maybe 30 medium villas. And don't be fooled by all the food here. I think those people get fed from this location. Just quickly slapping some things down. How many can I reasonably put down? Please tell me the road gets around here. It does not. Okay, but it's not unreasonable to say that we're going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 farms here without really infringing on building locations. One farm feeds 160 people, one medium villa holds 42 people. So it's a little shy of one farm feeding 4 villas. So if I have 20 of these... sorry, if I have 10 of these, that's like 40 villas. So 10 will easily do 30 villas. Alright, I can get by with that. But we're not done doing back-of-the-envelope mathematics here, because there's one big concern, and that's that eye-watering 100 prosperity target. So if you spare me just a moment, I am going to go and get my plagiarized Caesar 3 mathematics Google Sheet. We're going to grab numbers for prosperity, and I will show this to you, despite the inherent risks of sharing my my web browser with you. If I can find it, surely it's browser. Yeah, that looks a lot like it. Hold on here, it's very awkwardly cropped. I wonder why. That's almost it. One of the problems with opening Google Docs is it loves to just dox you the moment you open it up. Welcome back, Jake Fool Name. Okay, thanks. Everybody needs to know that. It's not difficult to find after all. You can just look at the credits for a Paradox game. But I miss the days when I owned my anonymity. All right, so this is a lovely, simple calculator for discovering your prosperity cap. As mentioned before, prosperity is capped by the average quality of all of your houses, and they're weighted quite heavily, so even a reasonable number of crappy tents weighs your prosperity down a ton, and conversely, just a handful of amazing palaces will bring you up to 100 prosperity, even if you have those tents and shacks and whatnot. And Blobber's pointing out, anyone could get their own copy. Oh, lovely. Right, so as we mentioned, medium villa is our maximum, and again, this is finger in the wind. I haven't played this map at all. I've just let it run, and we've had a wee peek at the map file. I do not know that I possess the incredible Caesar 3 prowess to conquer this map. But, based on what I'm looking at, I think I can put in 30 medium villas on this map. If I'm pressed, I will build more. If I can't make it, we'll squeeze out prosperity in other ways. But I think I can put in 30. I think it's a prosperity weighting of a staggering... Well, this number is irrelevant. What's important is the max prosperity. Now, I think I might be able to slam in 40 grand insulae. And the max prosperity is still above 100 here. Now, that sounds alright, but the population of doing this is only 4,600. And that's not going to be enough to support the city. I'm going to need more than that. I think I'm going to be going groveling to my hoveling. And I think in time, they won't just be hovels, they'll be casas. So I'm going to assume that I'm going to have another 40 casa kicking around. And already there's a problem. That brings my prosperity down too much. I also think, out of sheer necessity, I'm going to need at least 6 large tents, just for tent labor access. So now we have a problem. We no longer hit the prosperity goal. But 7,500 population seems a lot more workable for what I intend on doing here. I don't even like the idea of having to have grand insulae in this city, but I think it's a necessity. If I brought down the amount of casa, that's not going to be enough. I don't think I can reasonably have better than casa for what I'm going to be doing here. What if I said, fine, I'll do small insulae? Maybe 20 of them. Okay, that looks a bit better. That looks somewhat reasonable. Okay, so we have I think I'll struggle to put in 40 grand insulae, to be honest. I think a much more reasonable number is I'm going to end up with like 32 of them. Interestingly, that raises max prosperity. Maybe I could like squeeze in a few more villas there. The population has now come crashing down, though. But we've got a general workable thing. You know, I can squeeze things one direction or another. What I'm getting at is that with a few bits of tent labor, some low-quality plebes, some high-quality plebes, and a significantly large number of medium villas, we can squeeze out the winning target. That population is really low, though. We don't have a necessary population, but I need people to work those mines. I need 800 and something workers. I think we said 810. And population is not workforce. Not by a long shot. Okay, well, that's pretty bad news, isn't it? I suppose we should look at the positives. I think I could do it if things work out tremendously well. And like I say, I reckon I can get quite a lot of medium villas here. And the main core of Grand Insulae is going to be somewhere around here. The more Grand Insulae I can squeeze in, the better, of course. Because they're very, very good for paying taxes. And I'm going to be max taxing these people until they cry. You might wonder where I got the idea of having lower level plebes, or you might not be thinking at all, because, let's face it, this game is old enough to buy drinks for its children. I see this as a potential area for some low level plebeian housing. It's honestly not that bad, because I think there's enough room here to feed plenty of the high level plebes, and we can use whatever dregs are left over here to do some vegetable or capybara farming and just feed a little loop over here. Yeah, I think that could be done. Jesus, but beyond this, like, how do I even start this run is what I'm concerned about. Right, so if I'm thinking my main starting concern is money, where do we even go with that? Oh yeah, there's another cost, by the way. There are wolves here guarding the best place for mining. So I can't actually start by mining this area, because you need to build up an army or a significantly large task force for killing wolves. So I guess my mining operation will start here with just a handful of them, I suppose. Excuse me. Alright, let's think about trade. It's been almost an hour. We haven't even started this map, but this map requires a lot of preparation. I can feel it. Lyndon buys a lot of goods, but I don't produce furniture. I don't produce the raw wood for furniture. So that's a little out of the question. Same could be said for oil and wine. I can't produce any of those. You sell me wheat, which I never want to import. If we end up with food problems, then we've got huge problems. You sell me clay by the bucket load, which might be fine. Relatively cheap way to get pottery for my people. That'll be fine. Kaleva will buy a very small amount of my marble, so I'm going to want to export that immediately. Interestingly, they sell me timber, so I may want to import timber and sell furniture. That seems reasonable because the markup there is very nice. When you buy timber, you spend 50. When you export furniture, you make 150. So there's a profit of 100. Of course, you have to pay your workers, but, you know, cross that bridge. I think that's a reasonable thing to do early. All right, okay, so we're getting an idea here. We'll set up a little industry that involves selling marble and furniture. What about seaborne trade? Lutetia buys lots of vegetables. Since I am desperate for money, that's a genuine consideration. They also buy even more marble. Okay, Lutetia looks really rather good. They also buy pottery, so there's another idea to import clay and sell pottery to Lutetia. My concern is that this demands a huge workforce. But, you know, I need to make the money, so I suppose I'm going to have to do that. Augusta Trevorum. Oh, they buy a lot of furniture there. But they also sell me the timber to make furniture. Gosh, they also buy marble. There's a ton of early trading possibilities, but again, they eat into the vast amount of iron that I need to get for Toga Boy. Also, the wolves block seaborne trade. Wow, the wolves are here in force. So if I want to kill the wolves, and I want to kill the wolves, I'm going to need to lay down 150 for this. I'm going to have to lay down a grand for a fort. And to make matters worse, where does the fort go? Let's squeeze the fort over here. I can't imagine using this area for anything. Yeah, actually, the fort over there seems like a pretty safe place. Yeah, and one load of javeliniers should take care of the wolves pretty well. They can throw their javelins from here and here, and then I can invite the wolves over for a final melee. Might make them a little bit scared, put them back, and then just go in and take the wolves on one at a time, because I think when the map starts, they're all segregated by forest. Okay, so we get our initial land-borne trade as much as we can to generate as much money as we can. Whilst we're doing that, where the hell do we put people? Now, the gut reaction is to just build crappy tents, but I think that's a trap. I think we have to treat our people with dignity. Makes me queasy to even think about it, but I do reckon that we're not getting through this map unless I also tax the bastards into oblivion with soul-crushing, draconian 25% tax rate. I know. Here we are in the modern day where we have evolved beyond such measures, but I'm going to have to force them to pay me 25% of every ducat they earn. Which means what exactly? Because I only envision three population areas. There's this, and there's this. And then, of course, you know, we have a few labor tents here and here. But in general, these are the three areas that I'm planning for building up population centers. These taxes are unjust. Yeah, pull the other one. Just a quick check. There isn't bridging capabilities here, is there? Nothing relevant. Just in case I could get some kind of loop that comes back into this for better labor access, but it doesn't look like it's happening. Right, so the question is, my initial labor force, barring any labor tents, where do they go? Bearing in mind they need to be fed. Tricky. What I might do is build up this area with hovels. Hovels is the lowest form of plebeian housing that pays taxes on very hard mode. And to be clear, I play all my games on very hard with god effects plus, which means the gods only give me negative effects. They will never give me positive blessings, because positive blessings are an absolute crutch. Ugh, we need even more people working in food production industry if we go this way, but I think the ends justify the means here. And the ends are vast stacks of tax. Yeah, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Have them going into a granary around here and then feeding some hapless hovels here. The hovels begin the industry and the taxation, and as soon as I have anything resembling a military, I send the military over here, I clear this area, and this becomes my small insulae block. Because the small insulae will also pay me taxes. The small insulae will give me a lot of labor force, which I'm going to need for vastly increasing the output of weapons for Toga Boy. And then once we have a steady flow of weapons, maybe around the 10 or 12 mines range, depending on how fast he's demanding more, we will probably expand the plebes and then go to patricians last. The problem is that doesn't really balance out. I should probably do patricians then plebes, but it's awkward because I need to tear down my existing stuff here to build them up into better stuff. Oh man, kind of wish this game had a planning tool so I could, for example, cordon off how I plan to build up my food stuff here. Oh, I am not taking a lick of criticism for not even starting the map yet. I am exceptionally good at Caesar 3. And part of that is my risk assessment. I'm looking at this map, I know immediately this is going to be a ball buster. I knew it on the Garum map. I did a lot of planning there. I still couldn't beat it. Very, very few people have beaten the Garum map. In fact, has anyone other than Matthew managed to beat the Garum map? And there are people thinking, Garum, what the hell? Illustrajon is a sick man. The layout here is ugly as sin. Although I'm not opposed to using little bits of tent labor. I can squeeze them out like a zit at the very end. What are we looking at number-wise? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Let's round it up to 20. Generally, one will feed 2, so that is enough for 40-odd Grand Insulae around here. So essentially, there is enough food here to do a very healthy plebeian block. Of course, there are other problems with entertainment supply and desirability, but those are problems that we can face in due time. I want to point out that all of the mines that I put down are miserably undesirable, and nobody wants to live next to them. These red pits of desirability. Let's have a comparison, shall we? Here's a lovely statue that people like living next to. Yeah, there we go. Look how nice this is. The natives are chimping out over the stuff I've built, but don't worry, we're just practicing here. Oh, the Garum map? Oh yeah, I finished that the other day during a break. Yeah, sure, Kitty. Sure thing. Alright, I think I have a basic plan in my head now for how we approach this. You know, one thing I'm really worried about, and one thing I haven't checked, is price changes. There's every possibility that this map turns around and goes, oh, all that furniture you're planning on exporting, that is going to collapse in value. And I'm really torn on checking. On the one hand, I would like to know, because I'm doing all this planning on the assumption that they don't just turn around on year one and say furniture is worthless. On the other hand, it's kind of fun to react to how it goes. I think we just roll with it, right? We'll, if the prices collapse as we go, then fair enough. If we have to redo the map, then I'm definitely going to dig through all the information that I can. But for now, we'll just roll with it. Okay, are we ready to get started? I'm not, but let's go anyway. It's more fun to roll. Yeah, maybe for you, right? Don't know about you, but me, I have to put in the time and the effort and the sheer mental exertion for this map. Oh, and something I didn't really notice until now. There's so much freaking forest in the way. If I wanted to clear out the land that I was just talking about using for a settlement, it's going to take about 1,000 denarii. 1,000 of my 3,000 starting denarii. Ah, Jesus Christ. This is difficult. You know what? This is so difficult it deserves a bet. I'm going to put a prediction up for you. Do we beat this map today? I will try it, and I will almost definitely fail, and then I will look at the information, and I will try again. And on my second run, I'm not afraid to use save loads, so I'm going to be using all the tools in my arsenal for this. But I'm putting out there that I am not confident. Alright, there we go. I'm going to give you a staggering 20 minutes to decide. Do we beat the map today? Yes or no? What are the full requirements? They're there on screen for you. 100 favor and 100 prosperity. That's all we need. Now, I've spent like an hour talking about the map, so I think I need to now start building the map, is what I'd say, but I actually need to go and grab my top in just a moment. Oh, I'm glad that Baron is fully confident that one of Rome's finest governors will be able to handle it. Keinwyn points out that he always beats his scenarios before he submits them, so we know it's possible. Alright, let's start with ne poids of taxes. Normally I set my wage to 2 above Rome. I'm wondering if that can even afford that cost, but I'll do it anyway. So I cannot even start mining this out. Well, no, that's not true. I was going to say I can't mine it out until I placate the natives. But what I can do is simply build around the natives. They don't lay claim to everything, just most of it. Is that even true? I could have a little niggle of mining here. No, well, no, they claim that land as their own as well. Is any of this claimable? They come up by 3. 1, 2, 3. Might not be. What about over here? Is any of this mineable? Sure looks like it's not. The concern grows. I never normally rotate the map, but I guess I better this time. Hey, would you look at that? I can slam down 2 iron mines, and I don't have to pay the native tax, which is a building that costs 100 denarii and uses up 20 workers. So I think we're going to get our immediate iron mining goodness done here. So yeah, that's going to be our initial iron mine. One of my problems is, can't I export some of these weapons? Oh wait, nobody buys my bloody weapons. Ah, well that brings up further problems because I really want to export marble as well. Oh. The need for marble is dire. Let's see, you buy 1, you buy 1, you buy 1. That's 45 freaking marble I can export. That's a lot of money. Assuming the map maker didn't change any of the starting prices. At a glance, everything looks vanilla. Marble is really, really good, by the way, as an export. The only problem is it takes twice as long to mine out marble than it does anything else, which makes sense considering it's essentially a finished good in itself. But yeah, receiving 140 per marble, I'm going to want to max that out as soon as possible, so I might actually be making that a priority. Damnation, there's a lot I want to do, and if I just had more starting money, I would do it. It's horrifying that I have to spend almost 1,000 clearing out land. What I could do is slum it up. I know I just said that my intention is not to slum it up, but the starting income that I can generate off of marble might be so important that I need to slum, because there is slummable area here. And if I had taxes to 0 and I pay a little bit above Rome, what I could do is just set up a slum right next to the road to Rome and immediately mine out maximum. Yeah, I'd rather have them be a tax base, but I think given the money that I can make on marble and on importing wood and processing it into furniture, I might have to say goodbye to my initial plan there. Oh no, don't tell me Alpha's raising his act and I'm going to miss it. Oh well, that's what the VODs are for. I really hate to admit it, but I think I have to immediately change my plan based on what we see here. I have to build a slum. Slums suck for population density. Like, they're really freaking bad. But needs must. He clearly waited for you to do it. Yeah, well, Alpha's a monster. More news at 11. I haven't seen tent slums in over a year. Back to his roots. Well, there's the thing. I think the sign of a good governor is someone that doesn't rely on tent slums. Well, one of the many signs of a good governor is one who doesn't rely on tent slums. But the situation being how it is, I really don't see a better solution. Because I'd have to spend all of my money tearing this down, give them infrastructure. There's just no money for that. I think there's a lot more money to be made in just maxing out export as quickly as I can. Dum dum. Forgive me, game. I am committing Caesar 3 sins here. Okay. So what I am asserting here is that I could build a whole bunch of crappy houses. Each one of these can support 5 population, which is pathetic, by the way. Like, really, really freaking pathetic. And I will transform this in time. But for now, this is a necessity. I'm not even sure which of these are going to be good for mergers, and I don't think I care all that much. A single engineer post should be able to patrol all the way around this. Is there anything else I need to even worry about for these people? Yeah, well, there is the small issue of the gods. I don't particularly care about Ceres or Neptune or Mercury. No, I will care about Mercury. And I will definitely care about Venus. Don't think I care about Mars. This is a peaceful map. I don't think Mars can do diddly to me. So let's just placate these 2 gods for now. I don't actually know. Can Mars send an invasion on a peaceful map? It's been so long since I've even had to consider just pissing off Mars for no good reason. Do we not even want 2x2 mergers? 1, we don't really care. And 2, I need to maximize the speed at which I get people into this city, and mergers slightly slow that down. I think this will be fine for now. I think you can send a blue pants tribe. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Yeah. Yeah, here you go, Mars. Get off my back. Alright, let's get some initial people in here. How many did I even build here, anyway? Well, I will be building more, but all in due time. Yeah, I'm actively avoiding mergers here, is what I'm doing. Just to bring in as many people as quickly as I can. So I'm making sure that none of these actually form a 2x2. Housing is expensive, by the way. Just these housing plots. They're definitely not free. I don't think I'm even going to bother watering them, by the way. Might be cost effective, might be a pain in the arse. Who knows? But I need some initial population. Oh, wait, what? Oh, damn! I mixed them up again. I guess that doesn't really change anything. I thought this was where they come from, but no, they always come from the red one. I always imagine red as exit. I think the first curse kills your troops, the second curse is Blue Pants Tribe, roger that. So we're just barely not building on the land that they consider to be their own.
I've heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer.
And as you can see, they're all coming one batch of people, one tent. I don't know how the game decides how many people are immigrating at a time. I often just see either 1 or 5. Yeah, see, that one's 5 people. That one's 1 person. 5 people, 1 person. How does it decide? This is super advanced stuff that you wouldn't normally care about, just maxing out the amount of people that come in immediately. But I do care, so how does it work? Who knows? As soon as I have enough unemployment, I'm going to want to care about missionarying these people. Now, interesting thing about missionary, he has an extremely long range on his influence. To the point where if I build him on the inside here, he is actually going to stop these people from chimping out. So I reckon I put him here, he'll take care of that, and then we start mining this stuff so hard. I'm actually a little off on this. I'll need to put the road down a little differently. 1, 2, 3. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. But I also need the stuff around the back of it. I need everything mined out of this. Just kind of crazy, but the money is so important to me. Same with this as well. Alright, doesn't change the mission here. Get it? Mission. In that case, can I not just put it somewhere that is adjacent to the most extreme? 1, 2, 1, 2. Alright, so put it on that guy. Alright, there's our mission post. I'll take care of that. It's either an entire family or one dad who went to get the milk. Yeah, I don't actually know how it works. Okay, this guy's going in the wrong direction.
Greetings. My teaching of Rome's benefits seems to be sinking into these rather frightening barbarians.
You're going to Romans. Oh, highly amusing. Right, but I will also want a similar loop that comes and touches on this for even more extraction of value. Horrifying, I know. He goes there, I get the marble, we get the marble for export, fine. Well, he's placated this guy at the very least, but he needs to placate the other guy, so... Oh, perfect, he's going north. And the population continues to come in, because I'm going to need all of them working hard, and there we go, placated. And with that, we can start plugging out all of the marbles. I have 33 people, that's 1, 2, 3... 4 of you right there. And yes, I did incorrectly build this. Shame on me. How many of these am I going to need anyway? If I want to max out exports, and I am counting the sea routes as well, the sooner we get those filled up, the better. There are 30 to be done there. That's 45. 45. One of these does 0.4 per month. 0.4 per month is 4.8 per year. I need 10? 10 of these things to get all of my export quotas done. And I've currently got 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess 9 is okay. It's acceptable. We'll call it acceptable. The problem is I don't really have the spare employees for this, and it's a long time before I will. I guess it's fine if I put it over here, right? Well, I don't have a problem with it, so it'll do. Do I even agree with what I just said? Because a lot of it needs to be done by sea. I could have 2 getting warehouses that just constantly get the marbles. That makes sense to me. That makes a lot of sense to me. Because it's not exactly a high amount that gets sent out. Which does mean that that position is agreeable. Okay, okay, very good. Well, it's not very good, but it'll have to do. Oh, Jesus. This map is intolerable already, and I've only just started. I'm well aware that there is no access to labor for these people yet. But we can just go around it like that. It's not a problem if my walkers start doing weird loop-de-loops around, because they'll always have access to labor one way or the other. We just begin the mining out of the quarries as swiftly, as greedily as we can. Caesar's going to throw a bender at me next. Ah! Wait, what was that? to the almost competent one. Plebeians in Rome are already getting more money. Okay, good. Good, that's wonderful. I love paying my people more money. Salutations, have you heard or considered playing Terra Invicta? It emerged from EA a month ago. I watched some run of it and I wasn't very impressed, so no. Don't think I'll be touching that one. I love building close to the entry point because it means that these workers just, or the labor force, they just immediately enter as soon as possible. Wait, what? How? Okay, so it's been not even half a year and we've already had double trigger of Rome paying more wages. So inflation back in Rome is rife. Good to know. Good to know. I wanted to say the revitalized Caesar streams are joined 2026. Thanks, Jake. Yeah, I love my Caesar.
If I don't get some food soon, I'm leaving this city.
That is an empty threat. He will not leave the city. They don't care about food. Jesus. I'm really concerned at the zero money I'm making. And the zero money that I will continue to make for a while. If I don't get some food soon... Brilliant Scottish there. If Caesar doesn't get his weapons soon, I'll be leaving his employment. Gotta think about the layout of this, though. Maximize the iron mining. It comes along here. That much is a given. And again, 1 and 1 and 1. All right, so you're going to come along here. There and there. That's fine. And then... 1 and 1 and 1. That means that the road is going to come around the back of you. Kind of. There, and one goes in there. And I guess we're going to be sticking you around here, so as long as it comes out that far, you're good as well. Alright, so essentially it's going to be something like that. I'm already out of money, by the way, which is quite the position to be in.
You got through those funds quickly. Try to make these new funds last longer.
I will try. Admittedly, he did give me some bailout money. 1,500. I will concede that to Torag. I think I just connect these, but I will likely want another engineer post. Just to cover all my bases. It'd be kind of nice if the mission post also came down here, but you don't trust mission posts. They're not a building that you ever trust. The reason being that they have very short ranges on their walkers. Let's just shove some extra people over here. I know I'm going to need them one way or another. What an abusive map.
Hail! I can see there's a lot of work to be done teaching these barbarians the merits of Rome's benevolence.
Just get over here, take care of them. Oh, barely, but he does it. All right, good enough for me. Curiously, if he needs to walk over to there. I hope he never doesn't walk that way. I've had it happen before where he just, as I build up the city, he decides to stop walking where I need him to go, and then the natives tear down my home. But it's just life and limb. Caesar doesn't wait around, and I shouldn't either. Let's get our iron built up right now. Please accept the marble. I didn't waste any production. They're all ready and waiting, but that's okay. As soon as I have marble waiting to be sold, I will open up trade. And I'm going to want a lot of this stuff, as I mentioned before. Pretty much as many as I have employment for. My heart bleeds for these poor bastards that live in absolute squalor, working down the mines for me. Truly. How many did I say I needed to fulfill all demand? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I think it might be one too many. I'll get rid of one. I should run the numbers. I need 45. I need 4.8. So actually 10 of them's fine. But a little bit of overproduction to make up for lack of initial production is a good idea. Anyway, we've got our first bit of marble, so we open up route to Kaleva. And we begin the exports, every drop of marble that we can. And we already start considering how we make more money. I would quite like to get furniture industry off the ground as well. 500 people already? What a time to be alive. Who buys the furniture, by the way? You do. It's only 350 to open with Lindum, and they buy a lot of furniture. Could I just do that over here? I don't see why I couldn't. Put down a warehouse over here. Tell it to import timber. And then get my furniture workshops going. The problem is that's yet more money that I don't really have to get started. So we're going to have to wait until we export our first batch of marbles. The marble madness begins.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Well, as long as they're top quality.
I'm so glad to be Roman. You should see what these barbarians get up to in their huts.
Should we, though? Alright, I reckon I can easily soak up the incoming employment. These all look pretty full. I would like more people living here so I can get more people working. You're going to eat up 8 of these. I should make over $1,000. Ceres is upset. That's okay. Ah, lovely, lovely, lovely money. Okay, good, 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 good. Start importing some timber, please. This will be the home of the timber and the furniture. And we begin the exports of said furniture. I am called the Furnisher of War in this scenario, after all. 5 of them should be enough. Alright, 5. Just looking at the amount of unemployment that I have to soak up here. They're going to sell me the furniture. The lumber, rather. It's 50 denarii a pop, so let's not be too gung-ho on these. And with my first fat stack of cash, I would really like to... Oh, crap. The iron mines need to begin the processing into weapons, which I do not have the spare labor for right now. Or really the spare money, so I need more filthy Romans working here. Just slam down a lot of additional housing for them. Wherever I can. He does not mess around, and that is going to keep on coming. So there we go. Get these people in, get them working. Once I have some spare... What was that? Employees needed. I know that, but we are attracting the right kind of people.
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
Can't really afford any more lumber. I might have to turn that off.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality?
I really can't afford any more right now. Let's Caesar accepting of lumber. Good.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Again, as long as they're top quality, that's okay. Next year, I think, is vital. I need to get an army to kill the wolves, and I need to sell off as much seaborne marble as I can. Where are those wolves, by the way? They're here. Are there any around here? Who's to say? More tents than California. Oh god, I saw that. California is... Ugh. Ugh. I feel like I catch something just by thinking about the place. I reckon you should accept the weapons for now, just so I have somewhere to shove them. I don't really want to spare an additional warehouse for weapons just yet. Since we're going to start some seaborne trade, I should begin placating Neptune. So there you go, Neppy. We don't care about Ceres yet. So there's no point in paying money to keep her happy. Alright, we have some furniture. Gonna wait till next year, though. That trade route's going to cost money, so I'd really rather have some extra marble-related income before I start spending. Because if I go into extra debt, I have a funny feeling I'm going to lose some incredibly vital favor with Toga Boy. He doesn't demand too many weapons right now, just 4. So as soon as these things all have them out, we'll be okay.
I don't know why I bother.
So, how did I manage to forget hospitals? Or clinics, rather. It's like the easiest thing to remember, and I keep forgetting it. There we go. Yeah, I somehow forgot a clinic. Fortunately, the purge wasn't that bad. It does cost me money, though, but what doesn't? Oh, dearie me. Yeah. How? You always do? I don't always. But I did this time. Oh, please.
I don't know why I bother with this route. They don't buy anything or have anything they want to sell me.
I really, really need you to buy my expensive marbles right now, please. Make space for the weapons that I need to give to Torag as well. Why are you not?
I don't know why I bother.
Please.
I love coming here. Business is going very well.
My business is not going very well. Please buy my my marbles so I can start selling my furniture and doing even more industry. I don't specifically need to buy my bombs, but it could be useful. Like, I'm just barely in the black right now. Alright, there we go. What a relief. Right, Toga Boy gets his weapons. A little tempted to just slam down another weapon warehouse, but you know, it wouldn't be there for one. Alright, alright. With the money, I need to open up this trade route and start selling my furniture. And I guess if that's happening, I need to continue the imports of timber. And then as soon as I have anything that resembles a decent amount of cash, I need to build up a fort, which I established was going to be going here. And then we need to go over here and start selling our marble by water as well. And we hope to hell that the marble doesn't tank in price. There we go. And the barracks, well, it goes anywhere, so I'll shove it here. Steady now, steady.
No, I love coming.
I actually cannot afford to import more timber right now. I need these people to buy my furniture. I might actually go into debt this turn of the month. I shouldn't have bought that timber until I sell this furniture.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Please buy it right now. Okay, phew! Phew! That was just in time. Because my costs aren't nothing. Okay, that's more reassuring. Let's keep the timber flowing in then. Timber comes in, furniture goes out, I pocket the difference. Any other switcheroos I could do at this early point? Not without opening seaborne trade, because I can't sell pottery. But they'd buy pottery, they'd buy quite a lot of things that I'd like to sell. The furniture is not a concern, I already max sell furniture by this land trade route. But yeah, right, what can I reasonably expand at this point then? Remember, I also intend to turn this into a... What I could do is actually wall off the wolves. I don't want to. I hate walling off wolves. My issue is walling wolves in, but walling them out I don't have a problem with. And that would allow me to build over here and start doing exports, which is of vital importance. Let's see, we have a low bridge over here, a dock here, to where... see, one of my problems here is that I really need this area for housing. So maybe I can't afford 2 docks. 1 dock might have to do. Yeah, like a dock here and then connection to the warehouse on that side. Whatever the case, I need to get my industry going further. Well, the wolves do need to die eventually, but for now I'm just going to keep them out. And that will allow me to, of course, get my dock right here. Looks like I'd have this here or here. Is there any advantage one way or the other? I don't know yet, but I'll slam you here for now. How much is it to open these seaborne trade routes? 450 and 550. It's quite expensive. Not intolerably so, though. I still don't like eating into valuable building space over here, so I'm contemplating putting the warehouses on this side. Because I don't think I'm going to use this as an area for my insulae for quite some time. And I think it's safe to assume that these trade prices will collapse. The more I think about it, the more I think it's a little too easy as it is right now. And I have been told that the start is oppressive. Alright, so here's how I'm seeing this. And build you out here. Your job is to get marble. Your job is to get marble. Gonna start considering labor tenting. Actually, you know what? We really don't care about mergers here. Just slam them down like so. We care about them even less because this is a northern map, so things don't just collapse for no good reason. I can sell vegetables, by the way, so I would really, really like to consider selling Lutetia my veggies. Look at that pottery. There must be some catch to this pottery. I worry about the price of clay. I really worry about the price of clay. There's a lot we can import, export. Then again, I also worry about the price of lumber with that in mind. Dum dum dum. Easy does it now. Gotta be careful not to buy
Good day to
loads
you.
of lumber
Can I
here.
interest you in some top quality goods?
You gotta buy my furniture first, laddie. Do I have the excess labor for this? 12, 32, 40 something. No, not really. Because some idiot let everything burn down. That was not an insignificant cost in this tight early game. I really can't accept any more timber right now. I've got to watch that budget and keep Toga Boy happy. It's weird how in so many games pre-modern hospitals mitigate or prevent plagues as if they're handing out vaccines. I feel like I read that earlier. But yeah, one little doctor clinic is all you need at the start. You just have to not forget him. And true enough, I forget him very often. Rome desires weapon. I knew it. I absolutely knew it. Okay, so pottery export has just become not really worth my time. I pay 80 to make 140. That's 60 profit, but the space, the labor, I don't think it's worth it. Not currently, at least. Please don't tell me I've already sold all of my marbles. I have sold all of my marbles. Okay, might be having to go into debt no matter what. Oh, well, maybe we'll be okay. I have to open up this trade route. There's no two ways about it here. Ooh, I don't like that. You need a quicker way over to this warehouse. That'll do. Both of you need to go and get that. Alright, I have this going. As soon as I have marbles over here, I'm going to open up the trade route. Okay, Caesar's actually grateful for what I've done. Amazing, never thought I'd see the day. These guys are going to grab all these marbles, which is going to allow everything, including the additional weapons, to come on in. But as soon as it's down here, we begin. The weapons are actually going to be stuck there
In the city.
until there's more space. But that's okay. It means they just immediately deliver it when these marble guys get their stuff. Ceres is unhappy, but that's okay. We anticipated that. Now I can open up with Lutetia and sell them some marble. And then as soon as I have more money, I sell other stuff. Although we don't just sell marble, do we? We sell every vegetable that we can. I mean, if it can go, it goes. I need more wood, but as I'm sure you can tell, I don't really have space for wood. Okay, we have the money to open up all the trade routes. Let's get that money flowing. Let them come in, let them buy all of my freaking goods. You'll also buy vegetables. Interesting. I might be able to shift a lot of vegetables. It's not a huge markup good, but it's something. It is indeed something. I gotta buy in more timber, but I need some dosh first. Selling these marbles will certainly earn me some dosh. There we go. Oh yeah, there we go. Keep it coming, keep it coming. Alright, great. Import that timber. Shove the timber over here. I really want to get away from my slum. How's the army doing? Poorly. Very poorly. Well, they'll be oorahing their way forward before we know it. Toga Boy's shipment is ready. We immediately make space. Don't want to keep that old tow rag waiting. Now, the problem, of course, is that demand grows very, very quickly. I need a lot of people for that. I need a lot of money to get the people for that. Basically, what I have right now is not going to cut it for much longer. I'm going to expand my weapon industry post-haste. Just so we're ready for Caesar's egregious demands. And I think at this point I'm okay putting down another warehouse and make it exclusively for weapons. I don't like it being there, though. Maybe shove it on the corner here. There we go. I was only combining them because of lack of budget and space. Now we should be a little bit better on those fronts.
Another successful voyage. The profit from this place makes the seasickness bearable.
Haha, indeed. Right, can I cram in a few more people before I get too desperate? A few more. Not many more, though. Just so we're not lacking employees at all. Okay, okay. There's such pressure on these weapon shipments, you have no idea. So I'm looking forward to having a full 16 javelin people. And then, you know, I'm not even sure they're going to be able to take care of those wolves, but I can move them down and see what they can do. As soon as they take enough of these marbles, this guy moves along and goes and picks up more.
Another successful voyage. The profit from this place makes the seasickness bearable.
So I definitely overproduce marble, but that is intentional because early on, as you can see, I have not yet fulfilled all the quota. So I wanted to make sure I had loads of it backed up to immediately fill it up. I can get rid of the marbles when things balance out a bit more. Or, of course, when the inevitable collapse of marble price comes. I feel like that's something else that's going to come. Actually, I wonder if there's anything that isn't going to be pressuring me on this bleeding run. How many squads could you make with 256 weapons? A full 6 load of properly armed legionnaires would not be a problem with that. Here's a slight problem. It's December. I am looking really solvent. Caesar's going to come and take loads of money away in tribute if I don't spend a bunch of that money. Yeah, because my trade receipts are through the roof here, so I need to start spending this money. So what do? I think, knowing that a big part of my plan is to extend this area, I'm going to mow down much of the trees that are in my way. Much, but maybe not all of them. Because this does cost. I should definitely get rid of the trees that are in my way here. The trees have no real use outside of aesthetics, which is a pretty good use. But on a map like this, hell no. You just absolutely destroy the place. I know I need the space at some point. And by spending this money, Caesar can't touch it. Because he wants to take a proportion of the amount of money that you have left over from your profits. I'm going to have to build on this area as well, so let's just preemptively cut all this down. Except the trees that block the wolves. Where the heck are the wolves up here? Ah, they're down there. That's fine then. Gosh, they are all over the place, aren't they? Once upon a time, I had a trick up my sleeve for killing native buildings, but they fixed it in Julius. Don't know why they fixed it in Julius, right? It existed in the original game, and Julius, even when they fix bugs, they give you options to not have those bugs fixed. I think they just got it in for me. Okay, is there anything else I want to tear down? Bear in mind, I don't want to spend all of my money here, just enough to keep Caesar off my back. That'll do for now. There we go. So we keep the marbles coming in, keep selling the marble. Gosh, I'm still way too in the black here. No, Toga boy, I'm poor. Really poor. I got nothing to give you but blood, sweat, and tears. And it's not even my blood. It's definitely my tears, though. Alright, there we go. 1,000 civies. Oh, that's right. I have crops now. Maybe, just maybe, I shouldn't make Ceres so incredibly unhappy. Yeah, that's all 5 gods placated, at least for now. Up until about 1,500 people, a small temple will placate them all.
Another successful voyage. The profit from this place makes the seasickness bearable.
That was actually really, really good on getting my exports fulfilled there. We did 15 on marble out of 15, 24 out of 40 on furniture, 15 out of 15 on marbles here, 9 out of 15 here, and with a wee smidgen of vegetables, which are not that important. The money made on vegetables isn't great. But yeah, that was good. That was really rather good. Did Toga Boy demand more weapons? Not yet. Okay. How is destroying barbarian huts an exploit? He's Rome! It's like the #1 thing! If only. Right, tell you what, we're gonna make our first save. Furnisher of War, Stream 01. Not that we plan on doing any reloads here, but it just gives me peace of mind. You wouldn't deny me peace of mind, would you? I'm still a little bit more solvent than I want to be, considering, well, everything. Maybe I could start constructing the housing over here. Despite all this lovely arable land, we just have to ignore it, right? The main priority is to fit in as many small insulae as possible here. Da-da-da-dun, da-da-da-dun. He's thinking. He's still thinking. He's thinking how to maximize what we have going here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 is already pretty darn good. Could I perhaps 1, 2, 1, 2? Could I perhaps like swing this out just a little bit more for services? And give us a 1, 2, maybe even a 3? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think a 1, 2, 1, 2 makes more sense here. Sadly, this is just a 1 tile wide thing. Just have to make do with that. Can shove things like prefects in there. Undoubtedly, we're going to have a granary on this spot right here. Lines up very nicely with that single bit of water that comes out there. I'm alright with that. Okay, this should work okay. Can jam a reservoir. Not thrilled with the reservoir placement. That is good actually. That's a great place for a reservoir. Yeah, because I don't plan on building housing over here. It's too close to the dock. Docks are, unsurprisingly, disgusting places to live near. Everything's disgusting around here, but that's their problem. So yes, this is going to be my first half-decent plebeian area. I'm going to shove small insulae here. Wait a minute. Small insulae require pottery. Clay is devilishly expensive already. I still think that'll be profitable on tax paying, but it comes with a lot of problems. One of the big ones being I'm going to have to massacre these tents. Because the tents are going to be unhappy at the prospect of paying taxes. Which actually means as I build this, I'm also going to have to build this, or else I won't have the labor force to keep the weapons industry alive. Which is a real concern. Full of concerns. Okay, I'm really keen for it to be next year, please. So I know Toga Boy's not going to be on my back for... Yeah, there we go. He took his tribute. If he takes any tribute, he will not have your guts for garters over not paying tribute. Your slow progress towards meeting the goals that Rome has set you annoy the Senate and has reduced your favor. Ridiculous. Your slow progress. It's been 2 years. 2 years and a shoestring budget, and I've already set up a half-decent trade empire. I love the commentary and talking through your thinking, Jake, says Coitus Muffin. Well, good, because I've got a lot of thinking that I have to do for this devilish map. Alright, let's get to work. You know what, I'm going to keep that saved for the start of the new year, because it's a great sign that we made it through. Yeah, these maps are really complicated, and one of the things that I find quite harrowing is I can't find this content anywhere. There's nobody out there that streams really difficult Caesar stuff. It's just me, so if I want to watch Caesar stuff, I have to watch my own stuff. There's like one other guy, Gamer Zach, but he doesn't do difficult maps, and he doesn't explain his thinking very well, and he's not actually very good at the game, but, you know, let's try and be positive here. The absolute greats at Caesar 3 don't stream. That's the sad thing. Can we reach these wolves? Yes, we can. Alright, so we're going to be very, very, very unsporting to these poor wolves. We'll kill as many as we can before inviting them over for a death session. By the way, they keep respawning. If any of them remain alive, they will continue to live. I'll set up a little bit here. They may or may not come for me. It's actually 2 groups of wolves, so I'm not keen on engaging them if I can avoid it, but they do need to die, so kill them I shall. I will try to kill them. Look at that, see, they're spawning there. Just want to make sure they're all bloody dead. Alright, they all appear to be dead. Return to the fort. I'll let them get patched up at the fort before we go on a killing rampage for the other wolves. Why do I have so much money? Am I just that good of a governor? I've sold 6 units of furniture, 15, 7, and 9 units of marble. So we really front-loaded our budget this year. Toga Boy has not yet demanded his weapons, but we know it's coming. I don't have any spare labor, unfortunately, so we need to invest this money really quickly in building this up. Unfortunately, that means fishing for mergers, because I really don't have the time or the money to spare for not fishing for mergers. Maybe fishing is the wrong term here. I'm going to put them where I know they can be. Fortunately, the pink pixel shows up a little bit easier on northern maps, which is what we're on. Unfortunately, I didn't pink pixel the fertile ground that has merger points. I couldn't actually tell them apart myself, let alone putting in the pink pixel for other people. There's not enough space here for mergers, is there? How many small insulae did I estimate my city having? I said 20. It's probably going to be a bit higher than 20, given the setup that we have here. This looks like it could have 30 of them quite comfortably. At the moment, my main priority is to get as many as I can. I also don't see my own pink pixel. If you hear the creaking of my god-awful made-in-China chair, it's because I'm looking really close at the map here, trying to figure out where in the buggery do I put these people. And yes, I'm sure you're thinking it. I am too. The reservoir is an undesirable neighbor. However, it's more immediately undesirable. It's not that undesirable from a few tiles away. And I'm also curious, what's the number on that? How undesirable is a reservoir? And the pink pixel, I've never seen it myself. Yeah, unless I stand completely still with the image, the encoding kind of destroys the pink pixel. Yeah, let's see. A reservoir is -6 at immediate range, -2 at range, -4 at range 2, and -2 at range 3. So it's a -4 for the housing that I'm going to be putting here. That's not insurmountable because my plan for this setup is to have medium statues up the middle for desirability. And the medium statues actually have pretty damn good desirability. I can also put a number to that. A medium statue is from range 1 to 4, 10, 8, 6, and 4. So a single one's going to knock out the down desirability from this, and there'll be more than a single one reaching them. Anyway, that's neither here nor there for what we're doing. I'm trying to get some people moving in here. This is a merger already. Wonderful. This is also a merger, I believe. Are they just all mergers? This is going to make my life a little bit complicated because this is not a greatly desirable area, but whatever. If they all want to merge there, they can all merge there. How about over here? Da, 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 da. That's a no. That's a yes, 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 and yes. That's pretty sweet. So this could be whatever. That's already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we've used the bad area for these mergers. That's a good sign, but you know, I do consider myself one of Rome's greatest. Alright, what are we thinking? That's a no. That's a yes, yes, yes. Maybe? No, that's a no, and that's a no. Yes, 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 no. Yes, yes, no. Yes, yes, no. Yes, yes, no. I think I'm 6.5 dozen here. Alright, let's just do it from here then. This is a whole lot of nope. So I really want to cram in a lot of high-level housing. It's okay not to build here, but with houses, by the way, because as we've established, this dock is really rather unpleasant to live near, so people not living here is good. Living here is good, though. To be clear, can I enjoy fountain life? Desirability over here could be a little unpleasant if I can't shove something desirable next to them. But I could put something here that'll keep them happy. Yeah, I think we can be thrilled with that. Could even have something over here to placate, because I wouldn't mind a statue right here. After 2x2 right there. Alright, alright, alright. I know, it probably just sounds like I'm mumbling about stuff that makes no actual sense, but believe me, it matters. It matters for building this accursed city. What a challenging map. What a deeply, deeply challenging map. Why does he sound so happy about it, though? I wonder. That's a no. Sorry, I think I'm smashing my face against the microphone here. If that's a no, but that's a yes, then sure, let's have that. And they're not too far away from the roads either, so that's actually working out very nicely for me. If I can have someone there, I'm very, very happy, because then the granary can go here and all is very well. Don't actually know if I can shove somebody here, but let's assume that we can, because I want to. Quite agreeable. How many do we get here, then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15... 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. That's already above the 20 expectation, and I already want to push it higher because I know that I want to have obscene amounts of people here if I can possibly nail it. Sadly, this is not, you know, a football match. That makes no sense. But it's not what we're looking for still. That's the old pinky pixel right there. Do I want to shove people here? Also, can I shove people here? The answer is yes and yes. Desirability might be a bit of a pain in the bum, but we can live with that. Oh nay. Oh, there's a lot of oh nay here. I also made it very awkwardly sized, didn't I? Yeah, because it's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here instead of 4. And if I push it out to make it even there, then I open myself up to other bad things. It's kind of bad all the way down, isn't it? I'm gonna take a chance on you. I'm not actually sure if that's good enough. This seems good enough, though. I can put some service buildings here. Contemplating doing this, actually. I'm going to need some extra 3x3 space, so let's just do that. Because in the end, I am going to need a... Not a hippodrome, hell no. I'm going to need an amphitheater over here. That seems reasonable. So does that. Oh, that seems very, very reasonable. I like that a lot. But ultimately, we're going to have farming being done over here. And I'm sorry, farms, it's going to have to be crappy tent labor for you. I cannot spare you better than that. Can I? We sure I can do better than that. This one rock does so much damage for the possibility of cramming in lots and lots of people here. But somehow I can't help but feel that I can do better than this. I'm going to believe in myself. Because I think you should never be so attached... Oh, wait, we don't do wheat here. Vegetables for these folks. You shouldn't be so attached to your loops. Loops are really good in these impression games, but if you constrain yourself to that, you're going to miss out on a lot of opportunities to build better. And what I'm seeing is a possibility to have a tail end here that contains more housing. Because this is dead space right here, right? It would not be difficult to bring desirability and water, and then have more housing over here, which will also act as labor. Yeah, it might be a little bit difficult to get them services, but it's only small insular. They don't need a ton of them, and they can get the entertainment from walkers over here. So my strong suspicion is that I can shove more housing over here. Is a short hop army SFX in the plan? Oh, putting in Sombra saying short hops, not when I can say... Nah, I like having authentic Roman lines. Unfortunately, in terms of cramming more people in, there's a lot of no and more no here already. But that does mean I could put in a couple of services here. Yeah, if that's a no, and that is a no, but that is a yes. And I'm fairly certain that is a yes as well. That is a no for certain. I would like some of them over here, though. Alright, let's see. Oh, crumbs. Undo that. Didn't realize, but I can't actually build here. If I want a 2x2, it has to be there, and that's not happening. Okay, I could always fish for something else, but I don't see that happening. What I need to do is get all my veggies over here in good order. Now, here's another question. How many did I say I'd built here? Let's assume it's 30. That means I'm going to need about 15 vegetable farmers here. 15, huh? That's quite a lot. Something I really wish. Of all the things I would love to plan, it is mostly farming. Ugh. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I mean, that's 15. Couldn't hurt to have a 16th, I suppose. Couldn't hurt, he says, but he's not entirely sure. I am not entirely sure they're going to be able to get to that granary in time from here. It's possible. It's plausible. But I worry a bit about it. Somebody did a calculation of like how far these guys can go per pusher. That's a little bit more than 32. It's more like 37 or so. But they won't get the access to labor that I need them to, so there's going to be some very unhappy tent labor around here. That's you, Sunshine, because if they go this way, they'll get access to labor here. Otherwise, everybody else gets that. And yeah, you do need your revengineering. And let's make sure there's doctoring going on before I completely forget about that. And let's not stick the doctor there. That might be needed for desirability. Alright, there we go. Oh, you son. Didn't see that coming. Okay, I anticipated an increase in the cost of lumber. I did not anticipate him hitting my margins on the export of furniture. That is really rather painful, though. I pay 50 per lumber and I only make 110 on selling the furniture. So the profit's been reduced to 60, down from 100. Ow. Well, pray they don't fall further. Toga Boy's currently not making demands. We're stockpiling a whole bunch of weapons.
Bah! I don't know why I bother with this route. They don't buy anything or have anything they want to sell me.
Now that seems a bit unfair, my friend. We're going to make do with one dock. I really don't want to jeopardize further the area that I have here. Price is going down. That's good news for the people. I'm not concerned about the people. I'm concerned about me. Alright, we have our entire regiment once again. Their health is very good and their morale is above average. How good does the morale get when they're not academy trained? I think above average is probably the best I can expect for them. Let's get them to work. They're going to lob javelins all the way up that cliff, and then I'm going to have to move into melee range to deal with whatever remains.
I've heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer.
You're busy not engaging with those wolves. Get to work. Well, that's strange. Why are they not getting to work? How strange. Let me try this. Let me further try this. One thing I noticed is that you connect some buildings with roads and some not. What is the reason for that? You're going to have to explain which buildings you mean. And what you mean by connect with roads. Give me an example in this city, by the way. What have I not connected with roads? Reservoirs don't need roads. These farms have roads. These houses have roads. And just about everything has roads. There are certain situations, I just can't think of them to hand without an example. The granary has road access. It's got roads coming in from three directions as well.
Could you spare a little bread? I haven't eaten for so long.
Oh, careful now. The wolves are on the prowl, sire. Uh-oh, the other wolves being on the prowl would be really devastating for us. We're gonna die. Yeah, my units are gonna die. Return. Alright, so let's just cordon off those wolves and never speak of them again. I think I took out one group of them. I hope I took out one group of them, otherwise they're all going to respawn. I need my my pathetic javelineers to regain their composure before they go and engage again. Non-academy trained javelineers are really quite crap at taking out wolves. Sorry, like parts of the city are separated with a road between... Ah, that's an excellent point. Yes, you're right. Quite often I separate areas and I don't connect them to by road. Because you don't need to, right? This is a place where I just cram in a lot of crap level housing because their job is to work the mines until they drop dead. Sounds good for me, because it is good for me. Let's just expand our weapon making operation while we can. There is no reason to connect these two areas by road, none at all. For one, that's quite a long walk. Not many walkers would just idly go. Warehouse workers can go off-road to grab from another warehouse, so I don't need the road connection there. And there's no other reason, right? The immigrants come in without a road. We're going to have local food production. Just no need for a road connection. Perhaps another way to look at it is only put a road connection if you need it. Because road connections can cause complicated things to happen. For example, the marble quarries here would travel across a road to go and deliver to these warehouses, which I don't necessarily want them to do. It might be a waste of time for them. And market goers will cross over roads to go and grab goods that you might not want them to have. So by not building roads, it's a very good way of segregating parts of your city that you don't want connected. Speaking of wanting things, Toga Boy is already on my case for 16 weapons, but I am ready for him. But that means his next shipment's going to be 32 weapons, which I am not ready for. Currently. Maybe I should work on getting a bit more ready. I think I'm going to slack it on my marble production with a view to improving my weapon production. Alright, and I'm not going to be coy about my mergers here. If I can get them, I want them very quickly. Oops, the wrong place for you to merge there, didn't I? Oh well, it'll be okay, probably. Mergers are generally good, which is why I try and go for them whenever I can. And I'm doing a little method here to control the mergers and get my immigrants coming in a little bit faster, which I need for all the work that I need them to do. And indeed, I need them to do even more work. I'm shy 44 workers right now. But we'll get these people fed, we'll get them watered. We will get them ready to contribute towards Rome's thriving economy. I wonder if I could get away with moving this road slightly and then cramming in another house here. Yeah, there's arguments for and against it, so I won't do it. Yeah, Caesar 3's walker system is quite awful. The walker systems usually are.
There's malnutrition everywhere, yet no food to treat it.
Don't think I knew what malnutrition was when I first played this game. I got very confused when I heard the word posterity because I thought it was prosperity from Caesar. But you know, learning words is hard. Still struggle with it today. I really, really want these guys' food supplies built up so I can massively build this up. Well, I say massively, it's not really that big. The frustrating part is how to contain this whilst also building up my plebeian housing here, because I do need to jump towards Grand Insulae. Pretty much as soon as these guys are small insulae, I need to go for Grand Insulae over here. And that's troubling because this is a backbone of my economy right now. Could I perhaps transition to a single warehouse over here? Not really. Maybe what I could do is just have one single getting warehouse here. Stop this one from doing what it does. Yeah, that makes sense. So we'll empty this one out entirely. So I can get rid of it, because I suspect I need to just consolidate down to just you. In a way, it would be good, actually, if marble exports collapsed. Well, no, it would be bad, but if it did happen, it would make it a lot easier for me to just destroy this. But that's not going to happen. Need to set up food industry, get it over here for Grand Insulae. At least I have some money for doing so, and I anticipate having buckets of ducats next year. It's just a case of hiding those ducats from Caesar. Merge, perfect. Now I can put you in there, and you will merge. Why didn't I put any mergers over here? Why did I not even consider putting mergers here? Look at all this unutilized space. I'm sure I can use it. Oh man, I messed up here. There's a whole bunch of housing I could have here. I assume. I can't actually tell if it's arable land. I don't think it is. Let's assume that it's not, in which case you're a merger. You're a merger. You may or may not be a merger. Let's test you out. Try and see if we can work with this. And I didn't use this land, but a little awkward to water, isn't it? So I don't think I will try. Are you telling me I didn't try any of this, though? I think I looked at it and decided it didn't work. Alright, that's fine. We'll try and get them there, though. Keinwyn says they all merge. Oh, excellent. In that case, I'll water them not now, but later. I want to get all these other people up to speed, so to speak. I'm going to put one extra watering hole here just so that I can... Ah, damn, no, I do need you. You cover so much of everything. But yeah, you there will do a lot of good for me. In that case, don't put that there. I'll put this here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, blip and bloop. And then there's a case of you, but you can be solved with that. That is even better, it hits more of you. Then there are these guys, and luck be upon me, they all merged. Of course, we know it's nothing to do with luck. But they will need more water. That'll take care of it nicely. Yeah, the thought occurs that I could rearrange the road to get one more farm in here. The question is, do I need it? I struggle to see a good reason not to do it. Especially if I'm putting in more housing here. Which is exactly what I'm doing. Oh, right. Population has gone up, and the gods are not happy. Wow, they're all really quite unhappy, aren't they? Let's not ignore the fact that there was an engineer post there. I'm going to want that back. And let's also not be ignoring the gods altogether. Ceres. Neptune. Mercury. I hate to god ghetto, but Mars and Venus. Hey, you know what? We have access to oracles, don't we? Hot diggity damn. To make life slightly better, I can do this. Which will allow me to slam an oracle here, and it won't get destroyed. It's a very powerful oracle position. Oracles do not need to be adjacent to a road, but they will collapse if they don't get seen by an engineer. Which means you can put them 2 away from a road. And given that an engineer will walk here, that's 1, 2, 1, 2, still in range of the oracle. And it still leaves this 2x2 available for... Well, I would dare to say a marketplace, the best thing, considering it's right next to the granary. Yes, I do dare to say that. There we go. Could you guys hear Jake putting his face next to the monitor to examine the pixels? I'm the one that put them there. In vanilla, there are no pink pixels here. I put them there specifically to know where I can have mergers. Blighted by a recent swarm of locusts. That's fine. I knew what I was doing. Is what I'll claim. Apparently my loyalty will not be forgotten for remembering Caesar's huge amount of weapons. He doesn't want more yet, but we know he's going to want more. And at that point I'm going to need to expand production immensely. A problem has arisen once again. Oh, buggery, here's a big problem that's arisen. The wolves are back and there's more than I can handle. I think I'm going to want another fort. I don't want to. That's $1,000 dues I'm spending on dealing with freaking wolves, but I think I just build it anyway. Could it be built over here? I don't think there's space for it. Quite convinced I'm not going to be using this space for anything, though. Is there somewhere that I'm going to use for even less than nothing, though? Maybe I could shove it over here. There is road access. There you go. It's quite wasteful, but at least 2 loads of them will take care of it. And it's coming up to the end of the month, or end of the year, rather. So I don't want Caesar getting any funny ideas that he should take more in tribute than I think he's entitled to. And another good way to spend money is on building lovely, lovely statues. They're quite expensive. I will want them eventually anyway. And it just uses up all of this dosh. Where did I decide my amphitheater was going to be? Ooh, I've got pretty good space over here for it. Yeah, I mean, it's not great, but it's a pretty good place for it. Meaning I don't need to put it over there, meaning what I can do is shove another oracle right there. Wonderful. Yeah, tax write-offs, that's what we're doing. To be sure. The placement of all this really frustrates me. Maybe I should have another one over here. I'm really looking at this thinking it's not going to be enough food production, and I might be right, which is the worst thing I want to be here. Just gonna increase this a bit. They should easily get labor access, at least.
Greetings. There's a real shortage of workers here.
I'm working on it. There's a real shortage of tax income here.
If it was up to me, I wouldn't sail this way. This city never buys anything or sells anything.
Yeesh. Alright, how much did Caesar take in tribute? 503. Maybe I should have spent more money beautifying my area, because I can see some opportunity for gardening here. And a large statue over here. There we go. Hovel's a good one. Once everything is hovel, then I can proceed further. That will merge, and that will merge. How do I know? Well, I didn't actually, but Keinwyn knew. And we always trust Keinwyn around here. Rather frustratingly, I can't reach you without building something on a pretty valuable 2x2 tile. They are valuable, but I don't think it's too valuable to concern myself with. I really don't like that I used that space. But I think there's plenty enough to get all the small insulated I want here. Was there any possibility whatsoever of watering you without using that tile? Yes. Yes, there was. And I think the tile is so valuable that I'm going to put a reservoir here. And then shove water there for you. Just to water these guys right there. Gosh, the lands are very fallow for quite a while, but there we go. Now they're picking back up. Once I have my double army ready to go, we're going to murder those poor wolves, and we are going to vastly increase the production of weapons. Hopefully. I mean, we're really short on workers, and I need them over here. Unfortunately, we're almost as far away from the entry point as we can be, so it takes a while for people to arrive here. But, make do. Make do and ah. If only they knew they got their own reservoir. A reservoir only costs 80 denarii, and it doesn't require any workers. The main downside is that they're freaking huge, and they need to be adjacent to water. Diagonally adjacent is okay. This reservoir, right here, is just as good as one right here. And of course, and something I always thought was really cool in Caesar is that you can drag water along with aqueducts. Not something I often do, honestly, but still really cool. Alright, I need to think carefully about how I use my finances this year. I actually think maybe I should keep getting rid of that marble. Yeah, I will. I'm going to keep exporting marble as much as I can. Because it's April and we are not even close to... Well, actually, we're halfway through the month and halfway through our seaborne marble trade. Maybe it's not that bad. I feel like every month you can get 4 loads. That's 40 loads, which is plenty, right? Even so. Let's go and get some more marbles over here. I'm just anticipating the crash in the marble market, which might never come. As I said, I do not know the price switches here. I wanted to check it, but I thought it'd be more fun to roll with whatever proverbial punches we end up with in this map. Money left over, time to throw some swastika statues. I don't think we achieve much by putting them in the swastika formation. Won't be the first time I do it, mind you. Contemplating another marketplace. Oh, one thing I am going to need eventually is a warehouse with all the goods that I'm going to need. Well, it's only just pottery, isn't it? Oh, I wish I hadn't said the P word. How do we get clay again? Clay can come by land, which is very convenient because I want it centralized over here. Essentially, I want clay taken care of in the same way that we do this wood. Wood needed. We're in the northern map, Super 9518, so prefects are not needed to combat fire. They're still needed to combat revolters, which could happen. Probably will happen with my tax policy. Some of the tent people will be very unhappy, so I will put down some prefects just to bludgeon their heads in every now and then. I'm just looking at this, thinking what to do here, because I need pottery now. These guys are going to need pottery in order to level up, so to speak. It's just pottery that they'll be getting, so a little warehouse... yeah, probably a warehouse all the way over here. Not ideal, but it's what they're getting. Your job will be to get pottery. Doesn't change the fact that I need to start making pottery, and it's very, very expensive importing the clay for it. Dum-de-dum. Eventually I'm going to have to start tearing these down, so do I start now or not? Difficult. I'd really like to tear all this down and rebuild it, but of course that's a sizable bite out of my budget, which I'd rather not take at this point. Don't want to infringe on this building ground also all that much. What I can do rather easily is tear down this barracks once all is said and done, and it's a decent place to set things up because I can shove the pottery barns over here. decent, he says. Could also be done around here. You know, slam it in this corner, buy up the stuff, so labor access may be a problem. I'm gonna get rid of this so there's an easy walk path over here. And I will do this. Warehouse will go here. It's still uncomfortably far away, isn't it? I'm having second thoughts already, and I've only just had my first thought. Could I put it here, or is that blocked too much? Blocks a lot of getting around here. See, this is why a planning tool would be so nice. I don't want to build anywhere on this side. This is going to be needed for my plebes. Really, I just want to build it with my where barracks is right now. And I don't want to infringe on my exports of lumber right now because it's still profitable, even if it's not very profitable. 60 denarii a pop times quite a lot is still decent. I suppose it's not the end of the world just to move this in the future, is it? So let's just do it now. Because it's quite important that I have this stuff now. So you're going to be accepting pottery and clay. We're going to begin the agonizing process of importing clay. And we're going to somewhat agonizingly turn all of this into pottery barn. Workshop pottery times... Bye, Nikki.
I've got nowhere to live.
My heart bleeds for you, Nikki.
I've been thrown out of my home.
But you need to get out of the way. The pottery barns need to be erected. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Probably, yes. Alright. And that's more people working that I don't really have. We're waiting for them to move into their hovels. Get another marketplace down while the going is good. They don't need a lot to get to light insulate, which is why I just love that particular structure. Oh, something worth noting is that part of the point of building up over here was it's a really good place to put my gladiator school and my actor colony, and go figure I've left space for neither. Rather frustratingly, I would have space for one over here if these guys all moved up by one tile. Or moved down. Oh, that's extra frustrating. There's only just enough arable space for them all to be exactly where they are. I don't want to build there because it blocks the way in. I suppose it's not actually a big deal. Nobody's ever walking this way. These guys are going to walk that way to go and get their goods. So blocking this off isn't a consideration anymore. So I guess we just destroy this. We have our gladiatorial school over here. And then the actor colony is much less of a concern. I'll slam it down somewhere eventually. God knows where, though. Wonder if that merger went over here. Would that solve my problems? It would give me a whole 3x3 to work with. It may struggle on access to labor. Because it's nice when it's in the wedge like that, but when it's on the periphery, the walkers don't walk by it nearly as much as I want them to. Especially if they walk up this way. It's esoteric Caesar 3 mathematics at work here. Alternatively, where could my actor colony go? You might also consider that I have quite a lot of farms here. Maybe I have more than I need. Could they be moved back a bit? Yes, yes they can. Okay, okay. Observe. Observe my powers of agricultural gerrymandering. colony. Over you go. There. Really, this game's just a puzzle game in disguise. Same farms, same stuff, essentially the same layout, but now we get the actor colony and the gladiator school over there, which will eventually go and service a theatre and an amphitheatre over here to bring these guys up to small insulae. Money is looking relatively okay, unemployment is not. I need more people in my city on the freaking double. But on the plus side, we're beginning our very expensive clay imports to turn it into pottery.
I don't know why I bother with this route. They don't buy anything or have anything they want to sell me.
Is that right? We are jam-packed on...
There's no space for this lot anywhere in the city.
Jam-packed on weaponry. I really want to expand up here. But damn it, all this expansion requires labor, which I'd struggle to get. I still play 2 above Rome, and I don't tax my people. They've got to be happy about that. I mean, they're coming into the city. Oh, it's happening. Okay, so the marble that has kept my city standing has just collapsed in price. I lost 60 denarii profit on every shipment I do, so now we're down to 80. That's 80 income, not profit, because I have to pay my miners money for mining. Well, we knew it was coming, so I can't complain too much. What I can, however, do is preemptively reduce the amount of marble we're doing. Erect a second warehouse over here. We're going to need a ton of these warehouses down the line for weaponry. And just make sure that we always have space for more weapons. Time to transition to taxing. That is a problem, Zanzibar. Normally, yes. Hell, normally I would have started by going straight for taxing with my hovels. But the reason I can't really do that is because I'm still reliant on the mass of people that live in these disgusting tents to work down the mines. So I'm actually going to need a second reasonably high level plebeian block, which is going to be built here as soon as this one is up to insulae standards. Okay, I think now I can stop having you grab the marble because I need to transition this away. It's going to be a really painful transition to do to get rid of this and make space for our second high-level plebeian housing block. Oh, I wish I could add sawdust to these people's food. That'd make my life a lot easier.
I've heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer.
You will not be the one being a lion tamer. Desirability will continue to be a problem here. Let's just slam down the oracle. Hey, this actually looks like my city. Tents and hovels. By the water, no less. I love these. There was also that moment, right? You didn't immediately see this. The game would stop, and you'd hear the whir of the CD-ROM spinning around to load this particular animation. Good times.
Greetings. This city urgently needs more food.
I said good times. I wonder, are these things actually working at full pelt? I really think the ones at the back here are going to be inefficient. You can tell whether or not the cart pushers make it back in time for the next harvest. Like this guy, he's sitting at 100%, his cart pusher isn't back home yet. So yeah, these guys aren't doing their full amount. But that's why we slightly overbuilt them, is what I'll claim. It's quite important for me to shove in as many people here as possible, so whilst you are getting your pottery, I will already elevate these people to the lofty heights of... I wonder if I could get away with a school here instead of a library. Because the librarian can see to these people, no problem. They are going to need to have their taxes paid. We need the amphitheatre somewhere, and last I checked, this is somewhere. And I guess it'll be a theatre district. And as long as they have access to baths, that should be everything taken care of. I've even got spare space here, making me wish I could have jammed in more mergers. I wonder if the bathhouse lady will do the full loop from there. It would interest me if she would. Bathhouse workers are really chaotic. I don't know why. I don't think they have particularly shorter walks. Okay, 32 is the last of the reasonable requests that Caesar is ever going to make. His next requests are going to be absurd. So we really, really need to jack up the production of iron. So I really need to get my way onto this high ground. The fact that I tried and failed is annoying. We're going to get our last javelineer, and then we're going to go and kill these wolves. And we're going to expand here. But again, the problem is I need my other plebeian block. There's just everything is so freaking tight on this map. Absolutely tight. The money is tight, the population is tight, the requirements are tight. Even the military is tight. You're just dealing with local wolves. The wolves, which, as I mentioned before, have already respawned. Wait, I can save time. The enemies of Rome grow ever bolder. Go over here and kill them, please. I don't think you're sorry about Aurelia. Just my suspicion, but I think there's no remorse in what you say or do. Alright, come get some. The wolves give you an easier time when they don't aggro very much. Let's just get in there and get them sozzled. Good, the enemies of Rome have been destroyed. All the while, it's coming towards the end of the year. You know what that means? Tax avoidance season will be coming in real soon. They're going to need a school library. I don't think the librarian's ever going to walk this far. They might, though, so I'm going to give them a chance. If they don't, I'll smack a school over here. Between the temple to Neptune and the large statue, this place should be relatively good for desirability. All the gods are happy because of my oracle spam. Life is good. It won't be long before I have to start really considering how much I can trim down in terms of the labor force here, but I want to transition to taxes so badly, but the situation does not really allow it right now. It's murder. Taxes are murder. Alright, that's fine. Draw them in. Knock them down. Now, I would very much like to no longer have an army. There's no harm in keeping the forts. You know, the units can still be there, and God knows, maybe Boys in Blue invade me. Are there any more wolves? We've taken out 4 loads of wolves. I think the most a cunning mapmaker can put in is 10, but I don't think there are any more. I certainly haven't seen any more. I think what we do then is we return everybody to their fort and we get rid of our barracks, because none of our brave soldiers perished in the fighting. Get rid of that, save myself 10 vital employees. There's a way to put 10 wolf packs. I thought the most is 9 or 10. It's been a long time since I've fiddled around with the map making tools. You're not happy where you are you? No siree, but it's not difficult to make you happier. Being next to the granary is a pain in the bum for a lot of Romans, so you just spice up where you live. Still might be a problem, but I'll take care of that in due time. Wait, do I have access to Plaza? Wait, I have access to Plaza? Keinwyn's lost his touch. Alright, there you go. Plaza, man, we already won. This isn't Augustus, so we have to pay marble for Plaza. Guess that's going to make having my patricians a lot easier. Okay, things look relatively fine. How's that bathhouse worker doing? She's hitting everything from this one spot. That's amazing. So these guys should go all the way up to small insulae. What about the tax person? He is not quite going everywhere. Well, couldn't hurt to have more taxation, could it? No taxation without taxation on my watch. The one over here might be wrong, because I may want an oracle around here, but there's so much space here, I could still build more. In fact, I could build more housing here if I was willing to fish for mergers. I could get another 1, 2... And if I wanted to use you, I could get 3 more if they merged. But we'll save that kind of gerrymandering for if it's necessary down the line, which it may be, it may not be. Again, I'm so in the black that I don't really want Toga Boy to know about it. I should probably preemptively start building up my mining operations around here. Absolutely beautiful move by Keinwyn. He makes this native so that he's almost unreachable, but he still lays claim to the other side of his own mountain. Meaning that I still can't build here until I placate him. However, with my encyclopedic knowledge of the game, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, yep. With my utterly encyclopedic knowledge of the game, I can placate him from here. Yeah, as long as I walk onto this spot, I'll placate him, and that's easy to do. Well, easy-ish to do. It's just not cost-effective to do right now. We'll save him for later. But yeah, this needs to be used for Caesar's obnoxiously large amounts of weapon demands. Gosh, even down there is open for business, isn't it? Yeah. Well, actually there is, and that's actually mineable without choosing off a native. Maybe the intention was to use this at the very start of the run. But I would like to not use it at all. It infringes on this area, which I don't like, because you'd also need the movement capacity of bringing the iron up to the weapons and whatnot, so I'm going to ignore that for now. In fact, what I will do is I will use that area to placate this individual. We're so glad to be Roman. I'll do it like that. Then you will placate him, and then I will mine this out. How about you? This one's a little more tricky, because I would ideally like to plan how we're going to be mining this out and then draw the road. However, you can't really go wrong with just drawing a road 2 away from it, can you? Nothing's going to be further than that. So if we know that, we can do this. 1, 2, blip. Oh, of course, it's a jaunty angle. Doesn't change too much though, it's still 1, 2, blip, and 1, 2, blip. Question, do we build on the inner side of this? Yes, so we're going around this. And if we know that, that means we can put the mission post somewhere like, but not necessarily over here. Thank you, Pipette tool. And that should placate them, no problem. And when they're placated, we can just go and get to work. You don't need labor access for missionary posts. They draw from a global labor pool, which very few buildings in the game do. Unless you're playing Augustus on Babby mode, where there is complete global labor. I do not like that. But nobody forces me to play it, so I don't play it. Yeah, I thought desirability would be a struggle here, and it is being a struggle. You are in Oracle range, though. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1... Yeah. Just slam down more Oracles. They forgive a multitude of sins. Except for the spamming Oracle sin. Caesar came along and he took only 200 in tribute. Thank goodness. Your favor with Rome is dropping. Must catch Caesar's attention somehow. I don't know, is fulfilling your ridiculous demand for weapons not eye-catching enough for you, Toga Boy? Next demand is going to be 64 weapons, and it will continue to double until 256. Grimsby was a really good map.
Hail! I can see there's a lot of work to be done teaching these barbarians the merits of Rome's benevolence. Hail! Greetings! My teaching of Rome's benefits seems to be sinking into these rather frightening barbarians.
Frightening indeed. So my marginal problem here is I don't have the labor for this. But I need to build it. But I don't have the labor for it. But I need to build it. So what the hell do I do? I don't want to infringe on my marble exports just yet. So I'm not willing to build up over there. If I'm going to build up my industry, it needs to be done here. I guess I could squeeze out what I have plus what I expect to still gain. Let's assume that on average each of these houses are going to get 30 more people. Let's just assume that only half of them will work, so maybe 15. How many houses did I build here? Like 20, 25, 30? God, I should do a count here, shouldn't I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 33. Not bad. Not bad. Alright, 33, 16, okay. Should have plenty of people coming in over time then for this, and let's just build it up. Further problem, money. Where money? If trade continues to collapse this year, I might end up in such a situation where I cannot make it anymore. Because I can't enact taxation yet. Not while there's still so many people living in tents, they would burn me alive. But in this map, it has been made clear that if you don't fulfill Caesar's demands, you're not going to win. So that has to be treated as priority 1. Diddly-dum, diddly-dum. Only getting 4 of them here feels like such a waste. Gotta be careful not to spend too much money. If I cheese off Caesar, I'll be end of my career pretty quickly. Guess I could just draw a nice long line over here. And then have something like 1, 2. Yeah, like 1, 2, 1, 2. I know a lot of the bits on the edges cannot be used here, but some of it can, and it still allows me to use the 1, 2, 1, 2 in the center. So something like this. Just fill this with loads and loads of weapon workshops. Yeah, I can get 12 in here and 12 in here. With the exception of putting in a bit of labor, like right down in the center. So these guys will come out and probably just wander around over to here, right? Yeah, probably. I don't know about that. Let me press my nose against the screen again, see where I can get my merger points. For example, if I can get one here. And get one over here. That's a no-go. But this isn't, surely. Yeah, so the labor guy comes out and goes there, he'll get labor. There he gets labor. Labor, labor, labor. That's good. So we'll get these guys going and get this stuff out of here. And I still need a metric bugger ton of warehouses accepting weapons. Alright, that's life.
Greetings! My teaching of Rome's benefits seems to be sinking into these rather frightening barbarians.
I am terrified of furniture falling down, either losing profit on furniture or even worse, having to spend more on lumber. At least if furniture prices go down, I can satisfy myself with supplying my plebes with furniture. But if the cost of wood goes up, then that hurts exports and feeding my own people furniture. It's just a lose-lose-lose situation. That's unusual. I don't normally have damage issues, but I'm having damage issues today. Okay. Yeah, the engineer just doesn't walk down this path. That's easily solved. Not a problem. Barely an inconvenience, but it is an inconvenience. I delete the buildings rather than wait for them to fall down, because if I fall down, then there's 9 panels to delete instead of 1. 9 times the cost of deletion. Shoddy British construction. Well, he's not wrong. There we go. Begin the coming of the concerns. Why are we not getting entertainment around there? Theatre Walker goes there. Amphitheatre Walker does not walk around the back. Ah, jeez. At all. Okay, so the Amphitheatre Walker constantly does not go that way. Funny, isn't it? The walkers out of entertainment buildings cause me so much grief. I'm gonna slam you over here instead. I hope that you take a different walker path. I don't want a large casa here, I want small insulae. Hey Keinwyn, are they going to take a different walker path if I move them from here to here? It's only 2 units up, but I'm not entirely sure if that's going to be enough to switch how they walk.
Boring. That's what they say about this place, despite my valiant efforts.
Not valiant
this
enough.
city needs more entertainment, that's for sure.
Is there a native trading post? Yeah, there's one right here, but I can't trade with them because it's on an inaccessible area. Yeah, entertainment walkers are chaotic, but right now what matters is the ones that... Oh, I thought he was walking up there. It must be you, you're just walking down here. Damn it, they won't evolve unless this works. If it doesn't work, how badly do I move you? There's space to do some gerrymandering. The theatre can go over here, and then you could do some weird thing over there. But let's hope that our slight movement eventually makes them walk the way I want them to. All right, we've got some very, very basic labor access here and here. I want a little bit more, of course. Run all the way around on this bad boy. So I probably want labor access right here. Is such a thing even possible? I say yes it is. Alright, so these 3 very unhappy labor tents are going to be supplying all of the labor access for these overworked and underpaid weapon workshops. And they will probably never even be large tents. It's just way too undesirable. What are we looking at? We've got space for 8 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. And of course I don't want them falling down, so engineer, engineer, and I guess one more engineer just in case. Not liking that money situation. The profits on marble, everything other than... Oh no. He's already asked for his 64 weapons, and he's only given me a year to comply. That means I need to make 24 very quickly. Can we make 24? In a year, each of these will make a little shy of 5. Let's just say 4 for clarity. 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's like 40 or so. It's not this one that I'm worried about, though. It's the next many that are coming. Ugh. And also the inevitability of needing to tear down my... tear down my marble mines, which of course gets rid of my marble income, leaving me with, well, one would say not much income at all. Meaning I must have my taxes operational by then. I must have my Grand Insulae. And that is another huge problem. How the hell do I get my Grand Insulae? I think I've just pushed too hard here. I think Keinwyn himself described this map as suffocating, and I am feeling suffocated. You just have almost no breathing room on this map. This walker is not going where I need them to go. Dun dun dun. Well, let's hold on. They might still be just willing to go around to the north. believe. Yeah, that's the guy that's the problem. He just keeps going down this way instead of anywhere around this loop. Walkers are chaotic. Yeah, the money situation is drying up way too rapidly. Oh, the walker does make the way around here. Excellent, excellent, excellent. In that case, I just need to make sure that everybody has enough desirability. I'm going to slam down yet another oracle just to keep my gods placated for the long haul. There we go. Everybody appears to be small insulae here, except for these guys. I guess the librarian never made it down. And of course I did not leave myself space for a school. That would have been too sensible. Or did I? School kid's very unlikely to get that far. Librarian would be, but librarian costs 10 extra labor. Sod it, I'll do this then. Last I checked, the tax worker did make it down here. Schools are undesirable neighbors, sadly. You might have desirability problems despite the large statue here, but we'll see how it works out for you. Getting them up to small insulae but not taxing them is so horrifying, because I still need this labor. If I got rid of this labor, then I'd shut everything down. I need my second labor place over here, but I don't have the money to set up another labor area. So there's a catch-22. Need tax money, but can't afford to build this up. And of course, inflation had to be on, so I have to keep paying my people more money just for the same work. Alright, is it even feasible? Because I really want to tax max. I think it's worth tearing down a lot of marbles in order to tax max right now. Here's my proposition. We're going to see how much we can get away with. Wow, that already shut my employment numbers down a ton. I think I can start tearing down some marble madness. Because as we've covered, the exports just aren't worth it so much anymore. Still worth some money. I mean, it's June and we've only sold what? Actually, we've sold quite a lot already. That's a bad sign. A lot of bad signs coming my way for some reason. Get rid of the one by ones and see how good we do. I have to bring in some prefects to stop these people from revolting against me, but those insulae people need to start paying their tax. Oh my god, that was a lot of people to lose. Alright, we're shutting down the mines. We're going full Thatcher here. The mines get shut. I guess the wages go up because the taxes are going maxes. The tent dwellers will not be happy about the tax situation. Even though I don't make them pay it, they just get incensed by the idea of there being any taxation level. Oh yeah, these guys gotta go as well. Sorry, not sorry.
I've got nowhere to live.
Well, you can move into the insula here and start paying me taxes. There's a possibility for school here, which means there is a possibility of a market here. Which means there is a possibility of this place not being completely dregs of society. Wish I could water them from a little bit further away, though. But ifs, buts, and coconuts. I could, though. I could actually set up some watery stuff over there, but I think where it is just has to do. That'll do for desirability. And we'll see if they get any services over there. Time will tell.
I've been thrown out of my home. I've got nowhere to live.
It's music to my ears. Nikki is the salt of the earth. $10 don't get taxed but getting cents. Yeah, this tracks with reality. I make 30,000 euros a year, but no, the people who make 100,000 shouldn't be taxed heavier. Is one of the most sensible stances on taxes I've ever... Oh, the least sensible taxes. Okay. Well, as a man who pays taxes to many, many countries, I still can't bring it upon myself to care. God, that the pottery I make here just does not last. I do wonder if it's going to be a problem. I do not like living next to that warehouse, huh? I don't like spending all this money to just elevate one house here, but I want to make sure that everybody who can pay me ridiculous sums of taxes are paying me ridiculous sums of taxes. These guys might be a problem for cohesion. Like, they might evade my tax marchers, but for now we're okay. Whoa, only 6 months to comply, and I only just got his weapons now. And we had about 30 left over from the last batch. What I'm saying is, this is bad. That might not be entirely clear from my messaging here, but times are extremely freaking bad. Because I need to sink a lot more labor into making weapons, and I don't have much more labor. Some of these places are already full. If they ever devolve, I end up with a very, very bad situation. I got barely any spare labor for this. Alright, what the hell do I do now? There's no money left. This money is not going to be enough to build up another plebeian area. The taxes may or may not cover what I need, but Caesar's demands are going to push me in the next year. Push me to the brink. Maybe I could do some back-of-the-envelope math. I mean, how many of these things do I have? You're an Iron Man, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 7, 8, 9, 10. I need 27 of these. I'll just let that number sink in for a little while. 27 of those. And how many did I just say I had? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 out of 27. And do we have all the weapon workshops we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Am I shy 2 of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I'm down 2 weapon workshops over here, which is a bad sign because that's yet another there and there. Yet another situation where I need to gobble up more workers, and I don't have those spare workers. This map is insane, by the way. It's just madness. That'll do for now. Having the money to build up the next part. Also knowing that I need to burn this down. It's all troubling to me. Well, I'm glad to see you didn't stay as a tent. Small shacks are garbage, but I have to accept that level of garbage for now. Oh, please. That was the one thing I really didn't want happening here. Well, I would have liked nothing to happen, but yeah. Wood has now become so expensive that I really cannot justify having an industry for exporting it. So we're going to no longer import timber. I'm going to no longer export my furniture. I just closed another avenue of money because, yeah, importing at 70, exporting at 110 doesn't make sense. On the plus side, that saves me a few workers, I think. Well, if I turn off my furniture industry at will, I'm going to let them process all the wood first, though. Then we'll just have an errant warehouse of furniture. I think I'll get this last batch of vegetables in, and then I'm going to redesign this. And it's in dire need of a redesign. Let the walkers just disappear. Ah, crap, they'll take a bit to disappear. Anyway, how in God's name do we make this work? Right. Now the dream is that they are Grand Insulae, but I think at the moment that's delusional. Grand Insulae is going to require furniture, which, as we've just seen, the import costs of wood are miserable. They're also going to require olives, which I don't think have been jacked up in price. Yeah, to my immense surprise, olives are still affordable. But Grand Insulae, on the whole, demand quite a lot. They're going to need a Colosseum for one. That's expensive in a lot of ways. It's 500 denarii flat, and there's 25 workers, gladiators, lions, the whole lot. Food and games. Bread and games, I think. And the two types of food is also a pain. There is a thought process that goes like this. Just build small insulae for now, evolve them into Grand Insulae later. Because even though olives are affordable, they're still a cost. Yeah, I can get behind that. This area still needs to be worked for it, though. Oh, don't say that, Kitty. When we're done with this inevitable failure, and I do strongly believe this is going to be a failure, we're going to pick apart the map. Although I'm starting to have second thoughts as to whether or not I'm going to do a second run of it. It's really, really oppressive. Just trying to think how exactly we line this one up. Because, yeah, the plebe area will be here. How long is this anyway? It's like 20. It's always easier to suss out when you actually know the farming locations. And of course there's water in the way, there's rocks in the way. It's an unpleasant way to be doing your farming setup. Ugh. This is miserable, absolutely freaking miserable. Keinwyn. Oh, well, at least I can take solace knowing that Keinwyn runs his own maps. I think I should make it mono food, and then we will make it two types of food later on in the far-flung space future where I have lots of extra money to throw at those kinds of things. Could shove that there. No, I could not. It blocks you off. These people are going to probably need a ton of food. It doesn't necessarily block you off, actually. If I take another road over in this direction. Because there's nothing stopping us having you and you. I should have made these pigs so that I can turn the industry off. Because as it stands now, they're immediately going to drain my labor, which I don't have. Oh well, too late for that. It's so far away from where I want my base to be. And yes, that is considered far away. Food does not travel well in Caesar 3. And I could just have it here. But that means a rather awkwardly long market walk. On the other hand, there's a lot of hands to be looking at here. Yeah, let's stick to the original plan of just slamming down lots of farming and seeing what sticks. Because this is a lot of farming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, maybe 18. That is a ton. And I actually think if I put you here, I'll be able to make something work. Get some labor force around here. You know, crappy tent labor, but still labor. Let me just press my nose against the screen again. Yeah, I actually think something right there would work for everybody. Yeah, everybody would get their tent labor from that. And yes, it does sicken me to be relying on tent labor like this. Don't think for a second that I'm not ashamed at what I'm building here. But sometimes one must reach deeply into the deplorable depths in order to make something work. And now we have you coming out and then making a really rather further deplorable area over here. This warehouse now getting very much in my way. Really in my way. I need to not actually have you be part of this. Do that. That means no more vegetable exports. Rather frustratingly, we have huge amount of vegetables that we can export. Yeah, they'll buy 25 of them. And Kaleva... Wait, what? Oh, there we go. They buy 40 of them in Lutetia. Oh, that's it. I must have mixed up the buying and the selling then. We don't sell that many vegetables. And an export rate of only 30 per vegetable. Okay, still 1.2 grand if I fill up all of them. Maybe I should have focused a bit more on exporting veggies. And here I am cutting them off entirely. There is a further idea where I have them get vegetables from here as well, so they go and get marble or vegetables depending on their needs. Currently they are fulfilling all marble and most vegetable exports. Could still leave them with at least one little vegetable farm here, but now they have no labor access. I guess what could be done is yonder. And then they get some kind of labor access over here. Right, I'm just throwing stuff to the wind and seeing what sticks. 1, 2... Wait, what? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2... Oh god, I'm almost in debt. Caesar might really hate me on this one. I have nothing left to sell. Okay, I sold something.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
The vegetable exports keeping me solvent. Alright, wonderful. Unfortunately, the turn of the year was too late. You didn't come to buy my beloved marbles. Okay, my loyalty for sending 64 weapons won't be forgotten, but I have a funny feeling it's going to be rapidly forgotten as Caesar demands 100 and bollock-breaking 20-something of my weapons. Alright, fresh new year. I did send a tribute, so Caesar's not too ticked off at me over that. But this is my last possible time of having enough money to set up another plebe area. And if I don't get this plebe area successfully set up this year, I think I'm done. Not in a good way. Is there a good way? This feels too small. It's gonna have to do, though. How many can we actually fit in here? I fit like 9 of them here. 9, 9, 9, and another 9. So it's 30-something. What did my original estimations set it at? 32 Grand Insulae? Alright, it's possible. Possible. Where's my money? Oh god, all that clay importing's hurting me. I think I need to temporarily turn off clay imports. And we have to hope that our existing 28 pottery can keep our people happy.
Greetings. This city urgently needs more food.
I hope it doesn't. I just spaced it. Oh no! Inflation hits again, and it was a big one. When Rome increases wages, it goes up by a random amount between 1 and 4. Obviously, any amount is bad, but 4 is the absolute worst. If you want to keep your people as happy as can be, you want to pay 4 above Rome. And Rome wages go up by a staggering 50%, starting at 30. Going up to 45. Ugh. Taxes do outstrip wages, currently. But that also relies on the imports to get the people up to the level where taxation can do that. So taxes barely beat import and wages together. So if I sat and sucked my thumb for a very long time, we'd be solvent. But that doesn't take into account the fact that I have to make my people work to produce weapons for Caesar, for which I get no payment at all. And I wouldn't be surprised if trade is going to dry up yet further. What I'm really surprised at is that my trade routes haven't actually just dropped the amount. Employees needed is not a surprise, but it is still a disappointment. I've severely crippled my production of marble, which is why I'm saying this is my last real opportunity. No working dock. Oh, that's right. I got rid of the worker access here. I'm going to need to restore that on the double. Somewhat fortunately, I can smash you over here. And that... well, that will be sufficient of that, I'm quite certain. This isn't so good. I can't get my mergers over here, so I'll have to kind of force that into being Grand Insulae, which is awkward. Really, really awkward hamming in Grand Insulae, because if there's any devolution, you have to start deleting them and making space, and it's just all kinds of unpleasant. But all kinds of unpleasant is exactly what we're getting on this map. For now, I just need to satisfy myself by smashing in as many people here as I can. Also need to smash in the old Colosseum, for which I've got a reasonable space over here for, so that's okay. And it's still 500 smegging denarii for me to afford, but, you know. Right, I'm trying to spot my beloved pink pixels here, so bear with me as I get my magnifying glass out and get to work. That's a no. That's a no. That's a no. It's a lot of no's. Don't give me no's, give me yes. That's a yes. That's a no. That is also a yes. Why have I given myself a single bit here? That's not pleasant. Yeah, I guess it kind of gives me space for 1x1s and possibly an amphitheater here. They need an amphitheater? Colosseum plus theater is 35, that's all they need. They don't need an amphitheater. Which means they don't even need an actor colony, which is kind of cool. Theaters don't actually require actor colonies to give their plus 10 desirable entertainment. I think the idea is that local actors are doing their thing. A lot of mergers I can get here. Somewhat unfortunately, reservoir access could be a problem. Realistically, I want a reservoir over here. That's not good. There's no easy way to get the water over there that doesn't infringe on a lot of building area. Or tearing down this warehouse, which I'm really rather attached to currently. That's not to say there's no way we can do some interesting aqueduct things, but as you might have noticed, I'm a little brassic right now. So spending $300 dues on that feels like an expenditure I can't make currently. I think I could make do without this one farm. And then what I do is I have you here. That will cover most of my needs, and one of them over here will cover the rest of them. That goes as far as you, that goes as far out as I need. Alright, that'll do. I don't have the money for this, by the way. I'm just throwing that one out there. Money situation currently not under control. I've already fulfilled a significant chunk of my marble exports, and I don't really have any more money to bring in. At all. Further problem, I can't really cheese off Caesar, although I'm probably going to have to. I don't think I have a choice in the matter. You're gonna have to grab some pottery for these people. Yeah, I was told I could cheese off Caesar to the tune of 6 favor, right? I think I'm going to be chewing into approximately all of that very soon. So, thank you, Vixen. Thank you. Interesting point for a 3x3 here, but I don't like it. And that means you're actually unnecessary, but you don't actually impact on desirability from there, so it's no big deal. While you suck your thumb, wages will likely rise again. Yeah, Blobber hitting me with those unpleasant truths. Have you had a gander at this one, Blobber? I know you love to do some old man complaining about Caesar 3 maps. Figured this might be right up your alley for that. Wait, what am I doing? This is my Colosseum spot. Very specifically can't have you here. Just shoving in like every single little nook and cranny that I can here. My nooks are crannied now. I have to move these people in, hope that I can build them up to plebes and tax them until they cry. And there's going to be a lot of tears. I died, and I tried again, and died. Yeah, I'm not surprised. This map is brutal. How are we even doing on the weapons front? We need 100 and something. We only have 48. Oh, jeez. So these places don't have the iron yet. Why is that? These places don't look like they're shy on any workers. Well, I'm going to be shy on workers real soon, but I need these people in, and I need them here now. I really want to tear down more of my tents, actually. I'm actually going to build up a prefecture here. And maybe another one here to go and kill any people that revolt against my taxes, because if we look at crime... Okay, it's law-abiding. Not for much longer, though. I'm certain they're going to rise up. Like oppressed gamers. There's some crime here. Nothing serious. Yeah. Stealing all the veggies they can get their grubby little hands on. Because I have the audacity to charge taxes. It's pretty audacious. Alright, let's get these mergers. Yeah, city definitely looks like this. Grand insulae, large insulae, small insulae, medium insulae. Little artifact here. To the almost competent one. What the hell, man? Gotta merge them all. So what was the inspiration for this one, Keinwyn? Who hurt you to make this map happen? Just noticed this merger here actually doesn't happen. Well, then I won't tolerate it.
I've got nowhere to live.
Alright, am I satisfied enough with this? It's not really a lot of them, sadly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. We've got space to make it 25, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34-ish. And I think 34-ish will be enough. Denarii is almost holding, which calls for celebration. I'll need these people taxed as a matter of priority. I will need these people fed as a matter of also priority. Hopefully 2 markets will do. For now, we're just going for small insulae. Even with small insulae, I wonder if I'm going to have enough unemployment to shove it into Caesar's mines. Nothing for it, though. We're going to need to. Whether we can or cannot is not the question. We must. There we go. Just get that iron flowing for now. Right, well, they're going to need watering, that's for sure. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank goodness. I'm going to have large statues in the middle of all this, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Still leaves a 1, 2 at the side. That is good. That'll water them all. Large statues are expensive, even so. Expensus erectus. We need them for desirability, because I don't have a lot of other squeezing room here. They will get their food out of this market, they'll get their pottery out of there. I just need to absolutely smash them with every other service that they're going to need. And they're going to need some. They will need doctoring. Donk. How are we doing on damage risk here? I actually think that the engineer can make his rounds up here, but I'm not going to risk that. Not in this place, I'm not. They'll eventually need a barber, but let's just focus on what they truly, truly need right now. They will need a theatre. Shove that in the back of you. I want to hold this off for the bathhouse. I guess I'll just shove the bathhouse in right now. They're going to need a library. I'm contemplating putting it here because this is kind of a dead space. Whereas if I do that, then I can shove a library here, no harm, no foul. This is not a big enough loop. I really, really should have made it bigger. I know there's space to have it bigger. It's almost tempting to kind of elongate it over on this side. But then we run into the water problem that I mentioned earlier. The water just doesn't have the reach. I'm not really in a position to fix it on a 709 budget. So, too bad. They're also going to need access to godliness. Venus, you're getting migrated. Any more for any more? Well, actually, Venus, I don't want you there. Ah, too bad. I should have put you down here where there's desirability issues, but no, I need this for housing, so too bad. Alright, so they'll have water, food, religion, entertainment, bathhouse, taxing. Do I put down the Colosseum right now? No, not. We will not risk Caesar's ire just yet. Do map makers not need to beat their own maps? I think that's an unreasonable expectation. Okay, speaking of unreasonable, that has been the second 40 denarii price hike for clay. Clay doesn't even cost 40 to begin with. Well, not in the seller's receive at least. It's tripled in price now. It is barely profitable to export. That is so painful, man. I literally cannot afford to import clay for pottery right now. But I need the pottery in order to bring my people up to a taxable standard. So I'm holding out on these people. I need them up to small insulae. I need to tax them so hard. And I need enough people that I can produce all the weapons. And if I can get that done... If I can get that... then maybe we can hold out for a miracle. Maybe. I don't know why Keinwyn decided to make it that oppressive, right? It's already pretty oppressive that you need to build up a large city on a shoestring budget from the start. But to also have your imported goods just explode in cost. It's ridiculous. I think oh no. Because I have all these people living in tents whilst I am charging Omega tax, they are not happy with me. And that's going to prevent people moving into the city as well. So I'm going to have to drop taxes, which, by the way, I don't have money for. And I need these people to evolve. And I also need to get rid of more of these tents, which I don't have the labor for. I also need to build a Colosseum, which I don't have the money for. Oh man, if I wasn't laughing, I'd be crying. Room for 20, room for 48. Room for 20, room for 48. Oh, maybe you moved into one of these. Sometimes I wonder if you could do mass migration by destroying people's homes and having them move over. Like, it should be 20-odd people moving at this point. But are they actually going to fill up any of these houses with 20 people? Let's actually do a quick check, right? We've got 48, 44, 8, 28, 8, 13. He went into one of them. The 13, the 8, no. The 28, no. 44, the 8. God, I don't actually know where he went into then. Or the amount of people he brought.
This city is so dull. Even a priest likes a good gladiator fight from time to time.
Well, I'm getting Mediator, not Gladiator here. I don't really have the money, but we're going to throw a festival for Venus in the hopes that I can jack the tax right up because I need the money yesterday. I gotta get rid of these tents. The tents are foul for city mood.
I'm hardly needed. These buildings are in great condition.
It's a little dangerous filling up a getting granary with goods that you absolutely flood with, like these vegetables. Because if the getting guy returns with the pottery and there's no space for the pottery, he just disappears, and he disappears with the pottery as well. So, in the interest of having more money, I'm going to have you accept vegetables, and I'm going to have you get vegetables from here, just so I have more vegetables to export. And they're still worth some reasonable money, so it's worth doing, in my humble and correct opinion. I also don't have the money for this, but we're going to erect a Colosseum. Donk. And that's going to require gladiatorial combat and a lion house, because if you don't give it both the kinds of entertainment, it doesn't give you the full 25, it only gives you 15. And there's Toga Boy. I want 128 weapons. Oh, and there's the price hike on oil. Nowhere near as bad as clay. I throw a festival to convince my people that everything is okay. It is not okay. It's never been less okay. On the plus side, I am producing the weapons that Caesar demands. He's going to get those in time. The problem is, I need to double my production of weapons. Somehow. Because if I can produce 128, and he suddenly demands 256, from where comes the extra 128? Please. Please tell me where. Ah. Well, the where isn't too difficult, right? I can shove in another couple of mines here, and I can do a lot more mining here. I can even just get rid of all but the barest minimum of my marble mining. But, and it's a sizable but, that's a lot of people to employ on very high wages. And I have to pay for the infrastructure. Ah, Jesus. Oh well. At least after that festival, people are very pleased with me. But we need to keep unemployment quite low. Otherwise I won't be very pleased for very long. Da 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 dun da dun da dun. Not unreasonable space for an oracle over here. I worry that the marketplaces have too far to go, and I'm going to need another one. I think my worries are completely founded. Also, this is going to be sealed off soon enough, so the migrants are going to have to come in through this way. So I can't seal off this place, but I want to fill this with a house. Well, that's my cross to bear. Stop not evolving, you poor bastards. I gotta remember I have plaza. I'm so used to not having plaza available to me. It's such a foreign luxury. I almost have the weapons for the mad bastard. To the point where these guys are overproducing and need a new home for their weapons. Well, we know where our weapons are going now. The Butter Lord. Okay, I'm holding solvency here, barely. Pottery is holding, but the imports are needed soon enough. They're currently just squeezing out the last of whatever we had in the workshops. The concern grows on the governor's head. He knows what's coming, and it's nothing good. You're calling it a torture map? John makes torture maps. I don't think this is quite torture. It is oppressive, though. Wait, no debt. Can we please not be in debt? I've managed to go this whole game without... Oh no. Oh no, I forgot to appease this guy. No! Everything's about to be torn down. Oh, when's the last time I saved? Oh no! If you build on them at any point, they all just chimp out. And I forgot to appease this guy. Oh my god, what is he going to destroy? Maybe that's all that he's going to destroy. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, see, this is why I save and save often, but it's been a while since I've saved, isn't it? He's marching up this way because he wants to go towards the native trading hut. Temple to Venus got murked. Well, as long as they don't tear down my... As long as they don't tear down my... Come on, words, we can do it. No, we can't. I give up already. Don't tear down the warehouses and I'll be okay. That's what I'm saying. Bum-ba-dum. I really don't have the money to be building all of this game. And I wish I did. Honest to heavens, I wish I did. But I don't. These buildings cost 50 denarii a pop, and you know it. Why not murder the guy? For some weird Roman ethical reasons, we're not allowed to injure the natives. Oh, please. It looks like the Colosseum Walker is not going this way for some bizarre reason. And the Colosseum Walker, I need to go this way. He's far too expensive for me to just replace. The Walker systems, man. Not even once. Why is it... Okay. I thought that was a guy delivering furniture. Should raise a lot of questions. Why is there a guy delivering furniture? Right, let's make space for weapons. Heavens knows we need a lot of them. I'm concerned here. People are only pleased with me because my unemployment figures are not looking great. I'd love to make them work themselves to death in my sweaty weapon workshops, but having the cash to do that is proving troublesome. Also, if that pottery runs out, the game's over. Not that it's looking too good currently. dear. Yeah, look at that. The Colosseum walker is just not walking down this entire way for reasons unknown. I just need to walk down here one time so these people can evolve, but is he walking at all? It's not like a random bit of road that's preventing him from walking, is there? He's just been a rancid piece of work. You got Caesar's demand already. Did I miss that? Oh, whew. Thanks for that. I was paying no points of attention. I can sort this out, I suppose. I don't want to do it this way, but I can migrate the gladiator school over here, and then it'll go up top. Gets in the way of some of my potential housing, though, but I think I need to do that. If he doesn't walk down here in the next path, then that's just messed up. Would have died laughing if he accidentally demolished the arena. Oh, I'm glad I can give you hypothetical humors. How about this? He may be giving me 24 months to comply, but he will still demand this every year, so it's still just 12 months to comply. So at this point, I need to have 27 iron mines. How many do I currently have? 22. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Which means I need to have 81 weapon workshops. There's no way. This just isn't happening. So I need to have about 50 more of them. That's 500 people to employ. Do I look like I have 500 unemployment? It's the final step. It doesn't matter. My legs are broken. I cannot make steps. I don't have the money. I don't have the people. Oh, it's 54, not 81. You're right about that. I was counting the total, wasn't I? So I only really need 20 more of them. That's only 200 people. Which we still don't have the people for, but let's imagine for a moment that we do. Let's use our rampant powers of imagination to assume that we do. Alright, that's going to save us like 100 or so. Mm-hmm. I should balance it out so we have the right numbers on each side. So how many of these mines do we have? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 of them over here. So I need 30 of these weapon workshops. We currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So I need 5 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 iron mines here, meaning I need 24 weapon workshops. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. What did I say? 24? 15. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay. All right. All right. This guy is not going where I need him to go, so you are getting migrated here. I hope to God you walk up and around and not down and around. Down and around would make no sense, but that's walkers for you. They actually make perfect sense. It's just to the layman they don't. Oh, thank God, right. These people need to evolve badly. Except they hate where they live because they hate me. Wait, what are you doing? We have access to Plaza for once in our goddamn life. Let's use it. Oh, yeah. Right on. Okay, now it's imperative that these people get taxed to the point of dying. And that the people living in these crappy little tents just die. Okay. I am short 109 employees. Yep. and I'm meant to do what about this? That's what I thought. I'm going to temporarily disable my pottery industry. And then hope that I have 109 workers moving into my city. Don't really have space for them, but maybe. No, I can't do tents, because if I have more tents, then the tents will rise up and commit crime. And that will cause me to lose money. Deprioritize food. That is what I'm considering, because currently I produce quite a lot of food. It's just very, very sore to do that. Alright, well, let's get to it. Engineering, prefectures. It's kind of weird to have prefectures be a high priority. Water services, obviously. Industry, obviously. Entertainment, obviously. Health and education, obviously. Everything but food and prefects and military. Yeah, it's not too difficult to DM people there. Also, welcome, Pickle Time and Raiders. Welcome to an extremely oppressive Caesar 3 map that is currently kicking my teeth in. Caesar is annually demanding 256 weapons, which I am struggling immensely to fulfill his demands for. I'm hoping I don't currently have any problems staffing these places, even though they get crummy tent labor, and the crummy tent labor actually seems to be holding. I'm starting to wonder if maybe I should well them up just to squeeze in a few more people, because people are needed. But actually, with the space I have in these casa, I might just make it. The issue, of course, is that we're not done, are we? I still need my taxes to outstrip wages, which they do, to the tune of 2 grand. That is good. If they can continue to outstrip it, and I can continue to see the Caesars' absolute melodrama, we might be able to reach Grand Insulae here. Grand Insulae will not afford me a lot more people. It'll only afford me... what is it? It goes from 76 to 84 occupants, so really only 8 per building. But I need the tax money out of them. Unfortunately, I'm going to need some people working and making oil and the other stuff. But hang on, I might just have a solution for that. Where does the oil come from? Bugger, it comes from overseas. That means it has to go into this warehouse, which maybe I could get it in, get it over to here, make a little bit of oil for these people, and then be okay. Because I can make the oil over here, no problem. It's difficult, though. Really, really difficult. This is on an absolute knife edge. I am thinking about the taxes. The taxes are very important, but keeping Caesar from blowing a gasket is similarly important. I think I need to produce a little bit more iron and weapons, actually. I know I'm yet again on the knife edge regarding that, but I think if I don't do that... then I am going to run into issues. Yeah, I'm very not thrilled about this, but oh well. Because there's the issue with moving the iron to the weapon workshops. Sometimes there might be the guy over here delivering to the weapon workshop over there, and that actually cuts into iron production because it takes too long for the walker to return. Micro the warehouses? Never. Oh, no. That's not how we float around here. Right, so if I want these places to evolve, they're going to need what? They're going to need a barber. They're going to need a school. Oh, that's really annoying. School is right up there on the champion block of annoying buildings. This is something where I really wish I had the Augustus ability to see where the walkers go. But then Augustus really buffed up the school walkers. There we go. Oh, come on, keep going. Ah, buggery. Close, but no cigarillo. In that case, I'm going to need another school. Yeah, who knows, this school might get all the way around. I'd be happy to get rid of the other school. But yeah, school walkers are chaos. They're pretty fast, but they have extremely limited range. That seems to do rather nicely. Yeah, I'll take that. Right, they have school, they have library, they got bathhouse, they got plenty of entertainment. All they need are they need oil and they need furniture. So let's, with an extremely heavy heart, work on the oil. This is going to be absolutely smegging brutal. So we import the olives. I still lack employment, which is troubling. You are going to get the olives over here, and we're going to press those into oil. 1, 2, 3. I think one of these does 20 houses, so 3 of them should be plenty, and it's really close to the workshop, so blum blum blum, and they'll be done. Da-dun, da-dun. The pottery has to keep holding. It doesn't have a say in the matter. The furniture has to hold, but it'll have plenty of time to hold. I'll bring the furniture over here later. Okay, if we can get these guys up to Grand Insulae, we might just be in it, because if we get Grand Insulae, I can fill in some of these gaps with additional housing, and we need the additional population. Alright, I don't want to start sounding optimistic, but I am saying that there's a chance. It's like they designed the map to punish people that exploit small and medium insulae. Small insulae is the best plebeian housing. There's just no disputing that. Let me bring up my tier list once again. Right up there in S tier, small insulae. S for small insulae. They pack in a lot of people. They have very low demands overall, pottery being the only real produced good that they need. And they pay massive amounts of taxes, especially on very hard mode. There's this jump up in tax brackets that they're in. And shacks and tents pay nothing. Small hovels start to pay a 1x tax multiplier. But the small insulae, they double that. And it gets tripled when you go up to Grand Insulae. This is assuming you're playing on very hard mode, of course. On easy mode, even tents pay taxes. Why are large tents in B tier? Because they're very, very easy to make. And they house quite a lot of people for the effort. All a tent needs is road access, put down the basic thing, and give them a well. And then you have a house. And 10 prosperity and 28 space for people for just doing that is enormous. So they're very, very good for how incredibly convenient they are. Hope my food doesn't dry up. As we mentioned, we put food in the bottom of the priority pit. So where's that load of olives that I've been requesting? Lutetia, where are my olives?
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from another successful voyage.
Did I imagine this? Oh, I did imagine this. I actually forgot to accept the olives.
I can't wait to do some
Okay, Letitia's on its way. We'll get the olives yet.
Good deal.
Alright, I have about $2,000 to blow on olive oil. Right, in come the olives. It's really slow to import by sea, by the way. It's fast to export. But look at this, the cart walkers come out one at a time. It's agonizing how slow it is. They do this cool thing, though, where he's going to drop off the olives, and he's going to pick up the... Wait, what? He's meant to pick up the vegetables. Okay, this guy did. He drops off the olives, he picks up the vegetables. I wonder how difficult that was to code in the game. Probably mightily. By the way, I always want to be able to build a couple of oracles, so let's make sure that we have that set up, shall we? Actually, you know what? Export's over 6. Never know when I need to slam those things down. Keinwyn says he balances his maps based on perfect play and then eases them up from there. I can definitely see the perfect play balance. I'm still looking for the other part. What exactly was eased up here? This is such a difficult map. I am shocked, by the way, that I actually managed to get that up and on the go. There's still space in these warehouses. There's barely space in these warehouses. I think we do need more warehouses, though. I'm going to slam one over here. Going to have you set up for the weapons. This actually seems okay. I'm going to slam another one over here and have it set up for weapons. We haven't even touched on getting Patricians. I also want to point out that we have barely over 10 years to beat this map, and we need 70 prosperity. Sorry, 70 additional prosperity. My eyes are watering at the thought of that. Let's keep going. I know, I am well aware the pottery is drying up. Well aware of it. I don't think I can push any further, though. I need that clay. How much does clay cost again? Oh yeah, 120 per unit. That is probably the single biggest piss take of this whole map. The pottery price is just outrageous. 120 per bit of clay that you then have to turn into pottery. With inflation. It costs less than pottery, yes, but you don't have to process pottery. And as I'm sure you're well aware, having enough people to process all of Caesar's massive amounts of weapons is a huge drain on the coffers because you have to pay them, and Caesar certainly doesn't pay you for those weapons. Oh, man. Dark Young's alt account here. Alright, there we go. Get those weapons out of here. Just empty out my warehouses. Here comes the clay. Ow! Oh, he's not giving me much because I turned off my pottery workshops. Right. I have to turn them back on. That's employment that I can't really spare, but I have to anyway. Once I have my first load of oil coming in, I will cry. You can tax people more with low unemployment rates. Yes, that is very true, but I go out of my way to make low unemployment rates.
There's a real shortage of workers here.
People are pleased with me. I would love to throw them a little festival, keep them even more pleased, but I don't think I can spare 200 denarii dues right now. Completely out of pottery here. Low on pottery, low on pottery. Yeah, we have to start spending. This is the push. If I don't survive this push, we don't make this map. Wait, I didn't set you to accept oil? Ooh, let's change that, please. There we go. In comes our first shipment of oil. Which means I now need you to go and grab some furniture, and we need to jack these people up to grand... Wait a second. I have made a vitally vital mistake. I forgot to set up double types of food. I think you already went out for furniture. Ah, cack. Damn and more damn. Okay. Get out of my way. Completely forgot about the second food type. How many of these farms do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 8 of them are going to be turned into meat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I need these pigs on the double. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now on the plus side, if they devolve, they'll just evolve back into large insulae, which won't hurt my cohesion of the mergers, but it'll still hurt. It's grand insulae or nothing, by the way. If it's not grand insulae, it's just not good enough. The grand insulae pay the extra taxes, the others don't. Denarii? More like denied. Oh, I'm feeling pretty denied here. I also hope I don't run into desirability issues, but I might. Preempt with another large statue, and I will fill in anything else with plaza.
I've never seen so many buildings needing more workers.
These houses pay so little tax, it hardly seems worth my time.
Okay. The pottery is somewhat flowing. Somewhat. Rome thanks me for my dispatch with a staggering 5 favor, I think that was. I really worry about the debt. I can't afford another shipment of clay, and they're on their way to sell me more clay.
Business is going very well.
I'm well aware business is going well. For you. I don't think I can afford this. I have to turn this off. No clay for me, please. Olives are bad enough. In fact, I really can't afford that either, so please stop selling me olives. These guys need to hit Grand Insulae, and I need to tax their tears. Alright, the capybaras are starting to come on in. Those are capybaras, they're just, I don't know, very well shaved. I call them capybaras because if you enable fish, and you have meat farms on the same map, then the meat farms produce fish. I've been told capybaras taste like fish. I just have to believe that, I suppose. Anyone see that? I'm pretty sure I just exported 3 loads of vegetables out of 1 vegetable in the warehouse. I've sold 0 vegetables. I've sold 0 vegetable. Oh no, that's the wrong thing. Ah, damn, didn't check then. But I think I sold 3, even though I only had 1. Okay, so we have the medium insulae who are now going to demand the furniture, which I ceased the import of lumber for because I can't afford lumber. Add it to the lengthy list of things I can't afford. These guys lack desirability, but as we are well aware, I can solve that. Since it's about the turn of the year and I don't want Caesar eating into my beloved money, I'm going to slam down rather a bit of plaza right now just to cook the books a bit. Oh, so Humphrey, it's like cooking. Yes, cooking. No, let's not describe the books as being cooked. Ah, yes, of course. Alright, it's January. Caesar took his grubby hands and grabbed 400 of my precious denarii in tribute. Actually should have spent it on a festival, right? That would have been great. Should remember that for next time. That pottery is still really struggling to hold. I think I need to re-enable pottery, but I don't have the money. They're waiting on getting oil, but the oil's coming in right now.
That fat lady up front told me to carry this and follow her.
Oh, these baskets are so heavy.
That's meat,
I'm
actually.
taking fresh supplies back to my market.
That's a good sign. Oh, that's a very good sign. Look at that grand insulae. Look at that lack of desirability. Come on, come on. Grand insulae a go-go. We need it yesterday. Just like I need this freaking clay. It hurts. There's so much painful about this map. Yeah, large insulae is just not good enough. All they're doing is costing me money and not generating me more. They need this meat, but the market ladies are taking their fat time taking that meat. And unfortunately, because these houses have lots of people in them, they are going to stock up very heavily on meat. Wasn't that one of Fuzzy Lumpkin's devilish things they did in the Powerpuff Girls? He turned everyone into meat. I swear the Powerpuff Girls was just writers' barely hidden fetish for every other episode. It was great. Alright, that's 2 grand insulae, but I need more than 2 grand. As you can tell by my lamentable amount of debt, I need every grand I can get. I gained 7 prosperity that year, by the way, which was fan-bloody-tastic. On top of that, we are staying well ahead of the curve on Toga Boy's weapon requests. My biggest fear right now is that I need to re-enable the importing of lumber, which is another exacerbated expense. 70 denarii per lumber, 120 per bit of clay, 60 per olive. 60 denarii and olive? What are they get taking me for? Toga Boy's having me single-handedly prop up his entire freaking empire's economy. He's a monster. It's monstrous the amount of food these Grand Insula are going to be eating up as well. But that's okay. Once they have it, they will slowly eat it and then the food can propagate to the others. It's just taking a bit of time to propagate. We might even be producing a bit too many weapons. I'm okay with that. The point is to overproduce it slightly so that I don't run into problems with this iron place delivering to this weapon workshop or this weapon workshop going to a warehouse all the way over to the bed back and beyond. Prudence. We're holding, but we're still holding on a knife edge. Yeah, there we go. Can't afford any more clay. Can I afford any more oil? Not really. Lumber? Also not really. I really, really need these guys to propagate their food. It was a big mistake not setting up the pigs earlier. More annoyingly, it's not a very high priority food type, so the market ladies are not going for it at the rate that they should. Because they prioritize getting the most desirable food, which is wheat. Then vegetables, then fruit, then meat, in that order.
These houses pay so little tax, it hardly seems worth my time.
No, the taxes are very much worth our time. That said, I'm really, really, really on a knife edge game. If we could kindly have those market ladies get to better work. So the problem is I keep going for all the bleeding vegetables. Alright. Yeah, with 1 month to spare, we have enough. Oh, we've got more than enough to deal with Toga Boy's requests here. Yeah, they're struggling to get the meat. The meat just isn't flowing. Because they're trying to get all the vegetables that they need. It will balance out, it's just that it's taking too long to balance out, which is frustrating to say the least. And it's not like I can just cut off all the vegetables, otherwise people will, well, have vegetable-related problems. No, you don't need the road between the granaries. I assure you that the market ladies have access to this granary. As evidenced by the fact that some of these guys do have food. Meat, rather.
This city seems all right.
Oh, wow, they're saying positive things about my crappy city.
Greetings. This is an okay city, really.
As cities go, this one seems okay.
Let me just enjoy this for a moment.
Salutations. Life here is all right, isn't it?
Clearly a sign to save my game. Okay, although this is struggling to balance out, it will balance out. You see them slowly becoming Grand Insulae as they get access to the meats. And actually, the access to meat will lower their consumption of vegetables, so it'll balance out nicely. The denarii, against all odds, is balancing. Let's not talk about the fact that I still need to re-enable all my imports. Yeah, we don't talk about that. Once that's dealt with... Oh my god, the Patricians. I got no spare labor for the Patricians, but that's not entirely true, is it? I can build a few additional Grand Insulae here. And with those people, I am going to struggle. Yeah, not sure we can make this. What I could do... No, I was thinking about upgrading the small insulae to medium insulae, but that's not reasonable. I don't know what is reasonable at this point. Because my prosperity rate is desperately going to need small, medium villas. And that's going to require a lot of infrastructure that I can't afford in terms of employment. Here's my census right now. These are all the 50-year-olds that are going to be retiring, and these are all the soon-to-be 20-year-olds that will start working. In about 5 years, we're going to be losing these dudes, and we won't gain that many dudes. Why are you devolving? Oil. Oh, boy. It's not actually an oil issue, it's a food issue. But the food issue is serious. Really quite serious, actually. Because I keep struggling to get enough vegetables for everyone. To the point where I'm going to switch. Going to have more vegetables coming in. And then I'll kind of ease it over to more meat. Oh, that's bad. That's really, 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 really bad. Oh, lordy, that's bad. Yeah, did I mention before that I don't like doing Grand Insulae because there are a lot of work like this? Oh, what? They're out of pottery. Yeah, the markets are struggling because they keep all trying to grab the vegetables. What you should do is have a lot of overproduction of them, or plan better. And I clearly forgot my plan here. Painful. Alright, we'll ease them into piggies then. Damn it, you bastards, pay my taxes! It's not a problem that gets solved with more marketplaces either. The problem is the marketplaces are struggling to get the vegetables that they need. You are joking. What? Pottery now costs even more. What? Oh, Keinwyn is kicking me when I'm down here. I'm not sure I'm coming back from this one. 3 markets is a bit low for a Grand Insulae. I don't agree. The problem here is the food, not the markets. See, the market lady, she goes out, she tries to get as much vegetables as she can, but there's not enough vegetables, so she comes back with like 300. And then you instantly lose all the 300 and she comes back for more vegetables. It's a food production issue, which is why I just fattened up my vegetables. Alright, well, whether they can be afforded or not, I still need these things. Yeah, you're right, the 75% employment loss is also hurting us. And losing all those people very erratically jumped into my census. Or jumped away from my census. I wonder if this can balance out in time. A man can hope. Well, it's somewhat promising to see that we're not running into problems with oil. See, this one's got 600 vegetables. Now it's going to go and get the rest of the food, and then it's going to start working on pottery and such. So maybe it's good that they went down to Casa for a little while. Doesn't do my prosperity any favors, though. It's another year that it's not raising. And the hippodrome's fairly out of the question, so I'm going to have to, at best, have +9 prosperity per year. 8 seems more reasonable. Yeah, you got a little bit of meat, but they're struggling. At least some of them have meat now. Part of the problem is they also have to go quite far for the granaries. I really think my layout here was not good enough. Oh well, what can a man do? He can cry a little bit. Crying is good. I'm going to add another market, despite saying it's not a market problem. Alright, they're working on it. Bring back my taxes! Yeesh. That was only like 7 months. Ah, Jesus. That was 9 months between them instead of a full year. Grim. But that's okay, we knew it would be grim. The pottery is barely holding, the lumber is barely holding. I think however you slice it, I still need that clay. Oh, this map's incredibly stressful, Caffeinated Owl. At least we have some Grand Insulae, and they certainly pay their tax as well. We've got enough to pay off Caesar Boy. Let's make sure to give him his first request before his later request. I drained all but one of my weapons. Ah. Yeesh, they go up, they go down, they go up, they go down. This is why I made sure to do mergers, even though this was a large insulae area. Or Grand Insulae. No, God. Yeah, the market ladies are struggling greatly here. Maybe I do need more than I thought. And of course we're still shy on workers. And those workers are meant to be working in the food industry. And I can't think of anywhere that can slacken off to save workers. Because I need all this industry. And normally I'm one to put down a lot of superfluous buildings to soak people up, but this just isn't happening here. Dum da dum dum da dum. Another somewhat annoying thing is that we were given vegetables instead of wheat. Market ladies can grab 800 bundles of wheat at a time, but they can only grab 600 of the other kinds of food. So moving the food around becomes even less efficient, and it's already pretty bloody inefficient. I think my ability to stabilize this block, or my inability to stabilize this block, is what's caning me here. And I do like all those Grand Insulae. It's very, very nice. But it needs to balance out, and those piggies are going away fast. No, Dark Young, if you hadn't noticed, this is an extremely difficult map. Alright, it looks good, but I don't think this is going to hold. Which is a shame, because if it did hold, we'd at least be in the green employment-wise. But the markets are just struggling to get the goods. Yeah, only one of them has oil to begin with, and there's not a lot of oil to begin with. And I hate to say it, but I need to import that timber and start processing it, which costs workers that I, to my surprise, actually do have. We don't really import olives, but I guess I will. It's not a huge deal. You should stop getting marble. That's not a concern anymore. No, there are no invasions on this map. There were 4 packs of wolves that we had to destroy at great expense. It cost 2 grand for the forts and 150 denarii for the barracks. And we started with 3,000 denarii, so I'm sure you can tell that doesn't add up. And the wolves prevented access to this area and this area. No, this is just not working. I'd like to just give it time for it to iron out, but time isn't something that we're afforded much of on this map. Those poor markets struggling on the food front. Yeah, they keep wasting their time going for this. The dregs of food. It's so close though, it's so agonizingly close, and I can't really afford to get rid of these guys because I need the people to work. But holding this steady is difficult. Wonder where my prosperity rating is going to here. Probably not good places. Yeah, it only went up by 2, and I've only got 10 years left. Not even 10 years, I actually cannot win on the final year, because the favor requirement is 100. You'll always lose a tick of favor at the turn of the year, so you can never win on the final year. Which is yet another horrifically cruel thing Keinwyn has done on this map. I mean, 100 prosperity, 100 favor with everything else. It's an absolute piss take of a map. Punishing. Can we look at the northern block for a moment when you give the request? What? Not sure what you mean by northern block or the request. Will this ever actually balance out? I don't, for some reason, have not enough food here, do I? You can get the final favor from a final year request. No, what I'm getting at is that if I need the final year for a tick of prosperity, then it'll never happen, because even if I get the prosperity, I will lose the favor, and I'll still lose. And if it's going to be anything that costs me, it's going to be the 100 prosperity goal, which I'm struggling immensely to reach. Is there any wiggle room or ambiguity at all with the win conditions? Nope. Yeah, this block is just not stabilizing. And Caesar's champing at the bit for his... Oh, here we go. There's your vast amount of weapons, Toga Boy. They just can't stabilize. But damn it if they don't pay me my taxes. They're generally not going down to Casa level at least, so if nothing else I am actually getting money out of this. If it could just stabilize, then I could start working on my patricians. Doing mad things for the demographics, though. Okay, I really have to call it on those imports. That's strangling me. Any way to get slightly more food in there? Ugh, it's not looking great for that. Roma's increased the price of wine. Okay, great. When eventually we start working on patricians, the wine will cost even more. Wonderful. It's not wonderful. What I could do is open this up to produce more food and then have the granaries get. But I worry that the market ladies might actually come all the way down here and waste their time grabbing food from here, which would be bad. The food production is fine. It's just taking too long to balance out. Now, these places, they have tons of food. It's just a case of getting to the point where it backs up in the marketplaces, giving the market ladies enough time to go and get these goods. A fun thing you can do is set up so your market ladies, some of them don't have access to the food at all. That's a good way to handle your patricians. But yeah, this will stabilize in time. It's just time is not something we have. You got a note on my prosperity, by the way? It says it's rising. Well, it went up by 2 last year, which is not good enough. Well, that's good. That's almost entirely Grand Insulae. That'll help you guys all the way up. That'll help you. Oh, that is looking dapper. Oh, that is nice. I still anticipate some devolution, re-evolution, but holy smokes, that is good. The longer I have them on Grand Insulae, the more money they make me. Doesn't look that much more than the Insulae, does it? But trust me, Grand Insulae are money-making machines. And you trust me, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I do need to do away with a couple of the wheat farms in favor of meat farms. And I guess we're doing that now. Yeah, there we go. I just needed to be more gentle. Alright, let's delude ourselves into believing that this is fine. Which means we now need to add slightly more of them. Slightly more. I have real problems with that. If they devolve and those guys cause them to merge in unpleasant ways, that's going to be very, very bad for me. However, some of these markets are actually gaining additional goods. Yeah, 2 of them have oil. They all seem to have pottery. They still struggle immensely on vegetables, but cross that bridge and all that. I'll tell you what, one thing I need to do is stop doing any weird things with my veggies like this. Yeah, you are no longer a veggie getter. Caesar once again has an enormous demand of me. In November, ooh, late in the year, which means he's probably going to come in April next year and demand his next 256 batch of weapons. The empty reservoir was part of an earlier plan to source the water over here for this loop. But I decided I could do it here and here instead. That actually came at the cost of a farm. But, well, too bad. That farm would be useful. No doubt about it. What if... I have an idea now. There we go, just to lessen the impact. Yeah, you hate being next to a reservoir, and I don't doubt that, but have all the plaza you want. Okay, the money situation is stabilizing slightly. That might mean that we get the prosperity boost from having Dosh, which would be nice. Do you like boosts? One of Cadbury's better chocolate bars. And get rid of you. Okay, so how in God's name do I get my patricians? I actually think I can't. Not unless I also get some more plebes. And you might be able to use your galactic brain to acknowledge the fact that getting additional plebes is just not happening right now. So how do we solve this conundrum? We can all chip in on this. You know, I'm taking answers from chat if you've got them. Would warehousing more weapons for the future now make you have less production for the future? It's not something I'm open to doing. We are in a situation where I could cut down 2 iron mines and by extension 29 and 58, and by extension 4 weapon workshops. Because we only strictly need 27 iron things and double of 27 in weapon workshops, 54. So I could save 60 workers there. As you're well aware, patricians need a lot more than 60 workers. A lot more than 60 plus 75, but I am adding more houses here. Listen and believe that it can be done. We just need to think how. I put a house here and here. I'm going to plaza them up to the hilt because they're going to find this rather undesirable place to live. There you go. I should squeeze in a few more workers. Hopefully I still have the goods and the coverage for them. And that, together with scaling slightly down. Since we've been overproducing, we could underproduce weapons a little bit in the future. Because it's of vital importance that I get this this prosperity up. It's at 39. I need an additional 61 over the course of 9 years, not 10. Because as we've established, I cannot win on the final 12 months. If I don't have 100 prosperity by then, we don't win. So we get 10 additional prosperity ticks. I'm really, really, really good at getting prosperity. But I'm not sure I'm this good. For the final prosperity tick, I can massacre all of my tents. But I still need to have enough that I can make it that far, so we're going to need to run some numbers here. But I'm going to wait a little bit on it, because I think I can stomach 1 more year without patricians. Hopefully I'm still making money, by the way. If I don't make money, I don't get the prosperity tick. Holy smokes, I got 8 that year. That's so good. We lost 1 from not having a certain amount of patricians, and we lost 1 from not having an active hippodrome. Other than that, we got perfect prosperity that year. Okay, that has incensed me with positivity. We can yet do this god-awful mission. It's not an awful map in terms of quality, but it is incredibly punishing. I am feeling punished. Also, I just noticed a little bit we can do for you. Give you a bit of plaza, make you incredibly happy. Oh. Wait, no library? Yeah, that's a you problem. I am not willing to give you a library just to make you into a casa. Right. Are the ugly house block on top of the hill to supply more pops? I can't feed these people. There is no food. I can't fish despite there being fish here. So I cannot feed these people. There is access to food here, but I reckon I need this entire area for my villas. because medium villas are a pain in the arse. I need a lot of them. I think we need to go and run some numbers here, and it'll be easier to run once I have my lovely looking insulae here. Oh, that does look lovely. Yum, 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 yum. You're going to take a moment to get your Colosseum worker to pass you by. And I'm certain they will. In fact, I'm quite surprised you haven't had it. Maybe it's the theatre hasn't done a walk around yet. No. There are no amphitheatres here. Well, there's your Colosseum worker. I don't know what your problem is. There's not enough there is 100% enough entertainment. There we go, there we go. I just had to convince him he was wrong. Something I'm very good at. Grow, 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 grow. I don't like the gladiators. Well, I don't like you. Grow anyway. Don't get Madiator, get Gladiator. There we grow. Alright, nice. Let's assume that this is rock solid 100%. Let's also assume that I have not given up my imports. I do need to keep those clay imports coming, and I do need to keep that timber stuff coming. So we're running low on furniture. But anyway, how many are we looking at? We're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Please write that in chat. 32. We're going to need to go over to our calculator here. It's that tight a map. My massive lobes in the past told me that I would get 32 grand insulae, and I got exactly that. Medium villa. You really think I'm going to make 32 medium villas? You're off your rocker here. We don't, however, have 6 large tents. We have no large tents. What we have right now are small tents. And how many of them do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 7, 8, 9. Right, that is unfortunate. We have got 9 small tents. Ah, that hurts my prosperity, but still at 100. This is assuming we have 20 small insulae, which we don't. We have more than that. How many do we have? 4 complete... Oh, wait, there's another small tent there, isn't there? Yes, there is. Alright, then I'll add that on. So that means we actually have 10 loads of small tents. Grim. And yes, 1 large hovel. I'll add that in. Right, how many of these small insulae do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a bad way to count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 31, 32 again? That's very bad news. I mean, it's good that I'm great at building these houses, but it means that my need for medium villas is through the roof. As I mentioned before, I can merc all of my small tents, and it actually boosts me all the way up to where I need to be. So if we're okay with 10 small tents, if I can grab 32 medium villas, then I can eke out a prosperity win in the penultimate month, because we can hit 93, and then before the turn of the next year I can kill all the small tents and get us up to 100 prosperity. So the win condition for this map right now is that Jake erects 32 medium villas on a shoestring budget with no real spare workers. This map just doesn't give up. Okay, but on the plus side, we will fulfill the city has 10% or more people living in villas criteria for another 1 prosperity per year, bringing us up to 9 prosperity per year, assuming that we actually are making money. I want to see what I can do to save everything I can in terms of employees here. When we build this patrician block, we do not get any plebes. which is bad. Don't you need more insulae from workers? Yes. However, every insulae I add, even if it's grand insulae, will lower my prosperity. Unless I compensate by building more villas, which I could. I could build maybe 40 medium villas. But I think it is delusional to say that I'm going to be able to do that. Yeah, I think delusions would be setting in pretty heavily if I said I'm capable of doing that. Yeah, 32, 32, 32 is a beautiful ratio. Doesn't work though, because even if I merc all the tents, this guy still needs to be here to cover cover demands. However, maybe if we run numbers, we decide that I actually don't need one or two of these farms, and then I can bring this up to insulae. But that's a kind of, you know, post-game tidying up my city affair. Which is not what I'm currently doing. By the way, how many people are registered for tax? 80%? That doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel like everybody's paying their fair way. But these guys are all paying tax. Oh my god, these people have been tax avoiding. This freaking tax worker doesn't actually do the full loop. He goes and wanders around. Oh, okay, this will not stand. Religion access. Everybody has just Venus. Completely unacceptable. Okay, okay. I am enraged by this. Do you think that Venus can wander up from here? Wait, Venus was kind of the wrong person to put there. I guess I just watch her, right? Hopefully the priest for Venus just walks up and along and does the loop. If he just does that once, we're fine. But he does need to do it once. So please do it. On the double, if you could, please. Or ever. Okay, good, good, very good. He just needs to wander around here and everything's fine. Complete the loop, man. There is a chance that he gets like this far and doubles back. If he does, that's okay if he also goes around on another walk. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Perfect. Oh man, I'm so freaking good at this game.
This city is a reasonable place.
Alright. I'm annoyed by that. So I couldn't have put the tax place in a much better area than here. You know, when it's there, you expect it's going to go down and round and do the loop. What the tax worker did every one of his walks was he spawned here, he went dum-dee-dum-dee-dum-dee-dum-dee-dum-dee-dum, and then he just walked this way before buggering off back home. Maybe not for all of them. There is a chance he did 3 that way and then 1 this way, and it didn't actually catch all of them. But what I'm getting at is now 94% of my people are registered for tax. Okay, okay. This is such a difficult map. What was going through your mind when you made this, Keinwyn? Hopefully a 44 caliber. Right, I'm just going to fill that up. We need to generate a bit of money before I start sending my stuff off for Patricians, though, unfortunately. I've made a mistake. What's the mistake that I've just made? Uh-oh. By building that, we actually block this in. I can't actually do that. I can't have that statue there, or else all these people would die. Unfortunate, but whatever. I'll give you some gardens instead. People need a way in, or else they just decide to despawn on you, which is very unpleasant.
Greetings. I'm off to collect more supplies. Things seem to be working well here.
Ich hab Hunger, you don't say. Good. Kind of weird that this single bit here is paved, but I think it's the Oracle doing its magic. Right, I'd like some money, please. I was wondering where my money went, but I think I just imported a bunch of wood. And given that my pottery places are all working, probably also some of this clay. Clearly golden. Oh my god! Why? This is so expensive. I have to pay 200 denarii per bit of clay that I then have to process into pottery. You're bankrupting me. Clay imports are now off the table. Actually insane. On top of that, I've actually got too many people, which is bizarre, but I actually need to employ some people. Do I have an industry that's off that I can turn on? I don't. Ooh. That is a particularly spicy meatball. How do my people feel? They're very, very pleased with me. Oh, good. Good. I love it when my people are pleased. I live to serve them. I don't have the money to set up my patrician... Oh my god, would you piss off? I don't have the money to set up my patrician place right now. And I'm going to need that cash to flow if it's ever going to be in that position. Fortunately, these guys should really get the cash flowing, but of course, as you saw, clay is prohibitively expensive now. Maybe if you're lucky, clay becomes more expensive than pottery, and it already is. Import cost on clay, 200. Import cost on pottery, 180. Export cost on clay, 190. Export on pottery, 140. The slight issue is that nobody sells pottery. I can sell pottery at an eye-watering loss. Of course, I still have to spend money on importing all these delectable olives, chunks of wood, bits of clay, and you know what I also need for patricians? I need wine, which you also bumped up. I have to pay 265 denarii per unit of wine. I have to hope that I can hold my breath for a few... like 2 years maybe, and then start setting up my patricians. Because if I don't save up enough money to build them up, it's not happening. Just not happening. I also need to employ a few more people just to keep the angry people off my back. And I'm going to keep them happy with a little festival to Ceres. Yeah, maybe Neptune. All those people coming in by boat giving me olives, I wouldn't survive without them. Question, can I bring wine in by land? Okay, I can. That is very nice. Wait, no I can't. It has to come in by sea. That's not too bad, because the wine can go here. Not too bad, really. Yeah, get the wine in. It would be a big problem if these guys got access to it, but they don't have access to it. And then we bring it over to the patricians. Jesus Christ. As blind plays go, this has been almost perfect. Obviously a bit of a hiccup with establishing these guys as Grand Insulae, but we're there now. It cost us maybe a year and a half. But otherwise, I don't know how I could have played this map much better, and I'm still getting my teeth kicked down my throat. Gonna be crapping out my molars at this rate. You better be blessed by Venus at this rate. Yeah, well, we don't get god blessings on this mode. Still drunk from the recent revelry. They salute your generosity. Someone has to, because Toga Boy doesn't.
Could you spare a little bread? I haven't eaten for so long.
Don't worry about that. The food situation is fine. Even my chief advisor tells me that we eat a little more food than we produce. What? I hope that's not true, but it might be true. So we've got 32 of these, right? Calculator. If I've got 32 times 84 people, and I can feed 160 per farm, I need 16.8 farms. How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That isn't enough. I need one more farm for these people. And as we have established, I don't have space for another farm. I hate this, but it has to be done. Right, vegetables 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Pigs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, really? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, there we go. Another little piggy goes here. And another little bit of disgusting tent labor goes here. Alright, that'll do. We're going to work on bringing these people up in life. The small tents, I want them to be large tents. It will very marginally aid my employment figures and my the other thing, prosperity, to the point where I'm willing to spend a bit of plaza on them just to bring them up in life. Now these go. Oh wow, I didn't even need to give you plaza. Right, forget it. I'm taking my plaza back. If you don't need it, you're not having it. The desirability requirements for a large tent is what exactly? -10. So if it's slightly better than living in complete scum, they're okay. This is a horrible place to live, so these guys may well need some plaza love. There we go. Plaza love. One more. There we go. Alright, alright. We might just get somewhere. The problem with saving up money... Oh yeah, my city definitely looks like this. Governor Palace, Grand Insulae, Large Temple, the Senate, the Hippodrome. The only thing in this picture I have is the Colosseum. 5k population, huh? This run's getting tough. Really, really tough. We have like 8 years to win now. 110 months. I know that's just shy of 10 years, but that's not how I'm counting this. And my count is correct.
If food doesn't arrive soon, this lion will eat his own tamer. Me.
Me. I assume that you started giving 24 months to comply on these later ones because of the fact that Caesar could order you in November and then April, right? I was wondering why it suddenly went over to 24 months when you still get them annually, but that would make sense as why. Has Jacob hit the 120? Yes, a long, long, long time ago. Look at this, 16 in 102. That's 2 years into it, and he was asking me for 16. Emperor requests goods at 103, 32. 104, Emperor requests 64. 105, Emperor requests 128. And from 106 onwards, 256. We're now in 111. Monstrous map made by a monster. I still actually do sell off some marbles here, believe it or not. Doesn't make a lot of money, but it's some money. Yeah, another thing that's a believe it or not situation is that I still need to sponge up some unemployment through libraries. Which is probably a good sign that I'm working this city really well. But I probably next year need to start working on my Patrician. Maybe I even just do it now. It's a difficult thing to time because I think I have enough unemployment for it, right? What do we have here? We got 80 people I can sponge off of here. Another 60, maybe even more, that I can sponge off of superfluous weapon production. we're still getting maybe another 60 workers coming in on these Grand Insulae here. That's being very generous, but like, what percentage of new immigrants are workers? I think it's about half of them, right? Unsure. Want to give a library to the hovel when you're just placing them. And where does it go? I have thought about this, and I've been unable to locate where I put it. School can't reach them. There's not enough space around here. I'm not having an offshoot of a road just to reach there. I can't delete this road and put it here. There's not enough space, and it would detach from there. So I do not see where I can put it. Too much pottery too? Yeah, I could probably lessen my pottery workshopping for a little bit. 22 pottery with a need to import more. I guess not yet, but soon. The oil is holding nicely. The furniture is looking okay. It's 16 there. 16 plus whatever wood I have there, so it's at 24. There's only 14 pottery with no imports of clay. I should have imported more clay this year despite its eye-watering cost. Although maybe we're okay. Maybe we just need to thump it into Patricians and tear off the band-aid, so to speak. I'm terrified of this. How do I build it? How do I cram 32 freaking small medium villas here? Not with any ease. I want a longer loop than this, but maybe only 2 units longer. They also need 2 types of food. I would love to not have to put down another Colosseum, given the eye-watering cost of them. But linking this together with the Patricians causes a lot of problems, not least of all the market goers will go for wine. And then these guys get access to wine, which actually isn't a problem, because they only have 1 god. But they'd still stock the wine, which is an immense expense I don't want to spend. Well, immense, let me think. That's like 432, it's like 500 denarii worth of wine they'd be gobbling up. Right, even so, I'm going to need to get a whole lot of vegetables and piggies for my Patricians. 32 of them. They only have half the size of this, so I really only need like 4 and 4. Maybe a bit more. Let's say 5 and 5 of them. So 5 veggie farms and 5 pig farms, but I'd really rather have 6 and 6. That's already 120 workers, just on food. Not on services. Can you go above medium villa? No. Medium villa to large villa requires an academy, and we simply don't have access to the academy. So medium villa is the best quality housing we can build on this map. I'm sickened by this. I actually don't think I can scale map my pottery production. I need this. 1 pottery barn deals with 20 buildings. So there's 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. And that's going to be needed for all of my insulae. So I actually can't scale that back at all. If I scale anything back, it would have to be weapons, but could I get away with that now? That I'm not so sure. In addition to that, they'll need... Damn right they'll need. I can get away without a theatre, actually. I can just do theatre. I can just do amphitheatre Colosseum. Yeah, not that the theatre saves much, right? The theatre saves me 8 workers. Not often I think how to squeeze workers out in the manner that I'm doing right now. There is another idea that I put down emergency tent housing, or maybe even emergency hovels here. Although I wonder to what extent we save workers on the hovels. You know, actually, I think if workers are my prime concern right now, and they are, it makes a bit of sense to designate this area That doesn't make it very clear. This area as Hovelton. Just shove, you know, like a dozen hovels over there. As we can see, hovels can house quite a lot of occupants. They don't murder my prosperity as badly. Well, they do murder it. They also pay taxes, which is a pretty big thing, and they don't revolt. If I have a little Hovelton over there, then I should have the excess unemployment I need to fuel my patricians. Alright, alright. So if we segregate this off as Hovelton, we keep this as Patricianville, I think we could make something work. Point is, I need to start building. I don't want to build because, you know, building is commitment. Alright, come on, let's pull ourselves up by our briefs here. Pretty important that I don't block this off, but I can keep it open up on this side, so let's not worry much about it. That is fine, so doot. How long is this going to be, though? How long did I say I want it to be? I'd like to be able to mash 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's say 10 2x2s in the middle. Because they don't really need many more than this, do they? Can we do more than that? 10 2x2s in the middle means that making it 20 length. I think we could actually go for 22 length. And that doesn't seem outrageous there, does it? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Donk. Like Roy Donk 69, what a ridiculous guy. I was counting for the outside, not the inside there, wasn't I? Yeah, because that's only 20. Maybe make it 21. Nah, I believe in that. It's quite lengthy, but I think walkers could do that. I really need to integrate into my head just how big of a loop walkers will do. It's normally not a concern for me because I don't tend to build standard loops like this. But as it happens, we've got good space for it, so I should do it. Now... have we been stabbed in the back yet? That's something that happens to Caesar, not me. I tend to get stabbed in the front. I love my figures of 8, but I don't think I'm going to figure of 8 this. I think I'm going to double granary side by side like this. Question is, can I actually fit enough farms over here? It looked good, but now that I look closer at it, I'm not so sure. Ooh, this is tight. I don't like tight. Let's not cut superfluous things here. Every denarii counts, right? This is very disgusting. It's going to need some tent labor as well. I regret to inform you all right now, the tents will not be spared. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 is overkill. We can get away with 5. The question is how many piggies can I get in here? 1, 2... 3. Oh, that's bad. That is bad. I need more. What did I end up doing down here anyway? I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of each. So over here I'd like to ideally have 5 of each. A little bit too tight for more than this. Trust is becoming increasingly clear why I would like to be able to plan my placement of buildings in this game. Well, I can do 5 and 5, right? Because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not ideal, but I really worry that you have quite a long way to go to get to here. That and this is a weird little intersection. Definitely weird and little. Alright, I think it'll have to do. This one right here is the vegetables one, because I want it to be closest to the vegetables over there. And this one here is for our little piggies. And of course they're going to need labor, so I'm terribly sorry we have to have another disgusting little labor access point. And I'm even more sorry because this won't merge from here. We'll merge from here though, so maybe we bring it out like so. There we go. Couldn't hurt, could it? That should give them everything they need. Hopefully the Revengineer can do his rounds. Gotta be quite sparing on my employment numbers here. And I think I have to do this in conjunction with building up Hobbleton. Not to be confused with Kelsington. We're not playing Dungeon Keeper here, although sometimes I wish we were. Was it Kelsington or was it Cozy Town? That's actually a really good place for you, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Excuse me. Pardon my girlish little coughs here. I really need all this stuff working as a matter of priority. I don't think... I'm just looking for the... Wow, none of these are mergers. Huh. Not a merger in the bunch, but I think I could rejig this a little bit and then get a merger here. Alright, there we go. A couple of bits of disgusting tent labor for you. Get those in. And I'd like to spend as much money as I can so that Caesar doesn't put his big fat fingers into my my coffers for tribute, which is why I'm doing all this building in December. I suppose the large statues are needed eventually, so building them now doesn't seem like too big a bad thing to do. I'd want it like there and then working my way down, so I guess we can do that. And then I'd have you there, 1, 2, 3, and wait, get out of my way. That seems like it would make sense. Because the fountain goes here with 3 on either side. And the fountain goes here and there's still space on the other bit, so... I'll put that down. Seems rather decadent putting that down before we have actually houses, but so be it. Part of my concern here is that yes, I need patricians, but no, I really don't have the... I don't really have the freedom to control their growth like I would normally control other buildings. But one thing to consider is that since they are close to the entry point and I don't need them for workers, in fact, them being workers buggers up my unemployment numbers, what I can do is I can grow them in a much more controlled manner. Yeah, okay. I appreciate that that didn't really make any sense, but it didn't have to. Yeah, I can really make this work to my advantage, can't I? And since we know the inner point is more desirable, what we can do is thus. Just go mad with power on evolving these things. It's 12 denarii a pop to prevent them from growing in unsuitable ways, but I'll do it. Didn't need that last one. Oop. And then I can do the same on the other side. There should be no reason I can't. Okay, good. How many of this is it, by the way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 and 11 is 22, and it shouldn't be difficult to ping another 10 around the sides here. Alright, great. So I'm putting these statues in to prevent them from growing whenever they want to. They'll grow all the way up to medium insulae, but to become a large insulae, you need to grow into a 2x2. That hasn't been relevant for the entire rest of the run because I've been forcing my mergers, but here I'm forcing them to not grow, and by putting these large statues in the way, they won't be able to evolve into large insulae until I remove the statues. So what I can do is I can remove the statues one at a time, so that this one grows, and this one grows, and this one grows, and this one grows, and this one grows, rather than, say, for example, this one growing here into a 2x2 here that squeezes this one into the corner, and this one can no longer grow into a large insulae, which is, of course, a prerequisite for becoming a villa. Of course, right? Because it's all crystal bloody clear, isn't it? I will want you here, and that also means that you can water Hobbleton. And I've sufficiently spent my denarii so that Caesar could still probably take tribute. I still probably don't end up in debt. And I still cry about the pottery situation, but too bad. It's Cozyton and Dungeon Keeper. I really heard Kelsington. Kelsington. My prosperity go down there? I feel like it was above 42 previously. Yeah, I'm not too surprised that building all this brought my prosperity down. It shouldn't be too big of a deal because I am very, very good and therefore should have no problem bringing my prosperity up to the point where it needs to be. I'm entirely sure I believe my own words there, but I will convince myself I'm correct. Right, your job here is to stock up on pottery and furniture. There's not going to be a lot of time for this. So I want you to be pre-stocked. There isn't a lot to grab either, which is concerning, but not too bad. I'm going to need another one for oil and for vino. I guess throwing you over here isn't too bad. There's also the idea that the Colosseum needs to go somewhere, and given that putting it over here eats into Hobbleton, maybe I'd rather have it down here, where it's a similar waste of space, but not into anything or anywhere important. I guess so, but the warehouse still needs to go somewhere. There is somewhere. Yeah, actually, you know what? You're nice and close. You get the pottery and furniture. That's really, really close, actually. You'll get them no bother. The oil and the wine, maybe I should have 1 and 1. So this one actually goes and gets oil. And I'm going to have another separate one that gets wine. Still annoyingly far away. I'd like to have it within the loop here so that the market ladies don't have to walk forever to get it. But too bad. Please go and get the wine that I don't currently have, but I will someday, I swear. These people are going to be so annoyed at the living situation. I'm not sure it's at the point where I need to prefect them or anything. Well, that's fine. They won't need a lot of food to sustain them themselves for a while. I would like to have somebody living here. It's good access for the granary. But that might be asking for too much. Let's see if I can fling someone in here. There's a good space for what's the word? Statues over there. Wait, that means that I do want that saved, and I want a lot of marketplaces here. I don't trust villas not to explode on me. As expected, we are down on workers, and we're going to be more down on workers when these places evolve, but that's my problem. 47 went down to 42. Yeah, that's the problem, putting down all these empty housing locations. I accepted this risk when I built them. What a tight bloody map. I'm still not sure I'm making it. The money situation. These guys need to hold rock solid. I am dying for lack of pottery. Alright, but at the very least we kept Toga Boy off our back with our frequent shipments of his extreme numbers of weapons. So his conquest of Dacia and, what did you say, Mesopotamia, better be going amazingly well. The first influx of food is here because I really don't want these guys to stick around as tents for very long. Tents under my progressive tax system don't stay happy for long. How do my people feel? Pleased. Pleased isn't very pleased, so we need to improve on that. We need to do even better, everyone. Alright, well, let's at least enlarge these tents a bit.
This city isn't too bad, really.
Well, please get that food distributed to the tents so they stop complaining, and I suppose I better tax them immediately. 1, 2, 1, 2... Oh, I need to keep this open now, don't I? I certainly do, because I went and cut it off here, which is something I was planning on not doing. We don't have another way over to this area, do we? It's kind of important that we do have a way in. But it's full of buildings that are in the way. They can get around this way, kind of, but there's no way into here. Because I cut that off as well. Wait, that's not entirely true. Why did I ever cut this? Okay, I mean, we could do that, but I don't like the fact that anybody would have to go that far anyway. So let's just make sure we keep this open. Alright, I've decided. Just now. Doesn't change the fact that these people need to pay their bleeding taxes. It's very important that they pay their taxes. I'm kind of tempted to put 2 forums down. But surely 1 forum will do the rounds. They won't screw me over like the last one. Surely. Right, they're going to need access to 2 godly gods. The gods are feeling quite indifferent. Oracles will cover up a multitude of sins, as they often do. And in this specific example, I'm going to put one here. Better make sure these people have everything they need, which includes a lot of things. I have some ideas, but they might not be good ideas. I kind of like the idea of putting... Well, there's good space for a 1x1 right here if I consider that it can go out a bit. I put an engineer around here. I don't think I did. The risk assessment tells me no. But I can put you here. They are going to need a barber at some point anyway, and that will allow me to put a house over here. Desirability might be a bit tough, but we could conceivably get a large, medium villa here. Yeah, conceivable. What else am I even trying to do for these people? I suppose I want their godly gods. They can have Mars and Neptune then. Small temple to Mars. Small temple to Neptune. Alright, beyond that they're going to need some schooling. I suspect they're going to need a school on either end because the school walkers are chaotic. In addition to that, they're going to need a library. The library should be able to make the full rounds from there. We've already given them the Colosseum. I can give them a gladiator school over here. They're going to need a lion tamer as well, though. I'll put the lion house here then. I think it's less desirable. How do I do the other thing, though? I haven't given enough space for that. I could shove it over here on the corner. And that might cover situations where the walker doesn't go everywhere I need him to anyway. Because currently I'm not seeing a way to wedge it in over here. Doesn't mean there's no way, but I'm not seeing a way. I could, for example, just have it here and have this stick out a little bit. Because there's no random walkers here, really, aside from the engineer, it's not actually a big deal that we have little pokey bits out like that. And no matter which way they walk, they get labor access here or there. So I actually think this is a fine enough thing to do. But we are going to need... how is this going again? Region Village needs 40, so I actually need an amphitheatre and a theatre. But I won't need an actor colony. Which maybe runs contrary to what I said earlier. It feels like it does, but it's what I'm saying now that matters. Out of my way, everyone. I'm well aware about your desires to be lion tamers and other such nonsense. Something doesn't add up here. Yeah, it's you that doesn't add up. I left a blind spot in the middle of this. That's okay, because I can put you here. But I did make a blind spot. This is so freaking tight. And I hate to admit it, but I'm going to need to import some wine pretty soon. I will not give these people access to bathhouses yet. Bathhouse is going to be the trigger moment to evolve them into villas. Which, of course, I will not do until I've stockpiled all the goods I need, which includes wine. But importing wine is going to be crippling to me. Oh well. That'll only cover one side. Yeah, there's also this side to consider, isn't there? But what if I don't want to consider them? Had you considered that? What if this guy just didn't exist, right? I don't have to accept you.
I've been thrown out of my home.
Good. Let's free up some workers. Heavens knows we need them. Do we marginally reduce the output of weaponry? We are going to run into employment issues really freaking soon. Because remember, these workers aren't going to exist for much longer. Once they become... Well, actually, we should build up Hovelton before we make these people into patricians. But I am running out of time on that prosperity. Severely. These people look pretty good as they are, though. Anyway, they got their amphitheatre. I guess they can have their theatre as well. They actually have a lot of what they need already, don't they? I'm going to assume the tax worker's doing his rounds.
These houses pay so little tax, it hardly seems worth my time.
Yeah, I've got space for more of them. Yeah, this actually looks alright. What's missing here? Not much. Not much at all. Let's see, I'm denying them their bathhouse on purpose. They will, of course, need a hospital. I'm not putting that down anytime soon, though. This thing drinks up employees like nobody's business. It can go here rather easily, though. Am I sure I don't want to build this thing? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't want to build it, but we should keep in mind the hospital should go here. Something like a middle mouse click to, like, ghost place it would be so nice. Anyway, they have religion, they have education. I hope they all have education. Oh yeah, new labor on the block. They have entertainment from fully staffed Colosseum, sure. Amphitheatre and theatre. Yeah, that is plenty. I had to run the numbers quickly. They're being taxed. Yeah, this is actually more or less done. So actually what I need now is Hovelton. And we're good to go. Now, Hovelton's not going to be a pleasant place for anyone. But they will be fed. I money back guarantee these people can have some food to eat at the very least. I struggle a bit on where to merge them, because a lot of this is arable land, and I don't actually recognize the arable land merger points, and of course I did not put pink pixels on them. So if I didn't recognize them in the first place, I wasn't able to pink pixel them up. Even so... I reckon just 3 loads of these should be fine, right? Because all they need is actually food, water, and religion, actually. Food, water, and religion, that's enough to get our Hovelton operational. So even just something simple like this should do. It's as simple as that. Don't know where the mergers are going to come from. I'll just put this down and figure out the rest as we go. Is that going to be small villas? These are going to be medium villas. These are going to be hovels. And the hovels are just going to be there because I need workers. Simple as. And they need to be taxed, of course, right? And no one gets away without being taxed around here. That's right, merge for me, you buggers. Okay, nice, nice. This is holding steady, which is of vital importance. How many people fit in a small hovel anyway? A small hovel holds 13 people, so times 4, that's 40. That's 52 people in a hovel. So one vegetable farm is going to feed 3 hovels. 3 2x2 hovels. So I could have 9 2x2 hovels? That doesn't feel right. No, there's no way that's right. Maybe it is. Ooh, that's a scary thought. What was that notice, by the way? The Emperor is grateful. Wait, really? You sure it wasn't the Emperor's demanding yet more goods as usual?
I don't know why I bother with this route. They don't buy anything or have anything they want to sell me.
I can really only get 9 hovels here? Really? I'm not buying that. Hold on. My calculator tells me that one of these farms sees 160 people. If a hovel can hold 13 times 4 people at 52, then I have 160 times 3 divided by 52 is 9 hovels. How desperate does a man have to be to cling on for 9 hovels? Pretty bloody desperate. I think we're going to need to expand that so I can have a little bit more than 9 hovels, please. There you go. Bum, 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 bum. Then I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I might even just get my 7, 8, 9, but we can have more of them up here. Might be having those libraries I deleted back. Alright. You don't have to exist.
I've got nowhere to live.
Good. Bleeding Nicky. Merge? No. Okay, I'm going to merge. I'm not going to bother. Which means I'm not going to bother with you living.
I've got nowhere to live.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can squeeze in like a little bit more here, surely. I have no problem pasting these guys against the wall when we don't need them in the future. I do need to suck up their unemployment eventually, though. That means I could actually shove a marketplace over here, which is fine, because then they'll go up and they'll just provide everybody with everything. A little fountain will take care of all of your needs. By a little, I mean too little. And these will be the only people not getting doctor coverage in this city, I think. You don't want your doctor coverage to be perfect, because then people refuse to die. Ideally, you only have good or okay coverage. Because much like real life, you want your people dying pretty swiftly, so you don't have to keep treating them. In this game, people over the age of 50 retire. They still eat food, and they still pay taxes, but you'd just rather they die so you can get people who can work, and workers are between the ages of 20 and 50, because in this horrible situation, you gotta retire at 50 whether you like it or not. What was I just doing? I wanted to check on the gods. Who can we purge over here? Ceres. Makes sense. We're doing all this farming work. There's your Ceres temple. And that should be everything I need. Well, not desirability, but we'll see to that in a moment. To get these people up to hovel town status. These guys are sitting around small casa. They are enjoying... Holy smokes, look at that money I have. Right, now is the time to... Oh god, I've got no bleeding pottery. I have to import clay and wine. Oh, I don't like this. This is gonna hurt. You are set to accept wine, right? Yeah, wine and olives. Are you bringing me wine?
The dockers are taking our goods to the warehouse now.
Total denarii death here. Yeah, I have to just swallow the costs here. Import the wine, import the clay. I have no pottery in the centralized area anymore, which is so freaking bad. But it costs 200 a pop. I don't know why Keinwyn decided to do that. It was just obscene cruelty on top of everything else to make clay so incredibly expensive for a 100 prosperity map. Who hurt you? Those people will need a touch of plaza here and there to evolve. Touch of food as well. Uh-oh, they're coming along to put me into debt with clay. The problem is I can't not take it. I need it. But if I go into debt, Caesar's going to blow a gasket. Oh, do not export that wine. No, 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 no. The oil situation's amazing. We should stop importing... I've already cut imports of timber. There's not much I can do but swallow this. I can only afford 7 units of it, and they're going to sell me 8. And it's November, so it's near the end of the year, so Toga Boy will not be pleased with me. You can't just not accept the last one, right? Oh, wow, I didn't realize you could do that.
The city's got a good day to you. Can I interest you in a good
Oh, these
day?
guys are also going to try and
Can I
sell me their
interest you in
overpriced
some
clay.
quality goods?
Stop. Stop. I need some production efficiency so I can turn it into more. Okay. Yeah, we're making surprisingly good money on those taxes. I guess it's not that surprising, but I am happy about it. Oh god, we're out of pottery. We're running really, really thin on pottery across the board. I need that clay. I don't get that clay, we lose, so I guess I will grab as much as I can next year. Not right now, I don't want to be in debt at the turn of the year. Caesar will, well, you know, blow that gasket of his. Alright, got these up to hovels. These guys are up to small casa. Amusingly, you actually made it up to shacks over here. And that is amusing to me. Wonder if I can just spice you up a bit. No religious facilities. Okay, that was a waste of money. Alright, January. We're looking at money. I like money. Let's import some clay. We've got to solve this pottery issue really, really urgently. Because if we face devolution, we're going to lose all of our income and then just die. And dying is bad. Frankly, your peons have it easy, relentlessly working for the military-industrial complex, but then retiring so young. It is relentless work. There we go. You know, they just see it all shoveled off. You know, the warehouse empties and they have to refill it. Sounds like a Sisyphean task. I'm sure my people are up for the challenge. Alright, loyalty is appreciated, it seems. Prosperity went back up to 48. I need those villas, but of course that doesn't happen if I don't get my pottery. Oh, God. I can't handle this anymore. I have to turn off clay imports again. But we do have wine, pottery, furniture. The markets are full of pottery. I think we could push these into Patricians now. Is what I'd like to say, but I'm not doing that until my granaries are full of food. Fortunately, these are just little 1x1, so they don't eat much food, but I'm not pushing this until we have food galore. Yeah, I want these to be fairly full before we push these into villas. Which is unfortunate, because that prosperity goal is still very, very high, and I don't have a lot of time to meet it. It's kind of agonizing, really. The markets have some food, but I want them to have more is the problem. You gain 6 prosperity. Yeah, the problem is I need 52 prosperity. And how many years do I have to get it? Knock 12 off of this. What do we have? We got 1 year, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times 8 is 56. Oh my god, I actually have to go. Like, now. Yeah, if I don't start generating 8 prosperity per year starting now, we lose. Okay, well, balls to the wall, I suppose. Oh yeah, unemployment's also really, really high. The people are not going to like that. They're only indifferent to me right now. Ugh, it's even more money I have to spend on soaking up unemployment. And I probably need to give them a little festival to just calm down with as well. I wonder if we're okay just entering a little bit of debt right now. A little festival for Mars, you know, given all the weapons we've created. And let's get these guys evolved to villas. And I think I need to accept a little bit of clay here. Microing the clay is painful, but needs must. I'm going to need some timber as well soon. Oh yeah, just plaza everything. It's a thought. It's a thought that I don't want to do though, currently at least. Maybe every other bit can be plaza for now. Money-saving, plaza-based solutions. Cheaper plazaing half of Rome than buying in even a few units of clay. This economy is messed up. Alright, so they're going to gradually get their goods from the market. The market doesn't get goods unless houses that they go past actually have need of them. Alright, the almost competent one. That's me, by the way. Once these people evolve, I'm going to be losing the employment access, so I'm a little hesitant to build libraries that I'm going to be destroying anyway. Excuse me, where is my clay? Please give me my clay.
I love coming here. Business is going very well.
Yeah, I'm not surprised people love selling me immensely overpriced clay. Imagine you could just dig up dirt and sell it to somebody for $200 dues a bag. I'm getting ripped to hell off. Okay, that's as good as I can do right now. Stop accepting the clay. And now they're waiting on the oil. The oil is right there. That shouldn't be a problem for now. Dum, 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 dum. I'm I'm going to need that timber coming in now. I don't want to run out of that as well. Especially down here, because one of the problems is my cart workers could be struggling so hard to get the pottery that they end up tripping over themselves for the wood. And I actually think I need to be able to burst process my clay better. Build 2 more of you. People are still indifferent despite my little thing there. Alright, now we're pretty close, huh? Yeah, they're gonna start evolving nicely here. Ugh, God, I still need everything. I hate to say it, but I need to sponge up some unemployment here with a few libraries. They'll be gone soon enough. I'm not kidding though, if I don't get my patricians up this year, we lose. It's a very, very simple scenario here. Why are you not evolving? God, you... Oh, of course you hate living next to the Colosseum, which does stand to reason. Here's a freaking oracle. You'll like that. And now I need to hope and pray that they don't do devolution, because I can't afford devolution right now. And instead we just start evolving these buggers. They're going to start demanding wine as well, which is fine. Dum 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 da 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 dum. Yeah, get rid of you, and then they evolve. Donk. And then get rid of you and you. Donk. And you and you. Donk. How do my people feel? Indifferent. Oh, it's plummeting. It's going down by like one each month, I believe. Donk. Why are you not evolving there? You hate being next to the school. I hate you. There you go. How are we doing this? You need to grow into that, huh? Alright, in that case I will force you like so. And that way you only have one place to go. Still waiting on that clay. Still waiting on that timber. Where the hell's my timber? Timber is set to be imported. We're not currently getting it. Gonna need to slightly increase the speed at which I burst it out at this rate. Dum diddy dum dum dum. People are waiting on their extra kinds of food, which is going to put pretty big stress on everything here. I hope it doesn't mess up the way my previous one did. Keep going, keep growing. Alright, it's pretty important that I am able to get the... Uh-oh, I just saw something I didn't like. And I'm not the only person that's going to dislike it.
My governors think money grows on trees.
I didn't have a choice. I have got to meet my demands here. Hopefully these guys are all registered for tax. 93% of the population is. That seems reasonable. But what if it's not? I'm gonna slam another tax building over here just in case. Ye gads, right. That has got to do me on my pottery for a wee while. Please stop. I can't really stop with a timber though. That stuff's drying up like crazy. Alright, we've got our first villas. Build l'hôpital and keep the things going. People are indifferent to me. I can't quite hold another festival, so I have to hope that indifference is fine. But look at those little villas go. Okay, I'm gonna need fat stacks of cash here. Somewhat impressively, I can almost immediately deal with Caesar's weapon request. Rather impressive. I think I gotta turn off my... Well, I don't know. Here's the thing. Can I make enough furniture for this? I'm gonna have to hope that I can. I need to get out of debt before the turn of the year, or else Caesar might blow a gasket again. I'm gonna have to build these. I need the desirability. Oh yeah, oh hell yeah, that's good. Oh, but the unemployment. Please pay me money. Okay, that looks pretty good. I guess I need a school here. I think I just need these people to be Casa right now. I need everything I can to boost up the prosperity cap. Yeah. So my prosperity cap should be fairly high now, but the important thing is that these people all pay me loads of money, and they do not devolve under any circumstance. Devolution is verboten. Couldn't help but notice that I don't really have any wine. So I have to re-import wine, which is another monumental expense, but we'll do that at the turn of the year, if we can, for we must. 89% of the people are registered for tax, so some people are absolutely tax dodging. Don't know who exactly. I think it's these people over here. Some of them dodge the tax. These guys obviously dodge the tax. I don't think all of these guys could possibly dodge the tax.
I love collecting tax from rich houses like these.
Okay, just have to accept the inefficiencies here. As long as I'm in the black at the turn of the year, I should be okay. And I expect to make money hand over fist now. Is what I'd like to say, but medium villas aren't actually that profitable. Some of them aren't even medium bloody villas, come on. Okay, okay. Well, I'll make it like $1,000 a month, which is pretty bloody good. Alright, alright.
The city seems to be in good health.
Better be. Okay, so... turn of the year, we re-engage on the imports for timber, because that's struggling pretty badly. I'm not somehow still exporting my furniture, am I? That would be embarrassing. Here's your weapons, Toga Boy. Yeah, need the timber, need the clay, but I turned off you accepting the stuff. I'll wait until the turn of the year, then we're going to import everything we need. Which shouldn't include olives, right? It could. The oil isn't amazing. At least olives are relatively cheap. Alright, there we go. We're in the black. Now, get the wine. Get the timber. Get the clay. Get the olives. I need them all. And we made 8 prosperity that year. I need to make 8 prosperity year on year for the foreseeable future. I worry that this isn't enough food for these people. I run the numbers on this? I'm not sure if I did, but we have 10 farms, and each of them make 160 food, that's 1,600. How many people are in each of these? 42. Double check my numbers, yeah, 42. So how many 42s can you... I can deal with 38 of them on this. Okay. I currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I need at least 32, but I probably need more than that. What was the number that I just said ahead of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 22 minus 1. I got 21. All right, 22. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. I think by our bizarre numbers, that worked out, right? Sure. Of course, they need to actually grow and stuff. But anything's possible in this madhouse of a world. Spending a lot of money on this, but they are necessary. Isn't 8 the cap? You can make up to 10 prosperity per year, but I'm not going to manage that.
I've got nowhere to live.
I don't have the space or employment for a hippodrome, which gives +1. That said, I now have the +1 from 10% of my people living in villas, or at least I will once these fill up, so maybe I can get 9 per year. Provided unemployment is low and we turn a profit. Could be tough. Good lord, my population is 7,000 on this map? That seems high. Given that we don't need any particular amount of people here. I worry a bit about the pottery. Oh god, I worry a lot about the pottery. Oh no! Oh no! These people are going to devolve. Oh, that's death. These people are going to devolve and that is it. Can I fit you there? No, I'm going to block it off. That is definitely enough wine, right? Let's stop importing wine. Don't export the wine. Oh, no. Yeah, this area is doomed. Do I have any immediate way out of here? To not suffer catastrophic death. Dum da 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 dum da 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 dum 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 da dum. Don't get furniture for now. Could you be so kind as to get furniture, please? Well, what furniture is maybe the question. Yeah, by microing my imports, I've actually kind of buggered the warehouse, and now these guys are about to just go blip all the way down to small casa. Oh, this is going to hurt so much to see. No! No! Ow, my everything. Alright, maybe we can distract people with a lovely small festival. Ooh. And now lack of employees. Also lack of money. Alright, enough of these imports are killing me. It's not the only thing killing me, of course, but they are killing me. The pottery is there. Maybe, just maybe, we can blast our way back up. But there's going to need Team Rocket levels of blasting. I also don't like how some of these guys are evolving in peculiar ways. It's that freaking clay price just murdering me. I can't keep up with it. Don't worry, the Prosperity Investigators only come at the turn of the year, and it's only June. We just need these guys to eat their pottery and go back up to what they were, which we're working on. Better believe we're working on it. You hate living where you live because it's so undesirable. I'm working on that. Come back to me, tax-paying Grand Insulae. Oh god, my unemployment figures! Temporarily disable the iron industry, just so I have some people to work. Although that's too many people. That is indeed too many people. I think my best case scenario is to sponge up some unemployment like so. The iron is okay to turn off temporarily because we have all the weapon workshops still running. The medium villas are still paying me taxes, which is what I need. Alright, we got the pottery back a little bit over here. You guys have no pottery. It's okay. I'm sure there's still stuff buffered in the markets. Certainly. Alright, unemployment is just where it needs to be. My people are pleased with me. Okay, good. Good. These guys are not happy because they find their living situation to be intolerably disgusting. I can somewhat sort you out with an oracle. Power of the oracle compels you. There. Caesar does not agree. Oh, what a guy. Come on, grow. They're probably just waiting on a second food stuff here, but they will grow, I believe. Alright, we rescued this from the brink of annihilation. Got a disgustingly low-tier medium insulae here. It won't be long before my weapon supply dries up. Fortunately, I'm ahead of the curve on that one. Am I at the point where I can turn them back on yet? I think I can. Observe. Turn iron back on. Employment loses like 100 people. 1, 2, 3, 160 odd. That's 60 and 60 for 120. It's not quite enough. That's right. It's only food production that suffers, right? They're still shy a few people, though. I can lay up on a little bit of my weapon production. A little bit. Any of these currently not stocked up? I like the little animations that they have. It's small, but it's there. It's one of the problems that modern city builders that try to capture this seem to fail, like Nebuchadnezzar. One of the big issues with Nebuchadnezzar is it looked like such a dead game. Nothing happens in it. No animations and barely any people going around to make you feel like the city's alive. Such a bleak color scheme as well in that game. I was not impressed. Alright, this has absolutely been rescued from the brink, but we're not sure we're okay yet. Our people still don't love us very much. The unemployment is... because I'm at the point where I don't really have people to spare, and I need a few people to spare. I can, however, cram in another villa or two. We're going to lose our delightful 32-32-32 ratio on housing types, but we're just going to have to cope with that. The food situation seems really bad. I mean, a lot of these markets just don't have food for these people, because they're still busy stocking up. I've convinced myself that I'm making enough food. So maybe we're okay. I'm definitely saving after that rescue from the brink. Whew. Been at this for 6 hours. I just want to point out this map has been insanely hard, and it's probably going to end up being one of the hardest maps I've ever managed to complete. Just because there is no room for error. That's not true. There is a little margin for error. But it's so incredibly tiny. You blink and you miss it small. It's an obnoxious map in a lot of ways. Right, that timber needs to come back. The clay, I regret to inform everybody, has to come back. The vino and, yeah, all my imports need to be re-enabled. Buy money.
Greetings. This is an okay city, really. Salutations. This city is quite well run.
You don't know the blood I've cried in maintaining this city. At the end of this, can we also see the map creator's winning map? That's a good question, Keinwyn. Do you actually have your map? Prosperity went up to 65. What was it before? Wait, wasn't it 56 before? That means I got the full 9 points. That's really good. Oh, that is so good. Okay, maybe we can make this. But we need everything to still work, and that means this incredibly low amount of food has to hold. Meaning these two houses are a bit of a liability. Because they refuse to evolve. I'm actually going to get rid of them. I'm really, really worried about the food situation. It's not backing up. And then I end up with situations like this. Some of them are devolving due to lack of secondary food type. I still should be okay on the prosperity, but I need to be making more food than I need, not less. What I could do is destroy this and use this food to bring in excess, but that seems unfeasible. You don't get off-roading granaries in this game. I also have a bit too much unemployment, which is fun. Contemplating my options here. Good, you're bringing back pottery. I'm spending all of my money on clay again. All of my money on imports in general. That is entirely too much wine, right? Oh, I'd like to think so, but... You're still thinking a bit about this. Barring unforeseen consequences, I'm more concerned about the consequences that we can see right now. It's imperative that I get that prosperity up. It's imperative that the economy stays good enough to get that prosperity. I can maybe afford to lose money in 1 year. Alright. Spray and pray. Now, Caesar's certainly one spraying it, not saying it. Alright, I'm gonna have to believe that that's enough wine. Cease the wine imports, please. They don't cease, they keep going. They didn't get the memo. Alright. Alright. Just Still worried about the food situation, though. You have no idea how much I'm worrying about this. What I could do is stop these people from eating food. It's kind of disgusting that they eat food, period. I'm going to devolve them down to non-food eating people. Sponge up a little bit more of the unemployment whilst people are still pleased with me. Well, he's not pleased with me, but when is he ever? Did he make his demand? No. Looks like I have to fill every single one of his demands to win this one.
Salutations! This city is quite well run.
Really concerned about these guys just not being the right level here. And yeah, it's due to lack of food. What could I even do about that? I can't just shovel in more food here. I used up Hovelton for that. What I could do is have these be getting granaries and actually set this up as a little granary to make extra food for them. If I'm convinced that I don't need this extra bit of population. I'm really not happy about that solution. Just checking these are all actually getting their employees and we don't have any lack of food production over here. I'm just so paranoid that this doesn't actually work due to lack of food. Look at the marketplaces. None of them have any food. None of them have any reasonable amount of food. But there is... It's probably that they're just backing up. I'm just incredibly paranoid about it. What have I got? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 22... 23, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 31. That's one shy of what I need, but I still think we can do this. Maybe what I do is I just save, I have confidence, and we plow full speed ahead. Full speed ahead! Well, not that fast. Not that fast, Toga boy. Okay. Such is what I get. How is that not enough pottery by now? Can we stop importing... the expensive clay, at least. Makes me sad just seeing this setup. I don't think the large insulae are going to be eating too much, because it's only twice as populous as a medium villa, and I should have enough food to cover that, especially now that these tents no longer eat food. I don't want to delete them, because deleting them deletes all their food and supplies as well. With any luck, it just eventually backs up to the point where they also get access to the food. Maybe I shouldn't be relying on luck. What I could do in a very daring move is actually connect these two up so that this food gets transported over to here. And I'm sorely, sorely tempted to do so. I could even set up a little gatehouse so that they go through there. Now, I don't like using gatehouses. And I'm surprised they're even allowed here. Because they act as roadblocks, and I don't like using roadblocks. They're a really, really cheap way to play. But the risk of this loop exploding if I put, if I just put a road over here is so incredibly high. But I do worry about the food in a big way, to the point where I really should be utilizing this area to feed this. What would Brian Boitano do? Well, if he were here today. For starters, he'd kick an ass or two. Alright, let's stay true to our ways. Let's remodel this. Instead of everything I've just done, we're going to have it so that these fine, upstanding people come down over to here. Ah, there's Toga Boy demanding his 2,000 weapons again. Actually, maybe it's fine if this is still a loop, but we're not really allowed any people here anymore, because they'll just eat and eat and eat. I expected that. Ran out of employees, quickly got them back. So, like I said, there is a real large risk that... You're out of wine? Oh no. Oh no. Please do not run out of wine. Cannot begin to tell you how bad that would be for me. Well, just putting this down right here, right now, doesn't really solve issues now, does it? Okay, well, whatever happened, it unhappened. Ooh, well, how about that? We can actually fit in more farms here. More farms, more happy me. Just need to do what I can to make sure this food situation doesn't die out and make sure that my prosperity continues to rise, not dwindle. I actually do still want you to be a half-decent bit of housing, so I will endeavor to make your life a little bit less miserable. Steady does it now. I don't know why Dark Young's giving me such a tough time over this map. It's difficult. I know he knows it's difficult. Alright, alright. Stable, stable. Well, this isn't so stable. That warehouse not getting enough pottery is a prime concern. Spot checking on the markets shows that it is maybe not a problem. Issue is they have to go quite far to get it. Yeah, they gotta go a long way to get that pottery. Because I never opened up a gap over here. Which in retrospect maybe I should have. If I'm so convinced they're good on food and bad on pottery, what I'll do is this. Gonna give them a second pottery getting warehouse. And I hate to say it, but we need those expensive bits of clay again. Oh great, a high regard for my Caesar 3 skill. You know who else has a high regard for my Caesar 3 skill? Me! Because I know it's top freaking percentile. But it's still hard as hell. And not unexpected, these people don't have access to joyous things, but I don't want it to be large casa because then they'll consume pottery. So I'm trying to forcibly lower the desirability of the neighborhoods. He refuses. Okay, now, are these people actually getting all of their everything? Theater is making their rounds. Colosseum making their rounds. School, bingo. Library, fine. Bathhouse, little torturous, but she is making her rounds, good. Surely the hospital's doing their rounds, yep. So despite doing this very awkward break-off, it's actually working out. Now let's get rid of this granary. Hopefully just getting rid of it doesn't also break something. It could. Absolutely could. Get rid of you. I really don't want this thing being a large casa. I'm amazed that they're still holding, but whatever. Dum-de-dum. Dum-de-dum. Am I in time with music there? Because I am in my audio, or my own ears. But I've watched other people stream, and they try to hum along to the game, and they always seem off-sync. And I think, you dense bastard, how are you not able to carry a tune? But of course, it's not like that, is it? It's definitely something to do with streaming it. You are in this case. Oh, lovely. Oh, thanks for the confirmation. Don't want the oil to dry up. I'm certainly consuming more of it than I used to. But I'm getting more and more concerned about this. To the point where I might actually sacrifice one of these. Can't I just shove it here? Oh, I'm so close to, but no, I cannot. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to reduce food input here to make this be what gets me olives, so that this no longer gets olives, and instead just gets furniture. Because I don't want this taking away from its valuable goal of going and getting furniture over there. Which is cut into by both getting olives and distributing olives to the oil pressers. Of which I have 4, which is plenty. Alright, we got enough for Toga Boy. It's January. 74 prosperity. We are getting there. We have 4 years to get the rest. 4 years. Doesn't feel right, does it? But that's okay. 36 is 4 times 9. But we don't even need that. We only need 26. Which means we should be able to get it in 3 years, if and only if we can see the Caesars every freaking whim. There we go. Save and save often, because I am on my edge here. When I get to about 85, 90 prosperity, I'm going to have to calculate if we can meet the goal. If I cannot, I'm going to have to start tearing down tents, whether people like it or not, and they are not going to like it. Stop being a large casa, for God's sake. There we go. You never deserved it. I hope we're still staying ahead of Caesar's weapons whims, because I do need to start cutting back on employment figures. Looking at how it is, I could actually cut back on furniture for a little bit. Just a little bit. Anything else I can cut back on? Prefects and prefect salaries. Or maybe Caesar, maybe. They're all currently operating, which is making me hesitate to pull the plug on any of them, but... gonna cut you off. Actually, well, I've already deleted you, but I could have just mothballed it instead of deleting it. Alright, the Emperor's pretty happy. He's on 85 favor. Probably have to fulfill 4 more of his requests. Hey, we got these guys up to villas now. Excellent. Wait, what? For some reason, the clinic isn't making their rounds. Ooh, that's quite bad. Let's slam a clinic over here. That won't get in the way of any walkers. That's strange. It looks like he's going around. Oh, but he stops. Rancid. Okay, good thing we put him down there. That's kind of weird. Like, he went all the way around to here, but instead of completing the loop, he stops and goes back. You would have thought it'd be easier just to complete the loop. Okay, but that looks okay. How are we doing on these guys? We've got 22, 23, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 31. I'm 1 shy of my golden number. I am inclined to put in 2 more if we're doing that well. So I will. Need to wait on the favor? Yeah, I need prosperity and favor. So it's good that we have this opportunity to catch our prosperity just in case we fall short. Now, hopefully we don't, but if we do, we should have 1 month of not failing. Would a map with only the Hippodrome as entertainment work? With only the Hippodrome, you're limited to 35 entertainment, meaning your best building is the small villa. And that could work. That means you have to have an interconnected city. Pretty difficult, but possible. Plausible, even. Alright, one has to believe that that is enough wine. Stop importing wine. Keep importing clay and timber. We seem to be on top of that now.
Things seem to be working well here.
Yeah, you're welcome. Quick check on the weapon production here. I have 29 iron mines and 54 weapon workshops. That doesn't add up, does it? Not by a long shot. It should be 58. It's okay, though. You can handle a bit of a backlog of iron. I mean, some of these guys aren't even filled up. And we are ahead of time on Caesar's egregious requests. Okay, that's a good sign. That, if I improve desirability for them, I'm going to be improving desirability for the other dude. The dude over here. Which I can avoid doing by giving desirability boosters that won't reach him. Delightfully delightfulish. Also like the fact that the bathhouse changes its graphic. Librarian comes up, then you evolve. Boom. Headshot. Then you're going to get your Vino. Your Vino Paolo. The global city effect is 5. Yeah, on its own it'll do nothing. You need to have chariot makers placed around your city if you want to do the one hippodrome idea. And if you want to make it extra challenging, disable gatehouses, because gatehouses would trivialize a lot of that. And gatehouses trivialize a lot of things in Caesar already. I can cram in one more villa here. If I was overflowing with food, I would, but as you might notice, I am not. Slight issue is population and unemployment. As our population ages, these workers are going to be replaced by nobody, so every year we're going to have to scale back a bit. And unfortunately for Caesar, the only thing I can reasonably scale back on right now is weapon production. I suppose that's unfortunate for me, not for Caesar, right? There are some cheeky-breaky wee things I could do. I could set up a little tent town and periodically bring in labor for the year, have them work, and then kick them out before the end of the year, before the prosperity police arrive. And I may have to do that. Because I'm quite certain I will not be able to maintain my prosperity if I had any more crap labor. Current crap labor numbers are 1, 2... I should plug this in, right? Get some actual numbers going. Let's bring up the browser. I'll do the counting in the background. There are 2 small tents. There is 1 small casa. I think there's still 1 large hovel. There is. When it comes to large tents, there are 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is 8 all I've got? No, I see 9. Alright, so there are 9 large tents. There's large hovel, small casa. There were 32 small insulae and 32 grand insulae. Cool numbers. We should double check that. We checked it a few times. Let's check it again, okay? I know everyone loves counting with Jake, but we're doing it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 31, 32, 33? 33? Have I been miscounting all along? It's starting to seem like that's exactly what I've been doing. I'm trying to think of the best view for them. How about Academy view? 33? That can't be right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3. 33? Oof. Well, as long as we have the right numbers, that's fine. So there are 33 small insulae in my city. Grand insulae. Yeah, it's possible I got this wrong as well, but let's double check. Those are all grand insulae, every last one of them. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2. There are 32 of those. Alright, so there are indeed 32 grand insulae. Medium villas. I think there are 33 of these. Let's check. Again. They're all medium villas. And let's start from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 22, 33. 33. Current prosperity cap is 92. That is insufficient. But if I destroyed all of my large tents, it would be 100. If I destroyed all my tents, period, that's very comfortably over 100. So I think we see what we do now. We bring our prosperity up to 92. Maybe it rounds up to 93, maybe not. And then we destroy all of our tents when the prosperity police arrive. What if I added one... Can I squeeze in more than one more? I think I could squeeze in 2 more villas. One here, one here. Let's actually run the numbers on that a little bit. Let's say we had 34 or even 35. Yeah, it's just not enough to make a difference. The tents have to go. That's okay though. I was prepared for that. Alright, so according to our numbers, we're good if on the final moment we destroy all of our crappy tent labor. Very good. We just need to hold our breath until then, fulfill all of Caesar's many desires. Yeah, barely an inconvenience. We know you're not a maths guy, Jake. It's okay. Good. Caesar's not currently demanding anything, so all of the weapons that we're stockpiling... In fact, we almost have enough for his next demand already, which is amazing. I don't want to toot my own horn here, but I have done an immensely good job meeting Caesar's ridiculous weapon demands. You know, ignore... Wait, why did we suddenly gain population? I think it's just patricians moving in. I certainly hope that's the case. Alright, I'll believe that. Yeah, we're in the luxurious position of no longer having to micro-trade. Didn't I stop wine imports? Yes, because I didn't want this to fill up and prevent oil from moving. Rome has supposedly need of yet another outstanding amount of weapons. Very well. I can finally get rid of this. It's been an eyesore. Wait, no, don't do anything like that. Deleting that probably wouldn't have any weird effect on the walkers, but I've had tragic things like that happen before. You know, I'm in the clear. I just make one little change which shouldn't affect anything, and then suddenly the walkers just stop walking the way they've been doing for years and years, and then I cry. Treat yourself some garum, Jake. You earned it with this one. We're not out of the woods yet. I haven't won anything until Caesar tells me that I'm one of the greatest. At least I can listen to this. Wonderful. The lost to time Russian-Roman Legion. What was my prosperity at last year? It was 74, right? So it just went up to 83, so it will go up to 92 next year. Provided everything continues as is. Q earthquake. Now, weren't we told there is no earthquake here? Let's have a double check on that, eh? No gladiator revolt. No mention of no earthquake, but there's no way Keinwyn would put an earthquake here. At least not at this stage of the run. Because it would actually just be completely unavoidable. You wouldn't know that it's coming, you'd already have everything set up, you'd just die. And then Keinwyn would laugh, and then I would forever think of him as a complete and utter pillock. Which is obviously not going to be the case here, not after this wonderful map he's put together. It's been very, very painful and outright unfair. But, you know, when you're this good, you can handle it. It also says favor trivializes the experience. It does not say it's not allowed. It says it's intended to be played without paying your own salary. And we stayed true to that. We remain citizen salary. And it's true, because you could just go and give yourself Caesar's salary, give Caesar gifts, and ignore his massive weapon demands. Because the thing is, ignoring Caesar's demands is actually not very impactful in the game. He claims he's angry, but he only loses like 5 or 7 favor. And if you give him a 200 denarii gift, that gives you plus 10 favor every year. You could actually give him 2 200 denarii gifts every year for 15 favor a year, which absolutely trivializes all of his demands. Which is why a cunning map maker puts their player down to citizen, clerk, or at best engineer salary, which doesn't really allow for abusing that much. Can still be abused. Alright, speaking of abuse, that's what I've been through a lot of today. Especially from you, chat. Where the hell's the good job, Jake? Difficult looking map. Can't believe you're pulling through it. You're a great governor. I wish I was half the Herculean exemplar you are. Not been seeing much of that. I just want to emphasize again, this map is brutally difficult. It really just has nothing going for it for the player. The trade is horrible and it dries up within about 4 years. There's of course Caesar's demands. There's no salary. You need to import everything for your houses. You need to import clay for pottery, wood for furniture, olives for oil, and just outright wine. The prices for all of those imports go up. It's awkward to trade because you have to just import here and that's your lot. The layout is horrible. There's not a lot of space. You need tons of people. You need, what was the numbers? 810 people working in your military-industrial complex. At a minimum. Brutal bloody map. I put my points on the line, says Armadale. I had faith. Oh, great.
I don't know why I bother with this.
Faith can move mountains.
Buy anything or have anything they want to sell me.
Apparently my congrats didn't count. You said congratulations, but all I could feel was the bad malaise of your smell, Kitty. Stinky Kitty. Alright. So, with any luck, next year we bring prosperity up to 92, and then at the turn of the year after that, we torch all of the tents, and then we bring prosperity to 100, favor 100, and we're done. Whew, I couldn't do what you do with Caesar 3 on stream, says Frankie Vesna. I'll let you in a little secret. Nobody can. I'm the best. You can't do it, kid. You with a woman? You can't even catch a ball. God, I love Jacked. Anyway, yes, I'm pretty freaking good at this game. It's going to my head and I haven't won yet. I need to keep it together for just a couple more years. Okay, inflation hits once more. Caesar's not doing me any favors by keeping up with inflation by paying higher salaries. It just exacerbates things. The employment's pretty on point, though.
The city seems to be in good health.
Salutations! This city is quite well run.
I didn't miss anything on counting all of my buildings, right? And I am comfortably above the finish line with everything zeroed, I hope. 102. 102 is pretty comfortable. Like, I could have miscounted a few buildings and 102 is still okay. Even so, we're backed up on food, so despite the marginal risk to myself, I am going to do this. It's only marginal, so I'm not too fussed about it. I've never noticed a statue to change walker intent, so I'm gonna put this here and have one more just in casey. Yeah, one little villa just in case. And like I said, prosperity, it better go up to 92. If it doesn't, something's going horribly wrong.
I'll tell you what, it'd be quicker to push these goods to Rome than where I'm going.
Yeah, these farms do not work at any particularly good rate, but that's okay. I am a-okay with that. Can't wait to see the Jake shot mark one. Well, that's right. I was planning on putting another villa here. I think I will not do that, though. It seems like playing with fire at this point. Just need that prosperity to say 92, and we should be in the bag, provided that Caesar makes another demand of us. And it's pretty important that he does. And it needs to be worth enough favor to win. It might not be, though. We might actually have to destroy the tents and rebuild the tents, which will make the ending a little bit intense. Let's have a little festival for Venus. I could make it a festival with loads of extra wine, but let's not. That wine is obnoxiously expensive. Add it to the list of obnoxious things about this map. Keinwyn, I would be curious to know if you thought we were going to be winning this. Small insulae might actually cost me a little bit here. I'm going to preemptively pull down a tent, because I can. Which tents are really worth pulling down, though? I guess this one can.
I've been thrown out of my home.
Losing a few people here. I can cut back on furniture production a little bit, because we're overwhelmingly full of furniture. Could do the same with clay, actually, if I need to. Come on, grow, you bugger. $92 prosperity. Okay, thank goodness. Did Toga Boy already express his gratitude? No, not yet. You're going to change and I'm going to lose employees. But that's okay, I can always just tear down one of my pottery barns, like I said. Oh right, they actually don't like how unpleasant the place looks. Beautiful. Just beautiful. Heads up, Caesar says his gratitude in January. It comes up before the turn of the year. Favor loss. Is that a problem? What do my points say? That's a good one. Does that mean it would be possible to... I don't know the order of operations. If the game times you out and fails you, if you use that to get your final favor. Ooh, 93. Very nice. Very, very nice. Okay, the only thing I need to remember is to tear down the tents at the turn of the year. As in December, before the year turns. Tear them down, rebuild them. Should be fine. If you didn't know what Caesar would demand, then this would be impossible. if you didn't know ahead of time the amount of weapons that Caesar demands, this would not be a possible map. Unless you are so paranoid that you literally mine everything. The game does give you a bit of a hint, right? It starts at 4 and then it doubles, then it doubles, then it doubles, right? After a while you go, okay, it's going to keep doubling. But by that point, you've probably locked into a strategy that doesn't really allow you to expand like this. For those of you that weren't here 6 hours ago, the starting denarii was 3,000. And these places were locked off by wolves. A fort costs 1,000 and I built 2. And the barracks costs 150. There's no money to build your starting city here. And I didn't even properly go into debt with Caesar until way into this. I made a point about that because I wasn't sure if I'd have the spare favor for it. Nobody would build 256 weapon production. Yeah, I would never expect that. It's a shame it stopped doubling. You know that story about all the rice in China? Surely everybody knows the story about all the rice in China. I don't want that to be my my legacy in this map. How are we doing on the weapons anyway? The weapons production will be slowing down because I have needed to split. There we go, there we go. I got time for it though. Hopefully I have time for it. Yeah, I can't imagine that failing. Do you have access to towers? It would be a lot cheaper than forts. I do have access to tower, but are you sure it's a lot cheaper? To build a tower, you also need to build 4 wall segments, so that's already 200 denarii. You also need the barracks to provide the tower shooter, and you need the tower to be in a position where it actually kills all the wolves. And the wolves can migrate, so if you ever miss, it doesn't work. It also needs labor access. And roads, of course. These all add up. I was hoping to just do it with one batch of javelineers, but 2 of the wolf groups grouped up together, so I think I could have made it with just one, but I didn't want to risk it, right? The risk would have been kills all my javelins, the wolves get out, the wolves eat all of my people, and then suddenly I have no economy anymore. So I just sank the 1,000 denarii on a second batch of javelineers. If you send your final shipment, he says thanks in January, it goes to 100 favor, then down to 98 immediately. Ooh, that's grim. Okay. Just contemplating when and where, or if at all I can trim down on my stuff here. I'm gonna destroy this. Need to save a few workers, and that'll do it. Judging by the wee little piggies here, I could actually trim down on the food production. Actually, that's probably a much more sensible thing to trim down on for these people. Spare myself some people to keep the work flowing here. I suspect at the turn of the... Yeah, especially when I get rid of all my tents, I'm going to actually struggle a bit on food. But that's okay, we put food production on the bottom of the pecking order. The wolves have dominion, immortality. They come back if you don't finish them with a tower. Yeah, that's true as well. Towers are amazing, but I don't think it's quite the cost effectiveness that you're hoping for. Why is there meat here? Do you actually know this bug, Keinwyn? Why is it that sometimes cart pushers just deliver their goods to a warehouse where they don't accept it anyway? I've seen it happen a fair few times. And that's a vanilla bug as well. I remember that from way on yonder. Dun, 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 dun. How much favor am I going to get from giving this delivery to Caesar? I might not be able to get it in time for this year, but it'd be nice if he gives me 7 and I can get all the way up. But I'd need to send it in... I think even if I send it in November, he won't say thanks until January, so I'm a bit double buggered here. You have one more demand after this. I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need it. That means I don't need to tear down my tents for what it's worth. But I should just hit the 100 prosperity whilst I'm at it. I'd hate to not. Da-da-da-dun-dun. I'd love to have some little visual indicator of how close to the end of the month I am. Alright, Toga Boy, here you go. One last batch, and surely he's going to be thrilled with my success. Alright, it's a little early, but I don't want to miss this, so let's just purge all of the tents. Yeah, even these ones. Oh, you were a small tent. I forgot to make you big. Well, that's why we build tolerance into our counting. Right, all of these have to go blip, 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 blip. I'm gonna be incredibly sad if this isn't enough. So am I gonna tolerate this just by having food production be bottom of the barrel here? It never spaces out the lack of employees very well. But I have to keep the production of other things going, so I just have to accept it. I don't think it's going to close down any granaries or anything. It's just for 1 month, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Tell me I didn't miss a tent. Every tent is really brutal on your prosperity, so you want to make sure you got none of them. Don't be such a big Barbie you got. Freaking dark young. If you only knew what it was like. Prosperity 100. Alright, there we go. Dun 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 dun. Gonna bring these back. And then I have to try and remember where they all were. Well, it's not particularly important. I can just shove them in wherever. I think it was there. Pretty sure it was here. I think you were here or here. Probably here. Gosh, yeah, I honest to God can't remember where they all were. And I suppose it doesn't really matter, as long as I tear them down again at the turn of the year. There was somebody here, there was somebody here-ish. Alright, well, Godspeed. Plaza's a good indicator. I gave these freaks Plaza. Yeah, over there, but that was an easy one. Yeah, maybe I should have used Plaza as an indicator. Alright, should be no problemo now. The almost competent one, what are you playing at? Yeah, I would have been one shy anyway, so I need one more demand from Toga Boy. I also need to meet that demand, which is a very important part of it. Merge. What do you mean you're not merging? I suppose it doesn't really matter, does it? Maybe it was this side that it was at. I was hoping they would just go there, but no. Da-da-da-dun. Yeah, it was over there. We seem okay. I can hear some people very unhappy in their living situation, dying. Alright, get out of here if you're going to be that unhappy. There's the request. We meet that, we win. Don't think I can meet that this year, though. September, October. Come on, I'm so freaking close. There we go, done. Done like freaking dinner. Ah. Right, barring some catastrophic collapse of my freaking city, we've done this. Could happen, right? I could miss a tent here and then lower my prosperity. Then I'd have to say I'd have to load my save, and that would just be uncouth, wouldn't it? Right, it was there. Nothing to do here. I guess just to be safe, I could torch you. I could torch a lot of things and be fine. Yeah, I didn't miss anyone here. Didn't lay down any extra housing now, did I? It's pretty careful. Gotta be pretty careful. Oh, provided he doesn't say thanks in January. Oh, right. Is that the implication? If he says thanks in January and it goes to 98, we can't win. And I think I saved after giving him the goods. Well, I guess we'll find out, right? I don't have a problem reloading if that's the issue. Shame on the map maker for requesting 100 favor. God, I really wish this thing told you prosperity cap. I'm so paranoid that I missed a tent. But I sure as sugar don't see one. You stop that. Where's the wine? Where is the wine? Caesar! Caesar! Oh, thank God. City's falling apart here. Oh man, I feel like I'm letting out a breath. I've been holding for 7 hours. Congratulations! Once again, you've proven yourself to be one of Rome's finest governors. That map was hard as hell. I may have mentioned it once or twice during the run, but that was such a difficult map. You really had no edge at all. And you generally just need one edge to carve your way through. But I had to fight for every inch on that map. Whoa, congrats on the win, says Proto. And then Patient the Hat. Or is it Patent? Not good with my words. They just say, ah, so close. A fun reminder that we had a bet on this, didn't we? Do we beat this map today? Is it still today? It looks like it. Caesar can go and eat garum, or Toga Boy claims another. I think we'll find that, do we beat this map today? Yes. Yes, we do. Enjoy your 1.7 million points, my believers. GG, heroic display of skill and knowledge. Great job. Hard freaking right. I'm interested to see other solutions. Oh, that was right. Keinwyn, do you have your solution? I would be delighted to show it off on stream. Got to show that this map is possible for mere mortals. In the meantime, those that win, enjoy your points whilst I bring up the prediction. Is that the prediction? Yes, there we go. My biggest, best believer. My prophet, if you will. My 3 holy unit, which you don't have to pay, by the way. Armadiel Rohan. Enjoy your 319,000 points. Fasgort, Enrak, Nana, you're all 6-digit believers. And then there's Terminal Wetness with 90k, Baron on 80k, Knight the First, Kitty, Wepta 1, and the Exiled Bison. It was... Okay, I'm sure to a lot of people it's Caesar 3, Jake will win. That's a fair assessment. But I was trying to impress upon you while starting this gamble that this map was not a sure thing. And as you can see, we could have tripped up at any point there. But we got through the whole bloody map with no reloads. I am so happy with that. No gatehouses as well. But there are some people that thought I couldn't make it. Panda being one of them. Panda knows this game really well. Panda makes the Panda maps. But they thought I wouldn't be able to handle this one. They thought wrong. Wrong is what comes to mind when I think of Sea Space Echo as well. And then there's some other losers that absolutely couldn't play Caesar 3 if their life depended on it. And they projected their own insecurities about playing Sierra map-making games onto me. A terrible mistake to be made. I don't know why I'm singling out anyone in particular. Could have been anyone, really. But no, I am absolutely victorious, and I feel great about it. Keinwyn has said they've put it on the old Discord. Roger that. Ah, much obliged. Shouldn't take more than 2 ticks. Download. Grab my Caesar 3 directory. And this is Furnisher of War Keinwyn. Alright, sure, let's have a look then. Load up Furnisher of War. Huh? Did I put it in the right place? Hold on, let me double check that one. I may be going insane. Or it might be right here and I'm not seeing... how about we come out of this? Go down, it's in there. Hold on, does it have a small F at the start? I think this has a weird thing about... It was right there, Jake. Okay, I'm clearly losing it. Ah, here it is. Ah, I see. Kind of blended in with my stream ones. Here we go. Whoa, what a city. This looks really cool. Really, really cool. Look at all these grand insulae mixed together with patricians. Patrician Hill up here. Good thing to put your patricians on high ground, by the way. They have an inherent +10 desirability on their land. Absolutely cradling this for weapon production all over the place. Very tasteful labor access through this grand insula. I was taking a moment to wonder, is he getting access from here? He is! So you're also using Cliff Dweller access for goods and or services. That's excellent. 1, 2, 3 warehouses shoved up here. 4 over here, another setup. You get labor access from more Cliff Dwellers. Beautiful. I love using Cliff Dwellers, but on a map as stressful as this, I really couldn't push that. Are these loops? Doesn't look like it. Or does it come through here into there? You don't mix your food types. You got meat, you got vegetables here. Whoa, you didn't use this space at all. Incredible. You really pushed every inch elsewhere, though. And you've put your patricians all over the place. Wow. It's a very different looking map, says Kitty. I love to see how people build so differently in Caesar 3. Yeah, me as well. Unlike me, you only built 1 fort. I guess you were superior at killing the wolves than I was. I had a miserable time at it. We do have some little... we can actually see a breakdown of the housing types on the census here. So you have... Let's see. This is Grand Insulae. This is Small Villa. This is Medium Villa. This is Medium Insulae? And a few small casa. Where in the world do you have any Medium Insulae? The mind boggles. I like the piggy colony over the bridge. It's pretty cute. Yeah, the non-wheat stuff can go quite a long way to the granary in exchange for being slower to produce. That's really coincidental. This is where you put your dock. Completely different location from me. And this is just your concentrated wine imports, olive imports. You press it into oil right there. But your oil and your... well, your everything has to be distributed throughout the entire city. What a beautiful map. It's definitely beautiful and better built than my city. If only it was done on stream. No, don't worry, that's the last vestige of a sore loser. Wasn't done on stream, didn't happen, right? This is really impressively made. I love it to bits. So they're going to put a step-by-step on the Haven. Yeah, some cool people upload, like, year by year how they built their cities. Bruegel does that. Wow, there's a lot to appreciate in the way this city was built up. Having little Grand Insulae hanging around like this is such a massive achievement. It's somewhat trivialized by the existence of Plaza, because a Plaza can massively concentrate desirability. This single tile right here, the one I'm on right now in slightly deeper red, gets affected by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Plaza. 8 Plaza. The ones that are adjacent give +4, the ones a bit further away give +2 each. So yeah, this single plot has such concentrated desirability that you could probably get a You could probably get a villa there if you wanted to, but clearly you don't, considering you're even lacking workers.
There are simply not enough workers in this city.
Yeah, they weren't saying that about my city. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. I love this city. Looking at it makes me feel sick. You know, you put all your work into building a city, you look at something else that makes yours look like a piece of crap. Oh, that must be a very familiar feeling for people who look at my cities. Anyway, I feel fantastic about that, but I definitely deserve something. I'm going to go away and see what I can enjoy for a relatively late Dindins. In any case, big thanks to Keinwyn for submitting this map, and a big thanks to my giant lobes for managing through it, and of course, those that backed us on the win lobby. Until I'm back with more streams, whatever and whenever that'll be, because it just says wildcard on my schedule. So cheers and cheerio.
I am most displeased. Despite all the funds I invested in your city, and the Senate's generosity with credit, you have let me down. Your city has not repaid the funds it borrowed. My faith in you was misplaced, and I am forced to find another governor to take your place. Perhaps you will fare better in the new role I have in mind for you.